Hey, welcome back to the Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's Sunday morning, July 5th, 2026. I trust you well. I'm just getting to my coffee. We're just spinning up. Maybe we can do that together a bit. How's everyone doing? Lucy, I think some Marvel Champions gameplay is just what the doctor ordered today. Let's go. I have been saying you should probably find another doctor. Your doctor is a quack. That's not medication. Hey, Joel. Hey, Mr. Metrowell Crash Diner. How's it going? How's your morning? Ninja Lens, good morning, sir. Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Feels like we've just been here recently, and it is because we have. We are... Oh, excuse me, I'm colliding with something. We do streams Friday afternoons. They're usually our longer streams. And we generally try to do like a whole campaign playthrough or as much as we can. And then we're immediately back on Sunday. And maybe those days need to be spread out a wee bit. I just feel like both those days are convenient and we've both got used to them. We've all gotten used to them. But it's weird to be like, okay, we're done one thing, straight to the next thing and trying to figure out a deck and all that sort of stuff. But we have something really exciting for you today. This is a War Machine protection deck. And at the risk of repeating myself, if you hadn't seen, earlier this week, Villain Theory put out a video in which I joined as a guest to talk about our favorite upgrades. And War Machine has a whole bunch of favorite upgrades from a lot of different people. This is a very upgrade-heavy deck, as much as it also has some of the like most on-curve events that have an additional secret cost, which is like good fun to see a bit of all that coming together. So today we're playing some Protection War Machine. This stream originally was called For Sale Machine Gun Never Used. A bit of a joke, but we decided that didn't fit on the thumbnail. So today we're going to be putting down some tech upgrades, selling them, jumping down, getting some tough status, and like trying to do the whole circus of what you can do with War Machine protection in 2026, which is just a ton of fun. I think War Machine's actually one of my favorite heroes. He's definitely up there. He is an upgrade hero. He also has good events. He has recursion. He does everything that I want to do and more. The only bad thing is War Machine is incredibly hard to find. It's one of the least popular Marvel Champions pack. I think it wasn't reprinted commonly. So like while it's hard to find some of the earlier wave characters, for a character that's not as old as like Captain America or Doctor Strange, War Machine does seem to be one of the hardest things to find in the game. I don't know why that is. I think like just not super well printed. I'm not sure, but apologies to try and rub that in. I don't intend to do that. But we get to experience it together, which is good. Rody Green. Hey, Andy. Good morning. How's the digs? Yeah, Rody Green. Rody Green is what we're doing today. And I've played so much different War Machine. I just want to shout out the name War Machine. Like in terms of being a hero, you can see the name of the hero and you can be like, oh yeah, that's cool. They're the protagonist, right? I'm on their side. Like Spider-Man, cool. That's great. She-Hulk, great. Fine, I guess. Captain Marvel, cool. And then you start getting character names and you're like, wait, we're not the good guys, right? Like Lady Deathstrike. Honestly, War Machine's one of them. Like, what the heck is going on here? The character's called War Machine and they're the good guy? Like, no, don't, what? This is so silly. Anyways, do not like the name. But this is the character we are. We're functionally like an alternate Iron Man that instead of like having a cool suit with lasers, it's just a lot of guns in here. Just a lot of guns. Repurpose and RFAF, you know it. Two of my favorite cards, and it's good that Protection does what Protection does. Gemma and Leo really add a lot from War Machine. Yeah, Braun Bray, how's it going? That is a big thing. War Machine got so many cool cards with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wave. Firstly, is S.H.I.E.L.D. on one side, which gives you access to a whole bunch of stuff. The soldier trait's also really fun. And I think I've enjoyed War Machine heavily in every single aspect outside of leadership, which I just honestly haven't tried. But like when it comes to justice, having a lot of confuse is fun because you can jump up, can jump down, you can play all the shield support stuff. If you're playing aggression, hold on, where's my thing? We have like the Bambino and we got like all the aggression firepower stuff. You got really explosive if you want to be. And then of course, when it comes to protection, you have all the support stuff for tech and you have ready for a fight, which is like kind of the same thing when it comes to confusion, where you can jump down and jump up constantly. And we have some really good reasons in this deck to jump up and jump down. You could go with Iron Patriot. Yeah, like Iron Patriot is still a lot better, but honestly still has kind of a weird tone to it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, but War Machine is such a villain name. Like, what are you talking about? Let's talk about the deck real quick. This is War Machine. And War Machine is fascinating. There's a lot of good stuff to say about War Machine. 122 stat line is not great. We do get characters like that that just don't have a full stat line and then say that there's some part of your kit that makes up for it. I would say with War Machine, kind of. One thwart for solo sucks, and War Machine only has 2.5 cards in his kit that actually thwart. They're really good, and you have to kind of recur them constantly. But the big thing about War Machine, it says, after you change this form, place 5 ammo counters on War Machine. We're just going to be using this. It's a 5. You can have more, mind you, if you can figure out how to have more. There's no limit. And very importantly, when you jump down to alter ego, you lose all your ammo counters. So you want to go up and you want to spend all your ammo counters, which honestly is not that hard. There is a single card you want to put on the table that can spend all your ammo counters at once, kind of however you want in the most efficient way. But that's a really big thing about this deck. And I know I've talked about this before, but I really like decks that have an alternate resource, right? It's not just like, resources, but there's something else that you have to kind of care about and manage, because that usually makes things a bit more interesting. It's not just like how many cards you have in hand, but there's this additional texture, which gives me something to latch onto. And these ammo counters are a cost, right? Because you're going to have a lot of cards, upgrades, and events that say like spend an ammo counter to do something. And that leads you into a really weird spot, a really interesting spot. Not weird, but like kind of cool, because War Machine is an upgrade based hero, but has a lot of really good events that are just massively over curve. Generally, again, in this game, when we talk to like, the average curve, how good a card should be, generally for every resource you spend, it should do 2 damage or 2 thwart. And War Machine just has cards that are way over that rate. However, the downside to those cards is you have to spend ammo counters. So they're slightly more expensive. I wouldn't even say quietly, pretty loudly. Sometimes you can't even play them. But that's the idea, is you get better cards, but the cost is you have to also manage your ammo. That's a really good thing why jumping up and jumping down, and so like Justice and Protection seem to be able to do it the best, are really, really good spots for James Rhodes, because when you jump down, you can jump back up and get your ammo back, because you don't want to be stuck in hero mode, not being able to reload your guns, but jumping up and jumping down, because then your cards don't do anything. I do want to say really quickly on Alter Ego, we have 3 recover. We have the shield and soldier trade. Soldier got a bit of synergy with Man on the Wall and the shield wave, which is good fun. Very fun card. Shield is only on this side, which is annoying, kind of, but not the end of the world. That's kind of where you want it. The first thing here is we have an action that says choose a War Machine card in your discard pile and shuffle it into your deck. Very importantly, that's errata to once per phase or once per round, whatever it is. It doesn't really matter. But that card, you can't just shuffle your whole discard pile back into your deck. That was an unfortunate typo at the time that this came out. I wasn't playing at the time, but it is in fact only once per round. Force response, after you change to this, you have to throw all your ammo out. You don't keep it, it's gone. That's fine. Use all your ammo before you jump down. I like controlling our discard pile. I really do. You know me. I love jumping down and cooling off with Iceman. That gives you a lot of control. And more often than not, we're going to use this to do one of 2 things. Either shuffle back a card that thwarts, in which we have like 2 cards in our deck that do that, or shuffle back an upgrade. And that's a really big part of the loop of this deck, which wants to play an upgrade cheaply, discard the upgrade for value, just go and get it back over and over again. So yeah, I like to confuse Justice start with Float Like a Butterfly, and he really likes going down to get tough. Exactly, yeah. Float Like a Butterfly was a huge card for him, and you'll see his machine gun can like attack 6 times in a turn for 1 damage, and if the villain or the enemy is confused, it does twice as much damage. It's a very, very, very powerful strat, and that's why, again, I think everything outside of leadership has something really strong and very unique to do with War Machine. So pretty cool. Oh, these shouldn't be here. That should be in there. I gotta shuffle that. This is our Nemesis set. This is some of our events. And again, I don't know if a lot of people think of War Machine as an event-based hero. I kind of do, but these cards are just good. They're just like over curve for what they should be doing. This is a 1-cost card that says remove an ammo, deal 4 damage to an enemy as an attack. This is a 2 for 4, which is not over curve. That's kind of what you expect a card to be. 2 for 4 is where you're trying to get towards in this game, but not a lot of hero kits have a 1-cost 4 damage event. The problem with this is you have to spend an ammo counter. So again, if you're stuck without ammo counters, this card is a lot worse. In fact, totally unplayable. But that's the idea, is we have a lot of good cards on curve. We just have to access them. Similarly, Targeted Strike. This is a 1 for 3. 2 for 3, which isn't phenomenal, I'll be honest. But you have to spend an ammo counter. So again, you do need to make sure you have your ammo for this. But a 2 for 3 is not bad. And this is the big thwarting card we have in our deck. We have 2 copies, and it's very commonly that I'll use James' ability to shuffle these back into the deck, because 3 threat removal is really strong when it comes to solo play, because I usually deals with most side schemes just about. But that's a card we need to play over and over and over again. Scorched Earth, shout out to, this is a very key name of a Neverwinter card back in the day. This is an action, not an attack, as most AoE cards aren't. Oh, I scratched my arm wound and it feels bad now. Remove 3 ammo counters from War Machine to deal 3 damage to each enemy in play. So ideally, you're playing multiplayer and this hits like 5 minions. In solo, this usually only does like 3 for 6 or 4 for 6, which is not amazing. It does beat guard, which is cool, but it's not a card in solo that I play that often. Notably, it's not an attack, so you can't make it stronger with aggression tricks, but also it beats guard. And it also doesn't say with one player, so you do hit the table, but whatever, for us, it's not that big of a deal. And then I think this is the one that stands out the most. This is full auto. Full auto is a 3 for 8. It's a 3 for 8. That's better than swinging web kick, and it has overkill. I think I'll be fine. That's really good. The problem with this is it requires 4 ammo counters, which is a lot of ammo counters. So you are kind of incentivized to always be floating on technically 3 to 4 ammo counters when you start your next turn and draw a new hand. I don't often play this card in the first couple cycles of the deck, and that's just because my playstyle is kind of weird. But yeah, this card is just really, really good. We have 2 copies of it. Yeah, cool. I do think, and I've mentioned this before, this is not my original idea, but I feel like the art of these 2 cards should be swapped. Full auto kind of, looks like or sounds like, emptying all your guns, while Scorched Earth talks about like, wiping the world, and you see explosions and all this. I feel like if these arts were switched, I'd be probably a bit happier with it. This does look like more with an AoE. I get why this is, but like full auto with lasers and rockets doesn't make a lot of sense. It's fine. Morning, brother. Drink some water. Thank you, Metaffer. My partner loves War Machine now that we got good fetch, resource tech, shield cards, Agent Carter, Gemma, and Leo Tech. You know what's coming up in this pile of 40 cards. Good morning. Clearly, they accidentally swapped the full out on Scorched Earth. Yeah. I think there's a chance they did. The art kind of feels better on the other cards, but it's not that big of a deal. Gauntlet guns do so much work for him. I like the design of his research generators. His research generators are sick. And this is like a really cool part, and why I said why we want to start on 3 or 4, is that you have 2 copies of Gauntlet gun. And mind you, this is welcome to our upgrades. It's a tech and a weapon. It's notably not restricted, which actually can matter with certain like playstyles, as much as exhausting this to firepower technically is a cost because you lose a resource in the ammo, but you still do it. And it generates a wild resource for a War Machine event and places an ammo counter on War Machine. And because the ammo cost is during the text of the card, not the upfront cost, you can get access to this ammo counter that's generated when you play the events. Oops. And that's good. That means it's really nice. When you have 1 gauntlet on the table, that's generally what I go for. It means every time you top deck a targeted strike or repulsor beam, it is truly a 1 for 4, 1 for 3, if you want to call it like that, which is really quite good. The second gauntlet gun's a bit greedy. There's not that many turns where we're going to use 2 gauntlet guns. Technically, 2 gauntlet guns make it a lot easier to fire full auto or Scorched Earth, but unfortunately in solo play, Scorched Earth is not really worth building around. Full auto kind of is, but 1 gauntlet gun you definitely want to get down. 2 gauntlet guns is a bit of a luxury, so not too bad. Okay, and then the better cards, kind of. This is a missile launcher. Very importantly, this is a 1-cost tech card, and having a 1-cost tech card in the deck is really important for some of the stuff it wants to do. This just says exhaust missile launcher, spend an ammo, deal 2 damage to an enemy. It is an attack, and the attack gets range. So you just spend 1 ammo counter for free by exhausting this. So every turn, kind of like a Domino's pistol, you can just do 2 damage with range. Which is good. That's just really good. This gets down on the table and you're just plinking for 2 every turn, as much as this is a real cost. Technically, you can't use gauntlet guns to charge this thing because gauntlet guns is only for events, and you can only tap this if you're actually truly playing an event. It has to be a War Machine event too, so you can't just use it to make one when playing some other event. A missile launcher is fine. The shoulder cannon, this is the one that a lot of people get more excited about. And I do want to say I am with those people. However, I have a big issue with the text on this card. The text on this card is incredibly unintuitive. This is shoulder cannon. It basically says exhausted, deal a damage to an enemy, and then you may remove an ammo counter from War Machine to ready shoulder cannon. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The question is, if I have 5 ammo counters and a shoulder cannon, how much damage can I do on a turn? The answer is 6. What the heck? Where does that last bullet come from? I don't know. Hammer space. That's the only thing I don't like about this card. This card is so perfect for for War Machine, on the basis that it means that you're guaranteed not to waste ammo counters before you jump back to Alter Ego. That is so good. So you're on the table, you have 3 ammo counters, you want to jump down to Alter Ego, you just shoot 3 times, technically 4 times. This card is so weird. I don't know why it's formatted like this. It's technically more generous, but the idea is that you can always shoot for free. You don't need to shoot a bullet. Don't know how it works. But the first time a turn, you can always exhaust this to just deal 1 damage. It doesn't cost bullets to shoot the gun, it costs bullets to ready the gun. I just think it's so massively unintuitive, and that bothers the heck out of me. But it is a better card for it. So the idea is that you can shoot, then you can choose not to ready it, and then you just get a free 1 damage a turn. Yeah, 1 in the chamber. Technically, there's 1 in the chamber always. Maybe that's the best way we can make it make sense. It's like a revolver, Kevin, how's it going? That doesn't make any sense to me. It's you only throw the gun first. Okay, now it makes sense. Yeah. This deck does notably throw the gun. Again, once you're out of bullets, you want to throw the gun. That's why it's heavy, it's reliable. Just throw the gun. And this deck will definitely throw the gun. Float like a butterfly makes it wild. Yeah, that was brought up earlier. This card is absurd in Justice with Float like a butterfly. And we're actually doing a bit of this sort of like, I don't want to say cheese tech, but you can get nearly infinite bullets on this gun, which means if you have like 15 bullets, you're doing 16 damage in a single turn. Now, the shoulder cannon doesn't have range, so if you're playing against Retaliate, good luck. It's really good this thing doesn't have range, as goofy as that is, on the basis that this would be absurd if it had range, because the one downside to small pings is Retaliate. The missile launcher beats Retaliate, this one doesn't. But once you have like 15 bullets on this thing, and then you play shoulder cannon, or you play like Cyclops ally, there's like a couple ways you can do to cheese this. Cyclops is technically one of the leadership reasons to be playing War Machine. I've never done it, but you basically just pick a character and then all damage they take is increased by 1 from attacks. So every time you shoot a bullet, it could do like 3 damage if you're playing like Float like a butterfly Cyclops, which is nonsense, right? Like every time you jump up and jump down, you have 15 damage. It's absurd. Hey, Claymore, how's it going? Yeah, and Cyclops Ally. Yeah, Robert, that's the one leadership card. I think that makes a lot of sense. I've never really played it though, but there's a lot of ways you can cheese it like this, right? Yeah. Clearly, it uses part 5 JoJo logic like Mista's stand. There's so many words in that. I don't know. I wish you could use sharpshooter for more things. Yeah, sharpshooter's not super common. I mean, it's fine that you can use it consistently for missile launcher. Like missile launcher at least means every turn you fire sharpshooter. I think sharpshooter is a pretty mid card. It's so much better with domino. I wish this card was better. It's fun to use, but domino making it do 2 damage, someone consistently makes the card way better than just playing a 2-cost card that sometimes gives you 1 damage for 2. It's just not absurdly good, but it's fine. It's okay. Shoulder cannon's really good. Now, my favorite, though, is Upgraded Chassis. This is one of my favorite upgrades in the entire game. It's 3 cost, it's expensive, but you get the aerial trait, which does not matter at all inside the kit. You could technically make it matter and play some protection cards or not. And this just says after you change hero form, you can choose to exhaust this to change to hero form, to give War Machine a tough status card, which is just so good. It's absurdly good. And we talked about how we have a huge incentive to jump up and down to refill our ammo, like jump up, mag dump, jump down. Jump up, get a tough, mag dump, jump down. Like that is kind of your loop, and it is so addicting. It's more-ish. You kind of want to do it. And this is a key part. This is his most expensive card tied with an ally. This card is great. It's also a 3-cost tech card, which there are not that many expensive tech cards in the game. So if you want to play repurpose, you can repurpose this away. And I usually repurpose this away on the last turn because you just get a free 3 damage and a ready or 3 thwart and a ready. It's really, really, really good. This card's sick. Now, of course, we're playing protection, and so for all those reasons, we have the easiest way to ever jump up and jump down with 3 copies of Ready for a Fight. Now, there is some downsides to Ready for a Fight. It's not exactly perfect, because there's things we want to do in Alter Ego when we start our turn. We generally want to check out the bunker, but we can't. We have to immediately jump up and get our toughness, which is fine. It refills our ammo. I do want to say a big problem with this deck is it doesn't have physical resources, and usually most tech decks are almost entirely off energy resources, and we have a lot of mentals as well. So playing Ready for a Fight kind of does suck. Like it's not that easy. This deck just doesn't have enough physical resources. So this is a bit of a struggle. I didn't choose to play practice plan. And I think I'm at the point in my Marvel Champions journey where like I used to play like 3 Ready for Fights, 1 practice plan. And it's a nice combo. But I don't anymore. I don't know if that's wrong or not. I think I'm getting this consistently enough that I don't really care about it. And you can always stay up 1 turn in hero mode. Like you don't always have to do this every single turn, jump up and jump down. But yeah, Ready for Fight's obviously very, very good. And we're going to play it. The biggest thing we need to get on the table as soon as possible is the Quinn Carrier, which we are an Avenger, so we can generate a physical consistently, and we need a physical to play RFAF, and it's not that easy to play. Bullets reload guns, duh. Bullets reload guns. 2 Against the World is pretty good. Def run it if you're playing Expert. Keeping 1 stun gun for Leo is good. 2 Against the World. Is that the team up? I'm not playing it. I think it's okay, but I think team ups are not that good. And I think this card it's good for what it does, but like, I don't know. Maybe we could try it. I have an extra slot in this deck that we'll get to in a second that I don't know what to do with, and it could be this. This is generally a really good card, especially for the way we're playing in protection, but yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Now, Speaking of being an alter ego, we got these two cards, and these two cards are really fun. It's Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons. I believe they're a couple. They cost 3, and they have like a resource generator type effect. But if you are shield traded, which unfortunately we're only in alter ego, as much as Gemma can be used in any side, Leo can only be used in alter ego, so that's okay usually. We are only shield traded when we're alter ego, and when we get Leo down for 1 resource because he's 2 cheaper if we're shield traded, we can search our deck for a tech card and add it to our hand. Our deck has a lot of tech cards, and they're some of our most important cards. Also, we're adding more tech cards to the deck, and I just want to shout out Energy Shield, which is a card that I don't care about its text, but it is uniquely a 0-cost tech card. And I think having a 0-cost tech card in the deck is already like just worth it, because you can grab it with Leo Fitz, and you can just play it, and having a cheap tech card on the table matters for things like Repurpose, as much as the cost of the card makes Repurpose better, but just having a 0-cost tech card is the floor of this thing. Notably, we can't shuffle this back into our deck, but anytime we grab a tech card and it goes into our discard pile, we can shuffle it back into our deck immediately with our alter ego action and then fire Leos. So we can always get to our tech cards no matter where they go. If they're in our hand, our deck, or a discard pile, we always will have access to them if we're an alter ego. Now, Gemma is a bit more playable because she is just a resource generator. She doesn't care about alter ego text, and she just generates a mental resource, which the resource type doesn't matter for any tech card so far. And that's it. And she just generates a resource, and she costs 1 if you play an alter ego, which is really, really good. Rocket loves Energy Shield. Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could see it. Team ups are weird. I find them super fun 2-player and clunky and solo, but that's probably by design. I think we're going to talk a bit about the team ups today after we play a game. Josh from Get Up and Game put out a video going through all of the team ups when it comes to the new team up support, not support, but team up support event. I wanted to do that video and talk about it anyways, so we're going to have a bit of overlap, which is a bit ugly. But the short of the long is, like, I don't often like team ups in solo, and I don't think the new card that's coming out is actually going to move the needle at all, which is a bit disappointing. But we might talk about that between games because it's interesting for sure. Anyways, these cards are really good, and this just means when we jump down to alter ego, we get +1 card and +1 resource, and generally the card we get from this is a tech card. Of course it is, so we can always play it with Gemma, so it's a really nice package if you can get these down. In terms of the other cards we're playing 1 copy Stun Gun. I'm not a huge stun gun lover. It's a 2-cost card that comes in with 2 charges. It is a weapon, but our restricted slots are not used outside of this, even though we have a lot of weapons. And we can exhaust this to spend 1 or 2 charges to either stun a minion for 1 charge or stun the villain for 2 charges. This card is a lot better in the scenario we're playing, and the scenario we're playing is actually so fun because Black Widow has text that fires that's a bit risky whenever you attack her. So like hitting her with the machine gun to thwart for 5 and do 5 damage is like a really cool thrill. This matchup is kind of sick. But stun gun, yeah, Metaverse thing is a great one of. It's a good enough one of because in certain scenarios you want to get it, but specifically because this is an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. scenario, there's a lot of characters that are vulnerable, and so having access to a Stun or Confused, they can spend 1 charge to just ping an aim scientist, and it just discards it, is really good in this campaign. Now, we're not going to be playing the full Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. campaign for like so many reasons. We can only kind of do that once a month and feel good about it. But yeah, it's nice to have this as an option if you need it, when you need it. And it's a 2-cost tech card. With Gemma, it's a 1-cost tech card, so it's pretty good. Now, of course, the big thing we're playing is Repurpose. Man, these cards are so cool when a card like this comes out. This came out in SPDR, so it's been a while. I think it's SPDR. I'm pretty sure it's SPDR when this came out. But we have 3 copies of this. Originally, I was on 2, and I'm like, what are you doing? Just play 3 of them. It's a 0-cost event that says discard a tech upgrade. Choose a stat type, attack, thwart, or defense. And then at the end of the round, until the end of the round, you'll get +X, where X is the cost of the card you've defeated. So this is why I think it's really important to have a 1-cost tech card, which there's not that many in the game that I want to play. Like, I don't want to play electrostatic armor. It's like at a minimum, and mind you, it doesn't have to be like this. Generally, you want to discard something that costs more than 0 or 1. If you're in hero mode, you can just repurpose. You can discard your missile launcher. You're ready. Now you can either attack for 3, thwart for 2, or come down and recover. Once you come down, you use your alter ego to shuffle the missile launcher back into your deck. Then you can grab it with Leo, and then you can just play it again with Gemma for free. So you have this access to this really, really, really easy repurpose loop where anytime you discard one of your tech cards, you can always shuffle it back in with James, and then you can grab it with Leo, and then you can play it with Gemma. Now, it doesn't have to be 1 cost. Technically, 1 cost is okay. 2 cost is affordable because you're only spending 1 extra card on it. And again, the better the cost of the card is, the more value you're getting from Repurpose, which is quite cute. It's like such a nice loop to get going, and we can do it super, super consistently without having a huge cost to our board state, which is really, really cool. Now, I do want to say this deck is probably not finished. So far, I've played like 5 or 6 different variants of this. When I started building this deck, it's actually more of a shield deck that was playing like, what's it called? The shield ship that like pings people for damage. It was running like government liaison. It was running a whole bunch of shield allies. It was even running Black Widow protection, who I never play, but she is shield traded. And so the idea is that we played all these shield cards with shield payoffs, including Gem and Leo. And then we were playing Energy Barrier. And then Energy Barrier is a really good card, one of my favorite protection cards. And then we were playing for like a Change of Fortune as well. So that all we would do is we would weaken the minions with like pinging them with missile launchers and our machine gun. And then Energy Barrier, when they would attack us, because the villain would take off our toughness, they would defeat themselves to Energy Barrier. And so Energy Barrier is a 3 of in James Rhodes and a War Machine deck is like a pretty common thing I think you can find in Marvel CDB. But I ended up cutting all of them. And I don't think there's any more tech cards in the deck than what you see. And from my experience, I think that's actually correct. Because Energy Barrier is not particularly good if you're jumping up and down and you have toughness all the time. It's not bad. And I could see us playing one of, same way that a lot of decks play like one of force field generators. But ultimately, the fact that we have access to toughness means that I don't really care for these protection cards as much as they are tech cards and have synergy. So I can't tell. But the original version of this had 3 Energy Barriers, a Change of Fortune, and then I played a bunch of reps with this deck, and I just never played an Energy Barrier because it's way more important to set up your cards, your like James Rhodes, your War Machine cards, and then those cards were just a bit extra. Energy Shield does see consistent play, and Stun Gun is a good tech card against vulnerable and or just like stunning in a panic, but everything else felt just like super extra. So I don't know. I think there's a couple slots in this deck I'm not sure of, but there is so many options. As much as it is like a constricted smaller pool, there's a lot of options of what you could do with repurpose, and we're playing very few other options. Like we're not playing, again, the Energy Barriers that are force field generators, and I honestly feel pretty good about it, weirdly enough. Black Widow does help against the bad treacheries. Yeah, I mean, she helps against the bad treacheries. That's exactly what she does. She is a bit expensive. She only has 2 health, so you only use her once, and then she just sits there. Like, I get why she's there, but I don't know. You reveal a different treachery. I mean, getting a bad treachery at the bad time usually does cook you when you play solo, but I've never felt the urge to spend 3 resources on her and then spend another resource for her to fire. Like, spending functionally 5 resources to cancel a treachery feels so silly to me. I don't know. It's okay. Mutant Genesis with this deck sometimes and roll build into Man on the Wall and 1x firepower. Man on the Wall is like, I wish we could play this. Man, this card is so fun. The soldier trait exists on like 3.5 characters. I wish it was more common. No Ever Vigilant. No. Ever Vigilant is the ready one? Oh no, the aerial one. No, I don't actually care for this that much. I think our ready is okay. So this removes 2 thwart from the main scheme. How's it going, by the way, Robert? It removes 2 threat from the main scheme and readies us. Our ready is not super important. Like, we only have 2 attack. It's not bad, but we don't have any way to make it that better unless we're also playing Repurpose, which that does double down on it. But Ever Vigilant is a card that's only playable once you get Aerial, and that's only playable once you get your 3 cost upgrade. And that always bothers me because your 3 cost upgrade, you don't always get it consistently. Like, sometimes you get it on turn 1, but sometimes you get it on like turn 5. Do those games suck? Yeah, they do anyways. But then having more cards that are only good once we're already set up doesn't sit well with me, right? Because ultimately we want to get our upgraded chassis as soon as possible, but then having a card that's only good in the state that we're already winning the game feels weird to me, right? Like, I want most of the cards in our deck to help the deck get to the point where we can play the upgraded chassis, as opposed to the cards that are only good once we already have our best engine on the table, right? Like, one of them just feels like win more, and I kind of feel like we want more cards that are like, I hope you can survive to get to the win more section. Hey, greetings. Kaiki, how's it going? I don't have any idea if I'm saying that correctly. If I'm playing a team up, I'm using an ally that sticks around a long time, no chump block, or have a lot of card draw or ally recurring. Yes. If Ever Vigilant better than What Doesn't Kill Me? Kind of. What Doesn't Kill Me is like super comparable. We have issues generating physicals, so that's already pretty hard. The difference with this is that it just heals 2 from you, which if you're tough spamming, maybe that's less useful. But this readies us, and it doesn't thwart. And the thing about why I like Ever Vigilant is that we're not very good at thwarting, and if we ready ourselves, we can only thwart 1. Ever Vigilant technically lets us thwart for like 3. So they're comparable cards, and What Doesn't Kill Me sees a lot more play, considering it's not like trade locked. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Hoping to draw what you need and just restarting till you do. Yeah, we just keep mulliganing. Okay, so this is another really fun combo you can do. This is Munitions Bunker, and this is location and a shield card. It says, as a hero action, you can always just move all ammo counters from here to War Machine by exhausting this. But if you're an alter ego, you can exhaust this just to place 2 ammo counter on it. Oh my god, is this card so greedy and so fun? And it's another really good reason to jump down every turn, because every turn that you jump down, you just start piling up shells on this thing. You just put some ammo on it. you put 2. Then next turn, you put 4. And that's why like Ready for Fight's not always perfect, because you want to actually start your turn in alter ego a lot of the times, because it gets value. You get a lot access to a lot of other value pieces. And merely if you jump back down at the end of that turn, you're okay. And then once this has enough counters, like this can go infinite, you can just move them to you. And then Machine Gun says, oops, you win the game. Like, it's fun. It is a clock that's on the table that every turn, if you can access it, you're going to be putting out 2 more damage. And eventually 2 more damage, enough turns will beat the villain. Importantly, Agent 13 is also such a fun card. She's a shield spy, so you can make her cheaper a bunch of different ways. And after she attacks or thwarts, you can choose a shield support, and you can ready that support. Our deck has only this, and I think the Helicarrier might not be in this list anymore. I'm forgetting what we're doing with the extra shield support slot. But as long as we're in Alter Ego, and even if we're not in Alter Ego, with Agent 13, you can always like thwart and then ready this, and then you can do it again. Now, the thing is, doing it again to put more bullets on it is something you only do in Alter Ego, but it's not uncommon for us to like exhaust this to put like 8 counters on it, whatever, eventually. Then we Agent 13 to ready it, and then we move 8 counters to us when and if we need it. This is basically a death. You're on a clock. You're doomed. The villain is doomed when these hit the table, because it just means that every turn cycle, you're generally adding 4 more damage for the next turn cycle. And then you can just keep saying like, do you want to cash out now or pass it to the next customer? And one of the customers will just like, you know, say, okay, I'm doing 36 damage, and that's enough. For that reason, we're also playing Med Team, which shout out to this being a shield card, which I had no idea. Again, this deck started as a shield synergy package, and then we just kind of let that go. We generally use this to heal ourselves sometimes, but largely to heal Agent 13. Because if Agent 13 can stay on the table forever, again, you just pass it on to the next customer. You pay for their order. And eventually, the order is so good that the villain dies. This is not a really good allegory. Agent 13 also works on Miss Marvel's fave card, Helicarrier. Phil, there, I just heard that I saw that you said Helicarrier. I'm like, why? And then I'm like, okay, that makes a lot of sense. How's it going? Excited to see some War Machine. This is Protection War Machine with Repurpose. No surprise. Really good fun. I think we might not have Helicarrier in this list. Let's talk about allies. We have allies. We have way more allies in this deck than I'm used to. And the big reason is we're not good at thwarting. We're pretty okay at taking 1 hit a turn, so we don't need our allies to chump block. But generally, our allies will push us forward consistently while we set up our upgrades and kind of faff around to do all our tech stuff. Iron Man, we have to play. He's our unique. He has reasonable stats, like 3 health, 3 cost, 2 thwart, 2 attack, 1 consequential is like pretty standard for a lot of like unique allies. And after he enters play, you can search your deck and discard pile for a tech upgrade and add it to your hand. The issue is the more expensive the tech upgrade, the less likely you are to be able to play it alongside Iron Man, because if you play Iron Man for 4 cards, where you're generally left with 1.5 cards in your hand, and good luck. You can't play anything really, really good with that, but it's not a bad card. If you have a whole bunch of doubles and it's turn 1, like you can sometimes do Iron Man into upgraded chassis. You can also just hold on to the tech card, but I don't love doing that. Iron Man is fine. There is a team up, but again, the team up requires you to keep Iron Man on the table, which is maybe more doable with Med Team, but technically Iron Man has like an enter the board effect, so you don't want him to stay around forever. So we'll see how it works. Spider Bite, man, this card makes no sense thematically, but she's so good. She says reduce the cost of Spider Bite for each tech card you play. We usually have 3 tech cards on the table constantly, and while we'll discard some tech cards, Spider Bite is usually just a free 4 thwart or a free 2 thwart and a block if you need it. She's really quite good. Hey Vrauko, how's it going? Sky Destroyer, thank you. Sky Destroyer is the one I was thinking of originally when this was meant to be like a shield themed deck. The problem is like Sky Destroyer is kind of ultimately what you don't want with James Rhodes, because you have so much damage attached to like slow upgrades that like spending another slow upgrade type card, like a support just to ping for 2, it's like that is what your kit does anyways. So it doesn't like add anything. Like I love playing Sky Destroyer in like Justice Hawkeye or something like that, because it adds a bit of ping damage in a deck that's not very good at doing ping damage. The thing is our deck is all about ping damage. So Sky Destroyer might not be the card we want to play. We're playing Ironheart because she's good. Honestly, this makes me feel a bit boring, but like she's good. And we're playing power in all of us. So like that's a really easy conclusion, but she has no inherent synergy with the deck. Besides, she is in a machine suit and I feel like we're all friends. A Grand Ward is a cheap spy card. I like this. It's fun. I always play Grand Ward. And then we're playing Nick and Prof because I can't keep showing up here every stream and being like, we're playing Nick and Prof and having to explain myself. If you think I'm boring, you can roast me. I will pause for about 30 to 40 seconds. You can give me the Nick and Prof roast and I'll have my coffee. Thank you. Hope your weekend's been good. Jai, did you like win a big event online like last night? Jai, have you been busy? Have you been busy winning a big event last night? Winter Soldier, Captain America, Captain Marvel, Flash Thompson, Cable War Machine. Is that every soldier? Odd to me that Logan doesn't have the soldier trait, honestly. Yeah, I think that might be it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I posted a few times about Marvel Champions in a comic YouTube Discord I followed this month. Would love if more comic readers got into the game. I wonder what the overlap is. This is a really interesting thing that shows up in Netrunner, but also shows up in Marvel Champions. Most of the people who play this card game are not card gamers. They're board gamers. The same way for Netrunner. The most people who play Netrunner don't come from card game backgrounds. They come from board game backgrounds. Now, I don't know what the overlap is between board gamers and like comic book readers. Obviously, there has to be some. I don't think the Venn diagram is a circle, but it's a weird thing that this is like a card game, but it's largely played by board gamers, at least from my experience. The morning, but actually, yes, Cloud Gone. I don't know what Cloud Gone means, Jai. Ironheart is a boring design, but card draw's fun. I mean, yeah, she's fine. She just means you can do something with your hand. She's okay. Boom Guy's War Machine aggression deck was great. I'm not sure what Boom Guy did on his War Machine thing. I remember when he posted it, we played a video where we played aggression War Machine. We played against like, I want to say Drang. I know I played it off camera against Nebula and had a good time. It's up on the channel. Maybe it'll be linked below, but aggression War Machine is a ton of fun. You got a lot of good support in the shield wave. I can't tell what shape the Sky Destroyer is supposed to be every time I see the art. My brain thinks it's the airplane for the poster for the airplane movie. Yeah, it's bulbous. This kind of reminds me of like a Super Smash Bros. Melee stage, like Lilat, or not Corneria, the other one. Maybe it's Corneria head on. But yeah, it's this does not look aerodynamic. It looks like a potato. Is Rogue in the deck? You can use her on Nick, Prof, and Grant for no downside, or use her on yourself when you don't have tough. No, I'm not playing Rogue. I do think the cost curve of this deck is a bit high. Sorry, not you. And so Rogue is like very expensive. You're right that we can use her with these allies, but then we have all that to line up, and it's not super consistent. The same thing that like I thought at a minute that we put a Yellow Jacket in this deck, but I also don't think that's worth it because we honestly have like only 10 upgrades. We all have more events than upgrades, and a lot of times our upgrades stick on the table, so Yellow Jacket gets worse. The reason why I brought that up is because I wanted to say Iron Lad, and then I got lost thinking about Yellow Jacket. But same thing with Iron Lad. Like this is good with certain allies. I just think like our deck is already combo centric. That having a Rogue in our hand and then doing that instead of setting up like a cheaper ally is probably not going to happen. You're right that it's ugly when we have toughness, and that's a problem, but yeah, I honestly think that's a pretty big downside because when we jump up, we'll have a toughness and then we can't use Rogue. So it's a bit weird. Does this deck have ready for a fight? I missed a lot of the deck talk. Yes, it has 3. Of course it does have 3. You can always villain theory. I'm not saying like don't watch live, but on YouTube you can go backwards and like watch a 2x speed to eventually catch up. But yeah, but you can ask questions. I don't know why I'm saying that. That seems weird. I got some MTG players to try Marvel Champions and Arkham. They love them both so far. Oh, sick. Nice. Hey, okay, cool. Lila with Cursed Slopes. Yeah, Lila with Cursed Slopes. It's weird. Queen Carrier. And we are actually playing the canonical Helicarrier. Okay, so the first time I played this deck, I did not have Helicarrier in it. We wanted Helicarrier in it because it is a shield support. So on the worst case, you can ready this with Agent 13 if your bunker is not worth readying. I mean, maybe that's okay. This deck is a bit expensive and it has already like 3.5 resource generators. I don't know if we need the 4th one. Turns out Helicarrier is not my favorite card all the time. A Queen Carrier on the other side is really important for the deck. It generates a wild resource, and we are an Avenger when we're in hero mode. And the thing is, we have ready for a fight that needs a physical, and our deck does not make physicals consistently. So this card is actually a priority to set up. Then, of course, Evaluate Threat might be one of the best cards printed in a long time, a basic card. We've seen some really good basic cards, but this is definitely one of them. When you complete this, it only has 2 threats, so you have to work a bit hard with War Machine, but I think all our allies do clear it in a single shot. You can grab an Avenger or Shield card, add it to your hand, and play it for 2 costs cheaper. Not only is the Helicarrier cost 1 or the Queen Carrier cost 1, not only can you get Iron Man for 1, which is kind of interesting, you can get Nick for 2, you can get Agent 13 for 2, but you actually can get a free munitions bunker, which is kind of cool because this is not usually a priority setup. It's a bit greedy. You can get a med team for 1, which is not something I realized. You can get Leo and Gemma either for free or for 1, even in hero mode, which is cool. So there's like a ton of targets with Evaluate Threat. It's such a good card and it's so flexible. Don't feel bad about putting this on the table and not clearing it right away and playing around Master Plan a bit on Expert. But when you do fire this, you generally get some really, really good tempo and you can set up consistently. This card is so damn good. You also can play it and clear it in Alter Ego because you're shield traded in Alter Ego. Not a lot of characters are able to play this in Alter Ego because they're usually not Avenger or Shield. Shield more common. Then we're playing Energy, Genius, and Strength, and then we have one copy of the Power in All of Us. Power in All of Us looks so much better in this deck, and that's because War Machine's cards are kind of gray, right? Like, if you put a neutral card next to a War Machine card, and then you kind of like squint a bit, you'd be like, whoa, those are both neutral cards. And so the Power in All of Us just generates so many more resources, depending on your prescription. This card's still good, though. Like, naturally, we have enough neutral cards, and a lot of them cost 2+, besides, I think, uniquely Grant Ward. So that's okay, and Evaluate Threat, I guess. The problem is I don't know what to do with the 40th slot. So what I did is played an alternate art, The Power in All of Us, which is the same as the first one, but the art is different. Now, the reason why we do this is now we can basically do some like very on-the-fly A/B testing, which whenever we draw this, we can be like, okay, that's Magneto. What could Magneto be that would be better for us? And then basically play like some sort of mental game of Marvel Champions and then figure out what that slot should be. Like Metaphor's saying 2 against the world, and that's what I mean. Like, I actually have this slot here so we can test it to see if it's better to be 2 against the world. What we're going to do is we're going to play a couple games today with this and then figure out what card this could be. So anytime you see Magneto and whoever this character is on the left, please tell me what you think that card in her hand would best be. And then at the end of the stream, we'll know what the perfect card for this deck is. Again, I've changed this deck a fair bit. It had like energy barriers. It had like a change of fortune. It had no helicarrier. It's actually gone through a bunch of iterations. It had more shield cards. It had Sky Destroyer. Like, there's a lot you can do with it. A Nick Fury Sr., I mean, probably not, but like we could keep that in mind. Like Government Liaison is the other card I want to play in this deck because it's a cheap shield support. The problem with Government Liaison that breaks my heart, as much as this card is not unique, it says exhaust this to play a shield card from your hand, reducing its resource cost by 1, which is perfect. However, it's a hero action. So like if you want to play Leo Fitz for free, you can't. That sucks. You can't. It does work with Helicarrier though, which is cool. But yeah, you can't. So it's not in the deck anymore. That's it. This list is fun. This matchup is tricky because Black Widow is like very tricky, but the fact that we have a machine gun that removes threat is like the coolest thing in this matchup, as much as you have to take some risks. And then she can spawn a bunch of minions, and it's not always going to work out for you, but it's a fun place to start. After this, we might talk a bit about some team up stuff. We'll see how we're feeling. And then from that point forward, I want to play against Iron Man, the leader, and then just put a whole bunch of tech cards and have like a tech guy against tech guy fight. Mockingbird, yeah, Javier, how's it going? Mockingbird was in the list too for a bit of support with the shield trait. She was in one of the earlier iterations with Government Liaison. Mockingbird's not a bad card for sure. The thing is, like, if we're jumping up and down and our deck is working, we don't really need the stun that much. It's not like the stun is bad. Like, everyone likes a stun. But we already have access to stun in the deck, kind of on tutor ability, so I'm not sure. I think we might want something that has better, like, numbers on tempo. But I could be wrong about that. Sky Destroyer is totally the Great Fox. I cannot say, yeah, it's the Great Fox. I think that's the name of the ship. I also think it's really fun, but it will annoy a lot of people. Instead of saying Corneria, you say Corneria. Nobody likes to hear Corneria, but it might be canonically correct. For jumping up and down, I default to Gambit. Yeah, I could see that. Mind you, we did play this, but Gumby is so good because Gumby is just good and scales well into expert. But the best thing about Gumby in solo is that when you look at the top 3 cards of the deck, you are basically, unless you're decking out, you get to see your boost card and your treachery, or whatever your encounter card is, so you know when it's safe to jump down. I think Gambit makes a lot of sense in that slot. It might be better than the team up. You can't go back in time. When Caleb said that in an interview about design, it helped me a lot, yo. What a swell dude. Cute. A value threat is a card I haven't used yet. I haven't been playing Avengers or Shield Heroes lately, but seems good. I have been so jazzed to be playing old characters recently, and I don't know what that is. Like, I think I like old characters a lot. Like, technically, like, my highest concentration of my favorite characters is between X-Men and X-Force waves. But like, some of the Avengers are sick. And like, I don't want to say this because there's probably no truth to this, but one of the things I really appreciate about, okay, no, now we've doubled down. We have to talk about this. I don't know if this is true, but it does feel like to some extent, when it comes to like Jessica Jones, who's not out yet, so our opinions on it don't matter. They're not real opinions. We've never seen the card. We've never played the deck. We have no idea how it is. Same with Daredevil. We have no idea how it's actually going to work out. But a lot of the older characters like Hulk have really pronounced downsides. Mind you, we played a whole Hulk campaign last week on Expert and had a great time, barring Batroc. And like, I like playing characters that have big downsides. Like, they have big problems that you have to deal with, either through good play, intentional play, or through deck building. And a lot of the older characters, for better for worse, have downsides, really big ones. I'm not saying we won't see characters that modernly are designed that don't feel like that, but a lot of the characters are a lot smoother these days. And I kind of do, you know, pine for a day in which I have a clumsy ass Hawkeye for some reason. A hidden conflict? Sorry, if you're jumping up and down, maybe hidden base. Yeah, as Andy is saying, hidden base is like kind of extra because we have our chassis. We don't need this. Hawkeye's always going to be my number one. Love the puzzle. I'm a huge Hawkeye fan. He's also can play a pretty mean shield deck. I want to play him with Ronin, and I know it's total nonsense, but canonically he is a Ronin. But I think it can make sense because Mockingbird, his ally, will leave him with no allies in play if you fire her text, which means you will get the retaliate, which is kind of cute, but kind of useless. I don't know. I'm a big Hawkeye fan. We have to play more. Alliance cards help low win rate heroes. Really? I don't know what alliance cards are as a solo player. What alliance card helps? I have a character for you with huge downsides. The cool thing is that she rides a Pegasus. Uh-oh. I need to abort this talking point. I mean, she's okay. I wish I liked Valkyrie more than I did. I've enjoyed her every once in a while, but like her upsides are clumsy. That's a problem. Like she feels clumsy. She doesn't feel fun. Like Hulk feels fun. Well, Hulk has fun cards. I argue that Valkyrie outside of playing multiplayer doesn't have that many fun cards. Design this wave will be interesting with the new designers. I wonder how much their experience affects the power potential lack of downsides of their designs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they've like said something concrete about it to be like, for this wave we wanted to do X and Y, so we veered towards this as opposed to previous designs. They're very good at communicating and explaining what they're doing, so I'd be very happy. I know I wanted to ask specifically, and they were answering some questions on one of the last live stream, but I'm not sure where you're meant to go to field those questions. But for instance, like there's no research generators in these upcoming sets at all. Like so far we've seen 0 research generators, I think. Besides Echo has one, I think. But like there's no, you know, defender traded neutral resource generator. And like that's a design decision. Why? Right. And I'm not saying it's bad. It's just like I want to hear why. Like these are interesting points to be like, hey, we think the game is better when you don't have research generators, or we think it's enough to have, you know, Helicarrier and the Avengers Mansion or whatever. Made a proxy of the Ronin sword with Godslayer, pretty sick. Direct Force made him very strong with AoE too. Wait, what? The Ronin sword with Godslayer. I think the Ronin cards are protection cards. The Godslayer is an aggression card. I'm not sure I follow. What do you mean, Valko? They both said they expect more new players to join the game this way than usual, but that's the heroes are more complicated than usual. Yeah, they did say that like for a lot of people, this is going to be their first box after the core set. So they wanted to make these like exciting and approachable, but some of them are, yeah, quite complicated. The same way that like Captain America, who was a lot of people's first hero, is so not complicated. Not that he's not fun, but he's very much not complicated. All right, with that, I think we're off. This is Black Widow. I think Black Widow is easily the best part of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. box. Mind you, I do have a solo slant, and a lot of this box is maybe not perfect for solo, but she is just so cool. Oh, hold on, that's not right. Villain name, Black Widow. Okay, so the Widow's Web, we're playing stock standard for now, as much as we enjoyed playing with some other encounter sets, and we probably will today. So we're having 2 encounter sets in here, Aim Abduction and Aim Science. So a couple of those are, there's at least only one vulnerable character, I think, and Aim Abduction wants to eat our allies, which we have a bunch of allies, and some expensive ones that are going to be hard to get back. So each player searches the encounter deck for a minion and puts it in play, engage with them. I've seen a lot of different gameplay on the internet of people prioritizing different characters. Like some people want to grab the Aim Scientist immediately. I honestly don't. I want to grab the Aim Commando, I think, more often than not. And that's because the Quick Strike won't fire, and this card has preparation text. So if you could break 2 things at once, like attacking the villain at the end of your turn, Aim Commando spawns, attacks you for 2, and then survives into the villain phase and attacks you for 2, is a disaster. So I do want to kind of diffuse this as soon as we can. Now you could gain the Aim Scientist, and that's fine because we have to attack this turn and not much else to do, as much as attacking the villain is almost always relevant. But the Aim Scientist comes back so commonly in this scenario because every like other aim card grabs this, so I'm not rushing to do that. The other one you could get is the Aim Guard, because the Aim Guard is like not particularly, or the Aim Grunt is not particularly meaningful, and it does have annoying of preparation, but like we are not going to clear this anytime quickly, so I think we'll just go for the Aim Commando and try and figure out 1 more damage to deal with this. We need 1 more damage. I've just talking about Hawkeye aggression, using a Godslayer themed as a Ronin sword. He can swing hard, especially now with aggressive conditioning. Oh, interesting. I played a ton of the Avengers, but lately I've been playing Guardians and Web Warriors. I have next to zero experience with spiders, and I like tinkering with Guardian decks. Guardian was like not a set that I played a lot of, and that's because it was at the point where like I was getting into the game. I think late 2022. I think I said 2023 on a video recently. It's 2022. I'm pretty sure. And so like I played through it relatively quickly, and the Guardian's Most Wanted box, Galaxy's Most Wanted box, excuse me, was like, you know, we know how it is. So not a lot of those characters that I experienced too much. I played through them quickly. The whole Guardian like team subtype being about like attaching upgrades to allies is something I don't care about, so I never played a lot of them. The thing with Web Warriors is they're really good and they're really fun, but a lot of the Web Warrior like synergy packages kind of overwhelm what they're doing because they're just like way more important. I usually go for the commando and with the normal mod sets, and actually most of the time. Yeah, I think I usually go for the aim commando. I think it sits well with me to go for it. Excuse me, the Guardian lacks resource generators IMO, so playing as many as you can helps them. Yeah, the closest they have is Nowhere, right? Which is not a resource generator per se, but it's a very, very, very good card. Draw a card when you play an ally is fantastic. The Guardian allies also being trait locked means you don't splash them a lot. I don't know why they're also aggressively trait locked. They are good cards, maybe that's why. And so we don't have like more basic soup problems. But like, man, you'd want to play these cards more, you just can't. So yeah, Guardians are like pretty insular. You don't want to play Nowhere in a lot of other places. Okay, alter ego text. Our text doesn't really matter. The cool thing here is if we draw an expensive upgrade or an upgrade we think is good or an event we think is good, but we're not going to play it, we just discard it and shuffle it back. It's free real estate. We draw 6 cards. So first cards are Repurpose and Energy. Repurpose we're never going to keep on turn 1 because it's like so conditional, but we usually keep the double. I'll put Repurpose in the maybe camp, but probably not, right? Targeted Strike. All right, and honestly, pretty good. The best thing to get with Targeted Strike would be to draw our whatever our research generator is called, because we have an energy for the research generator that plays Targeted Strike for free. I guess I didn't flip over the main scheme, and we should have, but the main scheme flips over. We didn't finish setting up. Comes in with 2 threat. Mind you, this has 2 threat per player per turn because it's X is the stage number, which is such cool text that we haven't really seen before, and it seems so obvious, so that's great. And then when she's revealed, she places 2 threat on this, so we're at 4 threat. Now, the issue with solo is, and we have no confuse in the deck besides 1 Prof X, is that Black Widow has a whole bunch of cards that just say she schemes. There's technically 4 cards in the counter deck that just says Black Widow schemes, and she schemes for 2 and a boost, and we put 2 a turn. So her reach is like 7, which means if this is not down to 2, we can just lose on the spot, which is like kind of frustrating. That's my only downside with Black Widow, but if you have a bit of status effect, she feels a bit more fair. Now, the upside to you is that when you choose to attack Black Widow, as long as there's threat here, you have to remove 1 threat and reveal the top card of the deck, and if it's a preparation, it'll do its text. Generally, no matter what, the damage will go through, but some preparation stop that. So at least you have other ways to do threat work kind of at the same time. But you have to watch out because if she puts 2 here and then schemes for 2 in a card, that's 7. So yeah, you can just get got by that, which is not the best feel. Villain setups before player setup, for sure it is, yeah. It goes like villain setup, campaign setup, hero campaign setup, I think. But whenever it matters, I double check. It's at the end of the rules book. Nebulon Expert's so frustrating. Who the heck playtested and called it fun? I mean, I think people tune Kazuko and complained that the Rise of Red Skull was too easy, so they swung in the other direction. She is a bit much. All right, Ready for a Fight. So technically, Ready for a Fight is okay in our opening hand. We know we have 2 more copies, but the big thing with this is we don't want to we want to jump up this turn because we have hero stuff we want to do. So we might not keep it and just have the other 2. Okay, at least a Ready for a Fight plays a Ready for a Fight. And we have a Repulsor Beam. Okay, so the Repulsor Beam is nice. It can knock out the aim commando, who's on a table. But honestly, I don't like much of this. This will leave us with only 1 Ready for a Fight in the deck cycle. This Ready for a Fight's not even that good until we find our chassis. So I think we just mulligan all of this and probably even the Repulsor Beam. I think we're much better off finding an ally because the ally can knock out the aim commando alongside our 2 attack. Maybe thwarting will be an issue, but Targeted Strike will do most of the thwarting. So I'm going to mulligan 4 of these because I can't play 2 cards for this Repulsor Beam and 2 cards for Targeted Strike and feel good about it. Final card could be a practice plan for extra RFAF. Well, I took practice plan out of the deck. I'm not super convinced I like it that much. Okay, stun gun. I mean, it does something with a double. We can stun our aim commando and keep this around for repurpose. Grand Ward, that's what I mean. We'll find something cheap, so now we're guaranteed to take it on the aim commando. The repurpose plan, we could do it. I don't know if it's that good this turn. It'd be nicer to keep repurpose on a turn where you really need the tempo. And then we did draw our gauntlet gun, so actually this hand came together. I'm glad that we mulliganed aggressively. Cool. Shout out to Villain Theory, put out a video about mulliganing earlier this week, I want to say. It's cool. We spend a lot of time talking about mulliganing on this channel, and a lot of that does line up with how I think about it. All right, so we have no secrets here. We have no tricks. The only thing we can do before we like jump up, which we're just going to straight jump up here, is we can use our, again, it is limited. They rerouted it to shovel the repulsor beam in from our deck into our deck. I honestly, from our discard balancer deck, I don't think we do it because this is not a great card for us to draw. At this point, we're trying to find our upgrades, and this just dilutes the deck slightly. Our deck has a lot of resource generators and a lot of expensive upgrades, so like this will at least add a cheap enough card to the deck. So when we draw a hand, it won't be just like 2-3 cost research generators and we're cooked. So there's a reason you'd want to shuffle it in, but it's not my favorite draw here, right? Like generally we want to be doing thwarting. It's also kind of risky to attack Black Widow for 4 damage because you can flip a preparation that just says do the damage back to you on expert. So you want to go in with smaller damage first. So if this was an upgrade, we'd definitely shuffle it back in, but I don't think we will. So no matter what, we pay 2 for the Gauntlet Gun. So this is our good upgrade. This allows us now to play the targeted strike entirely for free. This leaves us with a very awkward hand because either we play the stun gun and pass, or we play Grant Ward and we float 2 cards, which is terrible. We could also play Grant Ward and then repurpose the Gauntlet Gun. But actually, no, wait, this hand is, but I liked this hand for a moment and then I thought about it and it was bad. It's not good, honestly. I'm watching along with my partner, Villanette here. I was talking through the mulligan and I would have ditched the same 4 for what it's worth. Yo, let's go. That's good to hear. No, I don't love this hand. Like, Grant Ward is good. Grant Ward is good. With the Gauntlet Gun, we're kind of somewhat more incentivized to shovel the repulsor beam back, but we have 1 more repulsor beam, 1 more targeted strike. We can't shovel this targeted strike back because it's an alter ego action and this is a hero card, so that's not gonna be great. But yeah, I mean, this sucks. Like, there's a world that it's right to play stun gun, stun the aim commando, and then just like thwart for 3, attack for 2 and 1 thwart. And then we just use our hand better. I mean, we're not really well equipped to deal with Grant Ward, so I think that's forcing us in that direction. I don't like to admit it, but I think we throw a Grant Ward and we play the stun gun here. So the stun gun has 2 zap counters on it. I wish I had yellow dice, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. So we'll just use black again. So you can exhaust this and spend 1 to 2 charges. We want to spend 1 charge for sure on the aim scientist. So like even using a charge now is somewhat expensive. We will flip up to hero mode, which gives us 5 good old bullets. We will exhaust our Gauntlet Gun and deal remove 3 threat from the Widow's Web. This generates a weapon, an ammo, so we don't actually have to do anything. And that puts us there. And the stun gun right now is just going to do, you know, save 2 damage from us. It's okay. We are playing on expert, or sorry, on standard, not standard 2. So there is, or standard 3. So there is a gang up. We're definitely going to attack for 2 into Black Widow. So we're going to attack Black Widow. So before, when a character would, you remove 1 threat and then you discard the top card of the deck. There's no preparation text on it. So we do our 2 damage. So we did clear all the threat, which is good. I'm going to stun the aim commando. I don't feel great about it. Ultimately, with 2 repurposes out, we don't have to be too greedy with this, but we'll just stun it, and that's it. We'll pass. Not my favorite. All right. What is Rhodey's alter ego action? Not limited once per round has always confused me. It was a misprint. I think they routed that immediately, but this definitely is meant to be once per turn. I'm not sure what happened. First, Energy Shield. Okay, so this is not a great card, but it's cheap. We only have 1 more repurpose in this deck cycle, so we'll get to that. Missile Launcher is good. Again, we have all these bullets that we want to figure out how to use before we jump down. We have a double. Hopefully we find something for it. Gemma, you can sometimes play without jumping down, but we don't really want to be jumping down against Black Widow unless we have a confuse, and we have an evaluate threat. So also an awkward hand here. No allies. Not an easy way to use the double. We can always like play the Gemma, use Gemma to play the missile launcher, but then we're floating a resource. We don't have a way to use a Gauntlet Gun. So far, not a good start. All right, main scheme. This goes to 2. She is going to attack us, and she has a couple encounter cards that just say she attacks you, and she gives it another boost card, which is pretty bad. So she's tagging us for 2 in a card. We don't really want to defend for 2. We could always just like jump down and recover. Sometimes it's hard to jump down, but we'll just take the first attack. So 1, 2, 3, 4 off an aim abductor. We take 4. Aim commando is stunned. 1 encounter card. Aim abductor. Okay, so there's a couple of these. So this is going to spawn a side scheme. When revealed, tuck the ally you control. You're safe, Grant. Tuck the ally you control with the most remaining hit points under abduct superhumans. Otherwise, place 2 threat on abduct superhumans. If it's not in play, put it into play. Okay. So we have issues. This is abduct superhumans. So we put into play, not revealed it, so we don't have to do the search. It says it doesn't really have text It doesn't have text. Technically, when an ally gets knocked out, it gets tucked underneath here. And when we add threat and then acceleration. So this is just 2 threat, and it's basically saying don't play allies for a moment. So that's not too bad. Again, when an ally leaves play, tuck it underneath here, add threat and acceleration. And then when you defeat this, you put each ally tucked underneath here. So you actually can use that to your benefit. The issue is this board state is getting out of hand. The router looks like once per phase. It's an action, so not sure how you do use it more than once per phase. No idea. But they, instead of once per round, they said once per phase. I think that's fine. Okay, so this hand is bad. Evaluate threat we can't even clear. So there's always a world where you play evaluate threat, clear it, grab a Nick Fury for a double, and then just kind of pop off. The issue is we can't clear evaluate threat. We are a 1 thwart character, which does stink. The most amount of damage we have in our hand is 4. So we can knock out the aim abductor or the aim commando, but like we actually could lose on turn 2 here because we have nothing good going for us. Black Widow's going to attack for 2 in a card. We're going to attack for 2 and we're going to be attacked for 2. So we probably have to jump down. This is really, really, really quite bad. We could use half the stun gun, mind you, to stun one of these, and it basically just heals 2. We also could have used stun gun on Black Widow, which ultimately might have been better. It's about the same though, because if we stun aim commando twice, that heals 4. If we stun Black Widow once, it heals about 4. So this is not looking good. This is looking pretty bad. If we want to use Gemma to play the missile launcher, we need to do it in hero mode, which is again pretty awkward. But yeah, this is a very, very bad opening. We have nothing in our hand that does anything with any sort of forward momentum, which is why this deck has a lot of allies, because the allies are the one thing you can guarantee that pushes you forward, where a lot of these upgrades don't. Like, again, this is just spend a card to 2 cards to do 2 damage this turn, which is pretty rubbish. So I think the only thing we can do is like we can attack her to thwart, and then we can just jump down. That's it. And then we have to let her thwart, let these both thwart, and just hope for the best because we got nothing else going for us. So if that's the case, I think if we just play the missile launcher, so it's another weapon that's not restricted, which is a unique angle you have access to. We can't use all these ammo. When we jump down, we can either play Gemma or evaluate threat for 1. I think evaluate threat's a bit better. I think Gemma Simmons is a bit luxurious here. We could use Gemma to play this missile launcher, but then we can't fire it. So I think we need to fire this, and I think we need to set this up because I think we need to get a Nick Fury or something with forward tempo. But this is looking very bad. Okay. So the most important thing we can do is thwart off of that. She can thwart for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if she gets a 3 boost and then she draws another card that says she thwarts, no matter what, we're going to lose. So we have to hope that we're drawing 1 not bad encounter card here. So we're going to attack for 2. I would have played Grant, but your encounter card would have been eaten him. So yeah, the 1 thwart stat here is dire. Yeah, like Grant would have got eaten anyways. It would have also taken a card from our hand, but it would have gone straight eaten. The thing is when it's eaten, it doesn't add any threat here. It adds acceleration. So it would have been bad. I could see wanting to play Grant because like we're pretty bad without allies, but ultimately Grant even can't block. So but Grant would be good because Grant deals with the aim commando in 2 turns. So the stun gun might have been wrong. I just wanted to use our hand, but it might have just been wrong. All right, so we're gonna attack for 2 into Black Widow. We're playing from behind. This is a really big thing, and mind you, villain theory, this is something I think you can address in the mulligan, is like when you're in a bad spot. So say that you're playing against like Ronin or Nebula or a character or a villain that you think you're not favored to win against. And mind you, this is a thing that's really important when it comes to all card games, all board games, and honestly to some extent to life. However, watch out about making this relevant in your life because it can end up making you do some pretty silly stuff. We are playing from behind. And so when we're playing from behind, we have to take risks, right? There's 2 ways to play any game, the risky way or the safe way. The safe way here would be to thwart for 1 jump down. Instead, we're going to attack Black Widow and then hope that we remove 1 threat here. And that is better. It doesn't draw a preparation that spawns another minion, right? That would be a problem. But because we are playing from behind, we have to always take the risky line because we're not going to win taking the safe line. So keep that in mind. A safer thing here would be like to thwart for 1, maybe a jump down, but we're going to just attack twice to clear 2 threat at the same time. As much as damage is not a priority here, like we have to play from behind. Actually, maybe there's even a chance for playing from behind. The right thing to do is use a missile launcher on one of these guys. Ultimately, that removes a threat anyways. If we're going to attack twice, we can remove 2 threat, or we can defeat one of these, they can remove 1 threat. So again, it's also up to you to figure out what to do. But if I'm mulliganing, which is what I'm saying, against something that I don't have a good win rate again, I would mulligan way more aggressively. If I'm playing against something that I don't think is particularly difficult, I would mulligan safer. When you're playing from behind, you just have to take risks because you only win with the best hand. You don't win with an average hand. And we're at the point where we're not going to win with this hand. We have to like do the best thing. So again, that's why I'm saying don't this is really important in all card games and board games, not so much for life, because like if things are not going good, don't go to the casino and put it all in black. I'm not endorsing that. But yeah, playing from behind, you have to start taking risks. So the rest of our turn is not really impactful. Turns out we actually would have liked getting we would have liked shuffling the repulsor beam back in, so we've learned that, I guess. But we can either remove 2 threat here by attacking her twice, or we can remove an ally. Ultimately, the 2 threat here is probably a bit better because we're going to lose the threat sooner. We're going to lose the damage. So we're going to attack her. So we're going to attack Black Widow, which means we remove 1 threat and hope that this does not have text. It doesn't. It's an assault. Okay, cool. That would have been a 0 boost, though. Then we're going to use our missile launcher. Oh, she takes 2, mind you. Then we're going to do the missile launcher. Same thing. So we're going to spend a counter. It removes the threat here. Hope for no bad preparation text. No preparation text. She takes 2 damage. Okay. So we're hurting her. I mean, that's good. We'll jump down to alter ego. And when we do, we have to remove all our ammo counters. I'll just put them over here. Then I can't hold on to Gemma. We have to play Evaluate Threat. We can play this one because we are traded with Shield and alter ego. And when we clear this, we can go grab a card. We're then just going to use our alter ego text to shuffle in the targeted strike. I think it's between the targeted strike here and the repulsor beam. I think the repulsor beam, like the targeted strike is going to be much more important because we know there's going to be a 17 threat on here. So I think we have to go for the target strike, but I'm realizing in hindsight, we would have, like the repulsor beam for sure. Because we had a minion on turn 1. And we had the gauntlet guns. Okay, that's mostly it. We could consider holding onto the double. We're drawing 5 more cards here, and our deck is really, really heavy with allies at this point. Ideally, like we need to draw a good hand anyways, so I don't know. I think we can keep the double here, because the double generally means we can play 2 impactful cards in our hand, and it also means that if we draw an ally, we can clear Evaluate Threat and play Nick Fury, and we might need a Nick Fury tempo turn, so I might hold on to it. Very stupid question, but where did you find these dice? I think it'd be a quite smart idea for different counters. Hey, Citizen, that's actually one of the most commonly asked questions on this channel, so I nearly have a copy-paste answer. There's a website called Burger Tokens that are known for their tokens and their tuck boxes. I use them a lot, but they make these. They're called spin down dice. They're called spin down counters. Technically, they're not dice, right? These are the XLs. I use the XLs for most everything. These are the regular variant, not the weighted variant. They're smaller, but they're nice. And then they tell you which direction to tap them to kind of get to the bigger number. They're really kind that if you are a content creator, they will send you XL counters for free because they get so much good free advertising from it. But I think they're huge. They're really, really good. Why do the risky thing of betting all in black when I can bet all in red? I'll bet on 0. I think I'll hold on to strength. I'm not feeling good. I'm feeling pretty bad, honestly. We'll draw. 1, 2. Oh, firstly, wrong pedal, but oh god, helicarrier. No, not now. Second gauntlet gun. Oh, this is a bad hand. Oh, this hand is terrible. Oh, that's good. Hold on, we're so back. We're so back. We're so back. So this is not an attack, which means it doesn't interact with Black Widow, but we definitely wanted an AoE here. And the final card will be something that thwarts for more than 0. It is! Okay, this hand is good. I think keeping the double, we were somewhat not punished. Been using Burger Tokens from the beginning. The deck boxes are awesome. The dice too replace my counters for a nice variety of colors. Yeah, I like counters or dice so much more than counters, especially because you don't have to have like 17 different bespoke counters for things. You just have like use dice go. And the way that we do health tracking on this channel, people don't even ask about it anymore. So I'm glad. It seems like it is intuitive, so that's good. New subscriber from your collab video with Villain Theory. Welcome to the channel. The dice thing is very commonly asked question. How about including in your video description? Because then I'm just doing an advertisement for free, right? Like imagine that, putting it in the description and just like being an ad for this channel. I bought a lot of these dice, right? Like I'd rather have you ask and interact than being like, I'm an ad. If I like had a sponsorship with them and like a referral code, maybe, but you know what I mean? I actually kind of have 17 dice colors though. Yeah, actually I do have a lot of different dice colors. You're not wrong. All right, we could lose here. Scheming for 2 in a card. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this goes to 8. So we're cooked in most cases. 1 encounter card. This has Surge, so we're gonna find another encounter card. At least the stun gun like just knocks this thing out. So we have a lot of allies. Funny enough, we can just knock it out with a Scorched Earth, so that's fine. Don't scheme. All right, stun. No. This is okay. Attached character cannot attack. When a character would attack, discard this card instead. So we have to waste one of our activations because actually, no, we probably don't attack this turn because Scorched Earth is not an attack. No, this is fine. Ask for a discount code and get a 5% commission. Yeah, I probably would have to do something like that. But they're an American company. I don't know if that matters. I could reach out. They were nice when I reached out before. But yeah, that'd be good. It's a commonly asked question here. I should have a code, that's for sure. Okay, things are bad. Things are definitely bad. We have targeted strike in our hand, which this is remove 3 threat. So this is going to go to 10, but if we attack her at least once, it won't go to 10. So that's good. We either have to exhaust a character you control to get rid of this, so that's fine. We probably won't do it this turn. We can just use can't use the missile launcher though. That's an issue. We can knock out most of these minions by just doing like a scorched earth off of that. Then ready for a fight we could play, but we have to jump up. But we could always do like target strike for 1, ready for a fight for 1. We don't have to play the second gauntlet gun. We can stun the aim abductor, getting rid of the stun gun. The issue is, yeah, this is pretty bad. Nick Fury will save us. So like maybe what we have to do is targeted strike, evaluate threat. Evaluate threat gets Nick Fury. We play Nick Fury for the double and then just see what happens. Because I think if we just dump this hand like this, like play an RFAF, which won't matter. We have a scorched earth with a missile launcher that will deal with most of the table. But then we have to targeted strike this. This will go down to 5 and then back up to 7. And if she draws a card that says she schemes, at least we can get attacked. But I think we just have to go for Nick, because Nick is going to cost us a few cards to get a bunch of more cards, and then we'll have a blocker, and that's probably a bit better. So we're going to go for the Nick angle for sure. We can't really do Nick and Alter Ego because we have to thwart. So the one thing we can decide is whether you want to shuffle a card back. At this point, a Repulsor Beam is not a good draw. I'm going to fall farther down to Sunk Cost Fallacy, but the Repulsor Beam is not a great draw here because we can't even attack. So we're just going to not use our text and flip up. All right, we might as well use the missile launcher. We have our 5 bullets. So we're going to use the missile launcher, not the missile launcher, sorry, the gauntlet gun. Gauntlet gun. I think I'm putting my research generators on the back line. So we're going to use this to generate 1 for the targeted strike, which uses the ammo it generates to clear evaluate threat. So we can search our deck and discard pile for a shield or Avenger card and add it to our hand. Every character could do this on the table. This card is so, how good is this card in multiplayer? Like, I know it's good, but how, like, do people pop off when you clear this? So we can find an Avenger or Shield card. So we have a lot of cards that don't progress the game forward. Iron Man could get us an upgrade, but I think the most important thing here is just to get stuff on the table. Agent 13 has nothing she interacts with, so we just go grab Nicholas. Okay, so Nick now only costs 2, so we're just going to play Nick. With Nick Fury, mind you, you have options. I'm assuming we're just going to draw cards. That seems like the safest option here because we just want to find cheap allies. We have a whole lot of allies on the deck. Like a Prof X would honestly be reasonable. So play the strength for Nick. Nick comes in. We'll choose to draw 3 cards. One, Ironheart. Nice. 2, Repulsor Beam. Can't play it. 3, targeted strike. Nice. Value threat goes into all my 2-player games where someone is Avenger Shield. That's so good. Okay, that makes sense. That's what I thought it would be. Because these cards are, you know, 4 threat is a bit better, but like 4 threat is still even approachable for a single player. But 2 characters getting 2 cards and saving 4 resources seems absurd. Okay, so again, we can't attack unless we exhaust someone. We are heavily incentivized to do a Scorched Earth. It is a bit expensive, but like we can always just do Scorched Earth with this. It leaves us with this hand. This hand is once again awkward. We could play Ironheart first and see if we draw a double. So if we do 2 into Ironheart, Ironheart can draw a card. Say that Ironheart draws this card. That leaves us with this hand. The problem is like if we play Scorched Earth, we can't play the thwarting card, and we need to play the thwarting card at all costs. So also kind of ugly, but is Scorched Earth even that good is the question. Like Scorched Earth does 3 damage. It's not that good. Awesome overlay. Thank you. How's it going? Welcome to the channel, Stoddy. Scorched Earth does 3 damage. So knocks out the Aim Scientist, but the Aim Scientist we can knock out for free with the stun gun as much as we have 1 more repurpose. We can also stun the Aim Abductor that'd be left over. We have to watch out if we don't clear this, but if we don't clear this, it grabs Nick Fury. And if it grabs Nick Fury and we can do 6 threat removal next turn, which seems like a dream, we could get Nick Fury back, which would be pretty good. But playing allies into abduct superhumans is like maybe a mistake if they're going to chump block. We can always exhaust ourselves to get rid of the stun net. And then we can use the missile launcher for free. So we can clear the table if we play the Scorched Earth. But say that we don't play the Scorched Earth. Say that we do Scorched Earth with Ironheart that draws a card. Then this hand can play target strike and repulsor beam, which is honestly just as good. I think that might be just as good. It's weird that I don't want to play the Scorched Earth with 3 minions on the table, but I don't know if I do. I think you put a card from your hand on top of your deck. I'm not sure. Then no, I think this was it. I'll check and shuffle. Yeah, no, that was. I think I drew this and put it back. Was this in our hand? I don't remember having a second gauntlet gun, so I think we I don't think we messed it up. If you did, you can rewind on YouTube and let me know, but I'm pretty sure that gauntlet gun was not in our hand. We're still trying to hope that Black Widow doesn't draw in advance, and playing ready for a fight, we'll play around that. Man, this is like not a turn 3 board state that we want to navigate. Yeah, okay. So I don't think we play the Scorched Earth here. I think it's not worth enough. All the Scorched Earth is doing is like 3 damage to knock out the aim commando. That's not enough. So I think we will do 1, 2 for Ironheart and then see what we draw. We should have to watch out though. We don't want to block with these because they end up getting abducted. So she draws a card. Double would be not useful. It's a Quinn carrier, not useful. I think you did draw the Gunland gun originally. You did? Okay. I mean, I'll take another resource. Gambit, thank you. If you're saying that, I'll take it. I'm not 100% sure. I might need another confirmation. Because like we had 6 card hand size and we played Nick for 2 cards after we spent a card. It's hard to backtrack. I don't even know if we can spend it. I don't think we can spend it anyways. Okay, so this hand probably just plays targeted strike and repulsor beam, which means we probably just need to get rid of stun net. So to get rid of stun net, we have to exhaust someone. So either we can exhaust Ironheart, she attacks for 1, thwarts for 1. I think we just exhaust her. So we're gonna exhaust Ironheart, I'm pretty sure, and now we can attack. Okay, things that we have to do. We are always going to just spend a resource on targeted strike. So targeted strike, we'll spend an ammo. We'll just remove 3. Okay. Then we'll do the repulsor beam. Spends an ammo. Does 4 damage. I think we'll knock out the aim abductor. We can do 2/2. It doesn't matter. And we're just going to hope that we don't get schemed on. All right, we're going to use the stun gun. Spend 1 counter to discard the aim scientist. So the gun was not bad. No matter what, Nick Fury is going to end up under abduct superhumans because it doesn't say when they're defeated. I think it says when they leave play. When an ally leaves play, yeah. So no matter what, if Nick Fury blocks or not blocks, he'll be underneath here, and this will be on 6. But when we clear it, we get a free Nick Fury, which is good. And notably, Nick Fury's text doesn't fire when he enters play from hand. It's just after he enters play, so he'll get the text. Then we could probably, like, it's probably safer for us to attack twice into Black Widow or thwart twice. So I think we'll probably just do a bit of both. So I think I'm going to thwart 2. Like, we can take 2 damage from aim commando, no problem. We just can't let this scheme, because if it goes to, it's going to go to 5, and then she schemes to the 3 boost we lose, but this is okay. And then I think we'll attack 2 just to get this ready, and we'll knock it out with a Ironheart next turn. Oh, we have missile launcher. Oh. I forgot about that. Okay, well, I guess we'll knock out the aim commando. I lost track, but I think you should have 7 cards, starting with 6. 1 to clear the side scheme, 1 double play Nick, draw 3. No matter what, I'm going to discard this, so we don't have to worry about it. But I think we might have, like, no matter what, we didn't need the extra cards, so it's okay. But yeah, I usually don't mess that up, but I appreciate the help, like, for fixing it, because obviously I have no idea what's going on. Okay, that was a good recovery. All things said, that was a good recovery. Shout out to Evaluate Threat, which is good. Shout out to the stun gun, which was not bad in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And so if she schemes and gets a 3 boost, we will lose to that. Nick will end up underneath here. The problem is both copies of our thwarting event are in the discard pile. We can't shuffle them back unless we jump down. So, like, we're going to need something huge to clear Nick, because currently we only have 2 threat removal. So we're going to need to draw, like, Profex and something else. So Abduct Superhumans might eat Nick for a turn or 2. Then no matter what, he goes underneath there, so we might as well block with him. But yeah, this card's kind of hard for us. Full auto. Okay, this is the huge damage one. We can't play it. We only have 3 ammo counters with our gauntlet gun. She's good. We have 2 tech cards, so she actually will help us. Spider Bite costs only 1 here. That's another reason to consider keeping around the stun gun. The bunker is a bit too much. The power in all of us, so this could have been our team up, and I would have been pretty upset about it. And it's Repurpose. Repurpose will allow us to clear and get Nick back. I'm pretty sure. Okay, we can do this. This goes to 5. The villain attacks. We're going to put Nick in the way. She's attacking for 2 in a card. 1 to 2. Advance. I mean, it sucks to lose Nick to 2 damage, but it's going to happen anyways. So Nick gets abducted. And then when he gets abducted, we have to put his cost on threat, and we have to put an acceleration. So we really need to clear this. As soon as we clear it, though, we get back Nick. 1 encounter card, don't scheme. All right, I mean, that's probably not better for us, but at least we don't lose. 4 threat. Amplify. Each encounter card without a printed preparation says deal 1 damage to the attacking character. That sucks. We're just going to take damage from this. You do want to clear this. The Amplify is actually a fair bit bad because she has 2 cards called Attack Acrobatics. That just says that she activates with additional boost. So Amplify is like not the worst, especially if we're blocking with allies. But yeah, that's not good because it attacks with like, she's attacking for 4 and 2 boost cards. That's like pretty bad. So, okay. What are we doing here? We can thwart for 1, thwart for 3, thwart for 2, thwart for 1. I think that's enough to get Nick out. And I think we need to get Nick out. I think our deck has no more ready for a fight. So jumping down to alter ego is like kind of bad. But we've seen every single copy ready for a fight. But we need to jump down because we need to get our targeted strikes back in the deck. Yeah. The missile launcher removes 1 threat a turn, which is good as much as we take 1, but it will take damage. But I think we just start with Nick and see what happens. We have no other cheap tech cards, so Spider Bite the cheapest is if we play her now. So we're not going to play full auto. We'll play Spider Bite. She's great. She costs 1 less. She can be free. She's not, but she does get free pretty fast. But she is just a free 3/2 thwart. We're going to have to repurpose our Gauntlet Gun. So we will thwart for... Do we attack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, because Professor X can deal with it. So I will start by thwarting this for 1. And then we'll play our final repurpose, which trashes one of our tech cards. So we're going to go for our most expensive one. And we're going to choose to give our thwart +2. So we currently have 3 thwart for the whole round and we're ready. Then we'll do 3 thwart. Yeah. And then 3 thwart. Okay. When we clear this ally enters play. And when Nick enters play, we get to fire Nick twice in 2 turns, which feels pretty good. So we draw 3 cards and see what happens. We kept the power in all of us just so we can draw something like Agent 13. 1, 2, full auto is useless. 3, Iron Man. I mean, we almost have the team up here, but I think we have to play Iron Man and just get something with it because otherwise we're going to be wasting part of our hand. So Prof X is our last confuse at the bottom of the deck, and this is our ally. So cost 3. Our allies are all full, so we do waste a bit of value here. After Iron Man enters play, search your deck and discard pile for a tech upgrade and add it to your hand, shuffle your deck. So it could be any tech upgrade. We have a whole lot of different options. It'll leave us with a 1-card tech card. So we can go get our machine gun. Our machine gun's actually really good against the Widow's Web. It's really bad against automated defenses though. So I think we might just go get our machine gun here because it's the most efficient way to use our hand. I think it is. It sucks that this will be on 1 because on 1, it means we're going to take a bunch of damage regardless. Yeah. I mean, there's not much else we can do with this hand. And unfortunately, we drew all our allies. Like the bottom of our deck was all our allies. Well, I guess not so much anymore. But the bottom of our deck was all allies. So you end up with the situation where you have like 4 allies you want to play in the same turn. So we can always play an ally by just discarding someone. So I think we have to. We're going to take a bit of damage here. Dance of Death will be fine. So Nick will... We're still on like the don't thwart plan. We'll thwart for 2. So we didn't clear that. Spider Bite's a bit better than Nick. So we're going to spend 3 on our ally, Iron Man. We can search our deck and discard pile for a tech upgrade. It doesn't have to be one of ours, but there's only one cost tech upgrade in the whole deck. Oh, it's machine gun cost 2. I thought about this one. So we can grab a 1 cost tech upgrade. I don't think we have any good 1 cost tech upgrades. Oh, this is actually but. Search your deck for a tech upgrade and add it to your hand. Sorry, the machine gun costs 2. It's still in our deck. It doesn't cost 1. Yeah. So we can't play it. So the only card that we can get here that we can play is the stupid energy barrier I don't like. The bottom of our deck we're going to be drawing, and in terms of the neutrals we have, it's only 1 Professor X and a Leo. So holding this like power in all of us is not even that good. We've had a really bad opening, so like we haven't been able to put any of our resource generators in our first cycle. Yeah, that's not good. So do we play instead? I think instead we play Agent 13. All our repurposes are out, so we'll spend 4 on Agent 13. We're not going to keep any of these cards. But Agent 13's in play. When she thwarts, she can do her thing to ready a shield support. We have none. That's fine. War Machine cards look like basic cards. Exactly. Yeah, you can spend power on all of us on all of them. It's gray enough. So we can choose to do missile launcher here. We take 2 damage. She takes, sometimes we take 1 damage, but we will missile launcher because I don't think there's any card that we can draw that wants more counters besides the machine gun. So we're going to do 2 damage to her. We remove a counter here. It doesn't have preparation text, so we take 1 damage as much as this should have ranged, and then she takes 2. So we did do a bit of thwarting, and then we'll pass. Okay, we're coming back. We're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Power in all of us. Hopefully draw Professor because that's the only basic card left. Med Team. There's the shoulder cannon. There's Leo. Technically the other basic card. Please draw Professor X. This is so awkward. This goes to 6. She attacks for 2 in a card, but just put Nick in the way. 1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Glad to not draw an attack acrobatics. That card's a disaster. Sorry, 6 damage even with the amplify. So if she schemes, we lose. Oh, that's never good. Missile launcher has range, yeah, but she doesn't have retaliate. She has automated defenses, right? Like that's the joke, is that you'd want it to be to have not have retaliate, but it just says deal 1 damage to attacking character. Yeah. So let's get 2 more. So the orders technically you do Surge last, but Surge, yeah, it doesn't matter. This is first. Oh. Just gonna go ahead and do that. So you know what I added to this channel? This. Our nemesis, Living Laser, has quick strike, has piercing. We're gonna have another side scheme on the table with a what's it called, a crisis, and we shuffle 3 laser strikes, which when we draw them, we just have to discard an upgrade, which is not too bad. Starting to think this hero might not be S tier. I definitely don't think he's S tier. He's clumsy, but when you get going, you're good. The problem is we're not going. We're not going. Oh my god, are we not going? Our mulligan was bad. And anytime that you have a setup character, is like if you have a bad mulligan, you have a bad game usually. Hey Nazmagani, how's it going? What's your thought on the new expansion? I mean, it looks great. I'm very excited for a campaign expansion. It's been a minute since we had one of those. I don't know too much about Daredevil or Echo, but like I love the street level crime. So like I'm super stoked for the villains. I haven't played any of their kits yet because they're not out, but Daredevil and Echo both look very powerful and very flexible. So I'm very, very excited. All right, so Living Laser is gonna bop us for 4. Sorry, for 2. We take it. Deadly Light Show has Hinder. So this comes in when defeated, deal 1 damage to each identity. We're in danger. Comes in with 4 threat. All right. I don't want to say GG, but it's not getting better. Black Widow's attacking. We're going to put Spider Bite in the way. Oh, God, what a turn. So attacking for 3 in a card. 4, 5. Dance of Death is out. So we are left with this table. As we come into the turn, we're going to draw another encounter card. I think we might just scoop here. I remember when they announced War Machine, he also seemed broken. Really cool. I mean, like his cards are very synergistic. They really are. I understand why he might have looked really good. Because you can tell like what he wants to do. The question is like doing it is kind of hard. Okay, this hand doesn't do anything. You probably answered this a few times. Austin, how's it going? At this point, who would be your dream hero for Fantasy Flight to announce next? Oh, good question. I don't have like a canned answer for this because I actually haven't been asked that much. I honestly have no idea. I think I'd be like totally down for a Midnight Sunset. I think that would be cool. I'd be down to see Blade. I think Blade can be quite fun. I don't have a great answer to that. I don't know. It's always struggling playing War Machine Protection. Its ability to thwart his butt. It's really, really bad. Citizen. That's why we wanted to be able to shuffle back in our thwart card as much as we can. But this deck has a lot of allies, like more than I'm used to. It's just like they haven't lined up. Yeah, Ghost Rider. I don't know much about Ghost Rider. I don't like when I played the Midnight Suns video game, like Ghost Rider was okay. He wasn't my favorite character to hang out with. He's a bit too edgy for me. Like that sort of edge thing it's a bit much, but I could see Ghost Rider being pretty cool. Also, Bloodstone and all the monsters as heroes. I would want a villains wave. Like maybe I would be really excited to get an expansion in which they just kind of like change it. So now you can play as like Dr. Octopus and the villain is Spider-Man. Like seems fine. Seems really easy. I have no doubt at some point in time they'll do that. Where it's basically like everything is compatible. They'll just like change the name. You'll be a hero, but your hero will be Dr. Octopus. Something like that. I want Agent 13 hero. I don't know too much about Linda to know what she would bring that'd be that different than Maria. Sorry, I think we have to scoop. I hate scooping because usually from scoop position we played out and we're okay. But like, let's talk about it. The bottom of our deck, Profex is good. Scorched Earth is not super necessary. When we jump down, we have to clear this before we can clear this. We can't even clear this. We can't even clear this, so we 100% lose here. Unless we can stay alive on 3 health. No, I'm gonna scoop. Yeah, I'm scooping. All right, that was terrible. Genuinely quite bad. It's so funny when we spend so much time talking about the setup and like what the deck is gonna do and the best laid plans, and it's just like you lose. We didn't even make it through a first deck cycle. Midnight Suns is definitely happening. Ghost Rider, Nico Minori, Venom, Eddie Brock, Blade, Morbius. Yeah, let's get Morbius in there. Yeah, I don't know too much about Nico besides from the game I played. Oh, why are you in there, buddy? You're our friend. Don't run away. We need you. Okay, so round 2, I guess. Reset the board. One more time. This time with feeling. She has 16 health. She spawns a name commando that's on 4 threat. We'll shuffle everything together and give it one more try. We had a really bad mulligan. We did not play. I don't think we were punished to how we played on turn 1 because we would have lost the ally anyways, but it was just bad. Who would be the big villain for the set? I have no idea because I don't know if the Midnight Suns I've played is actually accurate to the comic books or they had to do that for the video game. So I don't know who the villains would be. Oh, the big villain for the villain set? I mean, like Galactus or something, I guess. A lot of villains become heroes, or at least anti-heroes. Doom, Apocalypse, Doc Ock, Mystique. Yeah, Magneto, Nebula. I do think also, like, as much as we were just there's a whole bunch of X-Men I'd still like to see. Like, I want to see White Queen. I want to see Beast. I'm really glad they got the Nightcrawler, because otherwise I easily would have said Nightcrawler there. But there's still a lot of, like, X-Men stuff you can explore. I'd be down to see the young Hawkeye. I'm not sure if it's his daughter, but like basically getting another shot at Hawkeye would be fun. We got Magneto so we can get hero versions of villains. Yeah, but I think this time around they would just be like, we're villains. Like straight up, we're not heroes. Will they see some feature expansion with the Fantastic Four? I think it's only a matter of time before we get a big Fantastic Four big box. Problem is I'm not a big Fantastic Four fan, like period, at all. I didn't read the comics as a kid. I never really cared about them too much. So like I don't know what to be excited about besides like Galactus. There's so many awesome X-Men, like dozens of them would be pack worthy. Oh, for sure, for sure. Skeleton, how's it going? For Young Avengers Wave would be a great way to see a version 2 of most of the Avengers, actually. Yeah, I think that's a really good way for them to revisit a lot of the characters. And I mean, like, we kind of saw it with Hulkling, as much as Hulkling and Hulk don't really have too much in common. But yeah, I think there's a lot of characters there. We get another shot at older heroes. Can we get real Hulk? They have said that they will revisit older heroes. So it's only a matter of time before we see like Hulk and Captain America and like Doctor Strange, all that done again. Because like this game inherently wants to appeal to a lot of people. And if people show up, specifically American audiences, and they want to play Captain America and they've been like, that's out of print for 5 years or whatever, it's an issue. So we'll see them again. Fantastic Four are my favorite. I would love to see some Young Avengers. I'd honestly be down for another like Web Warrior wave. I like the thing is like the Web Warrior cards, like the Web Warrior synergy package is not my favorite, but like Web Warrior villains are some of my favorite. I think you only need to read a little of the Thing and the Human Torch to become a big fan. The Thing is like a 10 out of 10 character for me now. I think they're the characters that I would probably like the most. I don't think Johnny Blaze has really rubbed off on me, but like, yeah, the Thing I can see being sympathetic. I watched the recent film and I was like, okay, I sure. I would love some Fantastic Four, and Doctor Doom is a big time villain. Yeah, Doctor Doom is surprising that he's not in the game. I don't even know if he shows up on art. Like, Fantastic Four characters haven't shown up on any art in this game, which is really weird. Captain Canada? No, we need to get those like those X-Men that showed up in the one thing where like where Logan goes up to Canada and it's like, yeah, there's like a Captain Canada and like the Sasquatch. I think actually one of them was one of the basic allies we have. But there is like a Canadian X-Men variant. I think mixing some redone A tiers into a wave of more obscure but cool heroes would be smart and good. Like what they did with like Tigra and a wave of heroes that most people didn't care about, I thought it was awesome. It's probably not good for moving like the game, but like I'm down whenever they explore like Hercules and Tigra because they do a really good job at it. I think they're saving a big wave of a ton for F4 stuff. I would be very surprised if F4 doesn't show up in some sort of like new core set. Right? Like, oh, this is another entry point of the game because you want to have 4 heroes in the same box, maybe even 5 with like Namor or something. And then it's not hard to put like 3 or 4 villains in there as well. So like Fantastic Four seems like it's a property that has, its a mission has been such a weird part of it that FFG probably has big plans around it. I don't know what it'd be though. There's in fact a Captain Canuck, but not from Marvel. In Marvel, there's Guardian and Vindicators part of the Alpha Flight, which is a Canadian super team. Squirrel Girl and Jeff the Shark hero packed randomly in the middle of a Midnight Sun wave. Let's go. Oh shit, Squirrel Girl. My answer is Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl. I forgot about Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl is the coolest hero. I don't know. I don't know why we haven't had enough Squirrel Girl. Mind you, there's a new Squirrel Girl, Carl in the upcoming set, and she looks absurdly busted. Fanwave, LOL, Avengers, Hawkeye, Kate Bishop, Black Knight, Hero Packs, Patriot, Jeff the Landshark, Squirrel Girl, Thor, Jane Foster, Wiccan. Yeah, it's cool. The Brawler archetype is hard to pull off in an interesting way, though. I'm still underwhelmed by Luke Cage versus Colossus. I don't know what they would do to the Thing to make him that different. Yeah, I don't know much about the Thing to say like what he does besides like is literally tough. But yeah, I kind of agree with all of that. Yeah, Jeff would be fun. I imagine Jeff could come out with like another pool, like, you know, pool cards, and even Gwen pool probably will come out one day. Yeah, Squirrel Girl is a good choice. We still need aggression protection Squirrel Girl one day. Yeah. I mean, like the leadership Squirrel Girl is surprisingly aggression coded. Like that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of squirrels. What is the name of her squirrel friend? Her main squirrel has a title. All right, we're mulliganing again. Oh, it's not a good start already. The helicarrier's here. I mean, let's hope for the best. That's good. We do need one of these on turn 1. The problem is we want to shuffle it back, so we have to jump down. This feels like deja vu. But that does deal with an aim commando. That's good. Okay, we're off. Because this is one of the most important cards you can get against Black Widow. Because now every jump down and jump up and jump down, this removes functionally 5 threat. Like, this is so good. I'm shocked there isn't a Prof X hero. Yeah, Prof X would be really good. And I'm imagining Prof X to be like Wonder Man, except he cares about mental resources. Prof X is another X-Men that like definitely deserves its own pack. Even Toad. I want to have a Toad hero pack. Full auto, nah. Munitions, nah. Okay. Protection Squirrel Girl is such a silly sentence. Okay, so what is good here? We need Shoulder Cannon because it's the most important thwarting card in this matchup, which is absurd text. We have Targeted Strike and Repulsor Beam. Now, I don't think we can keep onto both of these because ultimately we can only play 2 of them, right? Because we play Shoulder Cannon, we play Targeted Strike, that's it. That's not a bad start. The thing is like the Target Strike is less necessary if we're emptying the bullets, but this is more efficient bullet per threat removal as opposed to 1-to-1. So I could see that being keepable. If we draw a cheap ally, we can deal with this. The thing is like the ally we'd have to draw is like functionally just Grant Ward or Nick Fury plus a bunch of doubles. So the aim commando probably does hit us and Black Widow hits us. Like mulliganing for an ally is really important against Black Widow. So yikes. Why are these openings so bad? I played this before. It wasn't that bad. Black Widow will hit us. Aim Commando will probably hit us. I wonder if this is the reason that instead of Aim Commando, we should go for the shield. Like we talked about this, but maybe we should go for the Aim Scientist just because we know we can knock out the Aim Scientist on turn 1. My partner made a custom hero Squirrel Girl that flips to hero mode like War Machine and uses her squirrels as resources like War Machine. Control F, Squirrel, replace Bullet or vice versa is really, really funny. I'm making a ransom custom hero that is defensive by preventing damage instead of using Tufts. The Thing that could be something along those lines. I don't know who Ransom is. There's a lot of room left in the game mechanically. There's a ton of room left in the game mechanically. Okay, so I think we're just going to mulligan these 4. If we draw a double, it could do double into Shoulder Cannon. The thing is like the Shoulder Cannon will deal with the Aim Commando, so I don't think we need to hold more damage. Because this will do most of the threat, so the Shoulder Cannon can deal with the Aim Commando and Black Widow. This is fine. Drawing a double would be good, but I think we're going to mulligan off of this. Nicholas Fury. Okay. If we can draw 2 doubles here. Damn. One more double? Nice. Okay, we have a playable hand. This is good. So I'm assuming we're not going to set up with the Quinn Carrier. We're just going to dub Nick Fury. Nick Fury's going to draw 3 cards. 3 cards plays these 3 cards. We win the game. It's that simple. It is literally that simple. So we're going to spend 4. We're going to do this in Alter Ego because the card we can play for Shoulder Cannon. The one thing we get to decide is whether we want to shuffle these cards back before we draw, but I don't think we want to. So Nick Fury, that was 6 cards, right? Yeah, that's 6 cards. Yeah, feels good. Okay, so we draw Nick. Nick draws more cards. 1, fine. 2, 3. Okay. Does that change anything? Profx is worth playing. We have no way to replay him, but he is worth playing. The only awkward thing is playing Nick Fury and Profx in the same turn. It means that you won't be able to block with both of them. I guess with the aim commander you can. So like the other line here is we could play Profx and then just like play the energy shield or hold onto the shoulder cannon is probably a bit better. But I think our line is so good that we won't. So we won't. So we won't. We won't. That's it. Okay, we'll flip up. Actually, we will shuffle a repulsor beam into the deck, I think. We got punished for not doing it. So I'll try and do it. Yeah, we got some value reach for sure. We're just getting War Machine to Squirrel Girl would be hilarious. Ammo Bunker is a bird feeder with a ton of squirrels poaching the food. I mean, they show up. Random question. Lord of the Rings card game has an amazing community, creating entire new campaigns. Are you aware of anything similar for Marvel Champions? Yeah, for sure. There's an entire Discord channel called like Marvel Champions Custom Creation. There's a lot of people, a lot of them. I think it's more common for people to make more heroes and like player cards than campaigns, but there are a lot of custom campaigns there. We played custom leaders, mind you, on the channel somewhat recently, and leaders are, I think, an easier entry step to making like custom villains because they're a bit modal, and so they have like strict guidelines of what they should be. So we played recently. Boom Guy sent us his designs of Valkyrie and Quicksilver as leaders, and they're sick. They're actually, I like some of their designs more than the ones that came in the box. So he did a really good job. But yeah, you definitely want to check out that community. I'm not like really plugged in. I'm in the Discord, but there's a ton of custom content for this game. I do think it probably is like 70-30 more towards player cards than custom campaigns. Also, on top of that, if you just want to like mix things up, Modular Champions, which is a website Villain Theory made, has a tab where people put together custom scenarios using non-user created cards, using core cards from the game. So it'd be like, this is a campaign in which you play these like 3 villains in a row with these 3 mod sets. This is the story behind it. So even if you don't want to print out anything new, there's like more stuff to experience. So there's a ton of stuff. Yeah, this game is really, really good for custom content. And it's mostly because people are like, put Daredevil in the game already, and then they build a Daredevil hero, right? Some interesting. Hey, Nolan, they haven't done yet, which is give attachment scheme cards that start and play when you're a certain hero against counters, and maybe the thing can take damage until. Oh, interesting. Someone reskinned Wonder Man as Beast with Mental. Oh, I could see that too. Yeah. Beast is a clever guy. All right, we're flipping up. We have 5 counters. I think this turn is now good. I think we can win this game. So it doesn't really matter too much. We'll spend 2 on Shoulder Cannon. So we have, this card is so fun in the matchup because you can use these counters to now do thwarting and damage. We'll just play Targeted Strike. So Targeted Strike will get us out of the way. Mind you, it loses some damage on the Shoulder Cannon, technically some value, not some damage, but we don't have to use it now. So we'll spend an ammo counter, remove 3 here. Okay, so no matter what, one of us will thwart, one of us will attack. We're not going to use the Shoulder Cannon for pure tempo because keeping your bullets better for later can be the case. So Nick will attack for 2. And then we'll do the unintuitive text on Shoulder Cannon. So we'll exhaust Shoulder Cannon to deal 1 damage. Great. Then we will spend an ammo counter to ready it. So there is always 1 in the chamber. We will now just attack for 1 with Shoulder Cannon, I guess, which now this interacts with the villain and there's so many moving parts here. So we have to remove a threat because it's a cost. We reveal a preparation, just kidding. And then she takes 1 damage. And then we can just go ahead and attack for 2. That was the turn when we needed, oh my God, we needed that. Shoulder Cannon was really good. Nick Fury was great as well. I don't make this site, but I gave someone permission to host all my mod and combos. You didn't make Modular Champions? Wait, for real? I thought you did. Oh, so they're just yours on the website. Oh, that makes sense too. Okay, cool. What's the website? It's just modularchampions.com. It's not Villain Theories. Hold on, browser. We can just pull it up real quickly. Mind you, that's the deck list. Modular Champions. Just search it. Sorry. I think I've now changed it so we can full screen a bit better. Yeah, so it's this. modularchampions.com. And so the idea is that you can go to like campaigns, and this will be people's campaigns that they have brought up. You can like favorite them and like them, and people can talk about the difficulty, but I've only played 1 custom campaign so far. Honestly, it was all right. There's also a bunch of custom campaigns that FFG has like put up contests for. So yeah, you can find them. You can definitely find them. But yeah, there's some great stuff. So if you want to just dive into custom content, there's a lot of stuff you can look at. Uh-oh. Huh. Camera in. I added this last night. Card in. Okay, I guess that fixes it. Okay, that's our turn. We're just gonna draw some cards. I made 3 custom heroes, but never showed them as they were for friends. Are Arrow, Sword Master, and Weapon Age. Very cool. I don't know much about them. I know Arrow is She's a pretty modern Chinese character, I think. Weapon H, I don't know what that is. And Sword Master, I know he has a sword from Marvel Snap. That's it. Rumor has it a younger villain theory once made a custom campaign, and it's hidden in the depths of Hall of Heroes. Very cool. Stun gun, repurpose. Okay, so we have some consistency. Spider Bite, she does cost us only 2, so ideally we draw something cheap. Power in all of us, and this will be an ally that takes basic resources. It's Gemma. I don't know about this deck. The Power in all of us just seem like they should be allies, or yeah, allies. All right, Black Widow's attacking for 2 and a card. We'll put Nick bravely in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not drawing Shadow of the Past. Huge success. 1 encounter card. Covert Ops. Okay, this is one of her 4 cards that schemes. So you were confused. She schemes. So we're not going to lose the game. Sorry, that's the wrong one, but always it is. So she schemes for 2, 3. Not too bad. So it's F5. So next turn, this can go up. We can't really jump down. I made a custom Dr. Doom hero and SPDR leader. It's a lot of fun to do. Yeah, Grolix, how's it going? It seems really, really quite fun. And I like that the leaders have, like, you know, they're always this many cards. They always have a side scheme. They never have any minions, for better, for worse. Like, sometimes the restrictions actually make the creativity easier. Weapon Age is a veteran family man who has turned into a cyborg mutant with Hulk and Wolverine genes. It's pretty wild. Cool. Does he interact with more X-Men, I guess? Okay, this hand is a bit stinky. It's not my favorite. We haven't found a ready for a fight that has stuck the table. Spider Bite for 2 resources is already not bad, but if we want to make her cheaper, we can by playing the stun gun for a future. So we could spend our whole turn to play stun gun. We could even fire the stun gun. We haven't seen this scientist yet, and that's kind of why you want to keep the stun gun. And then we could play Spider Bite for 1. The other option is, well, we can just start shooting with the shoulder cannon and see what happens. Honestly, the shoulder cannon is really good because of thwarts. But as soon as we end the shoulder cannon or empty our shoulder cannon, we have to jump down to alter ego. So that's a bit expensive. The other options, we could play the stun gun and then repurpose the stun gun, but we're not doing that much. We're confused. So I think this is probably the line. So we could play Gemma, but she's really expensive unless we go down to alter ego. We are incentivized to go down to alter ego because we want to put targeted strike back in our deck. That's mostly it. But I think we can't jump down at this point. We need to find a ready for a fight. So that's what we'll do. We'll spend 2 for stun gun and 1 for spider bite. So stun gun comes in with 2 of these bullets. We could use one right away, or both right away more accurately, but we have spider bite for a blocker. I guess the thing that gives us the most information we'll do first. So we'll tap our shoulder cannon to do 1 damage to the villain, interrupt. We have to take 1 off of this and then see what we get. It's not a preparation, it's a gang up. Okay, so she takes 1 damage. Nice. We are going to see whether we want to ready this or not. We might not ready this. Ideally, we do ready this here and hopefully draw into a ready for a fight or a Prof X, but we've drawn a Prof X. We've drawn 1 ready for a fight. So we have to figure out if we want to use our bullets. We definitely want to keep at least 1 bullet. So if we top deck one of our events, we can play it. But I think we'll use a bullet to do it again. So again, there's so many steps to this like super common interaction. We're going to exhaust shoulder cannon. We're going to attack Black Widow. First, we do a threat. Then we discard a card. Preparation attached to Black Widow. This is fine. This one doesn't do anything. This is Night Vision Goggles. So Night Vision Goggles says, each card without preparation says, ignore the damage from this attack. That's still fine. So she did reveal preparation, so she does take a damage. And then we can spend a charge to ready shoulder cannon. We're going to do shoulder cannon 1 more time. And we're going to keep the last bullet. The same thing. We're going to use the shoulder cannon, which removes a threat, which exposes a card. This doesn't have preparation, so it discards night vision, so she doesn't take damage. We're not going to ready the shoulder cannon. So many moving pieces. Spider Bite will thwart for 2. Okay, we can attack for 2, which is kind of useless. I think we're just going to get rid of our Confuse. It's not incredibly high value, and then we'll probably block with Spider Bite. Man, shoulder cannon is so damn good. Draw 5. Ready for a fight, perfect. We just need a physical, which is not always guaranteed for a deck. Genius, target strike. That's why we kept our 1 counter. 2 ready for fights is perfect because they have physical, and then we have a gauntlet gun. Wow, what a perfect hand! Gauntlet gun plays targeted strike. RFAF plays RFAF. We are gaming. This goes to 2. Black Widow is going to go in. We don't really need Spider Bite here because we have the thwarting. So 2 in a card. 3, 4, 5, huge boost. Spider Bite gets knocked. 1 encounter card. Master plan. Okay, we're getting a side scheme, so we have some thwarting to do. So we can't place 4 threat, so we're going to discard until we find a side scheme. Mad science. 2 aim grunts are at. I don't think there's any more. Those are the ones that can spawn off of preparations. So this one just says that I think the minions are a bit worse. So it comes in with 4 threat because of a hinder 2, which is not super common. And each main minion gets an acceleration token, and this has an acceleration token. Canadian X-Men, I believe that would be Alpha Flight with Sasquatch, Puck, Vindicator, and others. Yes, Puck is the smaller dude that like cannonballs into people, which is meant to be like a hockey puck, which, oh my god, the stereotypes are offensive to the point now that they're funny. And Sasquatch, I do remember. Sasquatch is really funny. I do think there is, what's the name of the character? There's the basic ally that you can choose how many counters she goes on. I believe she's also like canonically a First Nations Inuit person from Canada. I think she is. And I think she was in that episode I watched. Okay, so we can do Genius for the Gauntlet Gun. Talisman, I believe is Alpha Flight. I don't know who that is. Gotta run, but loving the hand you drew. Good luck. Yeah, perfect, and Villain Theory. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thanks for dropping in. All right, so we're going to use the Gauntlet Gun to play Targeted Strike. This removes 3 threat for 1 ammo, but Gauntlet Gun generates an ammo, so we'll clear this down to 1. We don't have much to recover, so I think we can just clear all the damage off this table. So we're going to thwart 1. And we want to just use all our bullets, so we're just hoping we don't get like a really bad preparation. So we're going to do this dance again. So we do 1 threat first. She reveals a preparation. It's not, it's an assault. So she takes the 1 damage. We'll use the counter to ready this, and then we'll do it 1 more time. So it removes 1. Preparation, place 1 threat on each scheme. I mean, okay. She takes 1 damage. We've emptied every single bullet for full efficiency. We'll jump down to James Rhodey. We'll play Ready for a Fight with the second Ready for a Fight. If we wanted to, we could first use the stun gun to like stun her so we don't take the attack. Because when we jump up, she will attack us. I honestly think there's a chance that we'll let her scheme depending on what hand we draw, and then figure out where we're going to use Ready for a Fight. Because you can always use Ready for a Fight after she activates, so she doesn't double activate if she draws a scheme card. That might be a bit safer. The thing we need to remember though in Alter Ego, especially with her shoulder cannon, is we want to shuffle one of our cards back in, and it'll definitely be one of our targeted strikes. We've found no important upgrades, and that's why I want to stay down for 1 more turn, because I want to shuffle the second targeted strike in. Cool. Also, I do want to say, if you're new to this channel, again, a bunch of people found this channel recently because of the Villain Theory collab video. Welcome to the channel. How's it going? I do want to say, obviously, I read all the chat, but if you say a comment or something and I don't read it, apologies. Things can get lost because there's a lot going on. It doesn't mean that like I read your comment and thought it wasn't good. I worry about that sometimes. So if you're new here and you say something and the Mr. Streamer doesn't respond to it, it's like, it's nothing personal. Okay, we draw 6 in Alter Ego. We might not jump up. If we don't draw any thwarting in our hand, we probably will have to straight jump up and just take an attack to the face. We draw Grant. Great. And Repulsor Beam. So we drew damage, but Grant is our only thwarting, and our shoulder cannon is a lot of thwarting. 1, 2, 3. Ironheart. Nice. Some thwarting. Cheap draw. Med Team's a bit extra. Second Gauntlet Gun is like also not super necessary. And then we drew another Repulsor Beam. So, weird hand. It's likely that we'll play Ironheart for a card draw. I mean, technically you could play 2 Repulsor Beams with this hand by playing the second Gauntlet Gun. The second Gauntlet Gun largely will just be the card that you throw to repurpose. But I do want to spend another turn down here to shuffle the second copy of Targeted Strike back into the deck. The thing is, with the shoulder cannon on the table, that is such a strong thwarting card in exactly this scenario. So even if she thwarts here for a bit, we'll probably be okay. So I don't think we're going to jump up with RFAF unless she thwarts twice. So this goes to 3. We'd love to have drawn our chassis there. If we drew our chassis there, we definitely don't jump up. And then she's going to scheme for 2 in a card. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on attack acrobatics. That's the one that she double attacks us. So this goes all the way up to 8, which, damn. So now if she schemes again, that's when we'll interrupt for Ready for a Fight. So that was a bit more threat than we thought it'd be. That's the highest amount. Widow's Bite, you are stunned. This one's annoying. You are stunned, take 1 damage, 2 damage if you're already stunned. So it's slightly harder to attack, but not impossible. So we go down to 9. Okay, not too bad. So the one thing we can do is shuffle a card in first, and then after we shuffle a card in, we can draw with Ironheart. Because our Alter Ego allows us to shuffle one of our cards in. Mind you, this is limited to once per phase or round. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle a Targeted Strike in because it's our best single thwarting card. And yeah, that's all that we care about here. All right, so once we hit our chassis, we're basically cooking, right? The only issue right now is that damage is still like a legitimate problem. We haven't established any of our neutral resource generators. So once we have that, a chassis and a resource generator, we're like pretty good. The skill testing question is how we're going to use the stun gun, because we could just use her right now and just like stun her and say that's good enough. Spider Bite's already been played this deck cycle, so we don't have to be that greedy. I don't think we play the med team. I'm not convinced that we play the second gauntlet gun, but there's a world in which we play 2 repulsor beams. So I think we want to start with Ironheart. She just draws a card, and maybe that will help us a fair bit. No matter what this is, we should be able to play the whole hand. So Ironheart will draw a card. It's Agent 13. Okay, she's a bit expensive. We could play her instead of... Well, no, we actually can't even play her. That's fine. Ironheart is on the table. Okay, that is fine. We will flip up. And of course, when we flip up, we refill our 5 bullets. So, 1 second, Nanako the cat. I think she thinks she's alone. She's yelling in the other room. Whenever she thinks she's alone, she picks up a toy in her mouth, her toy dragon, and then she starts yelling. And it sounds so sad because she has a toy in her mouth, so she can't like yell well. So it sounds like muffled and pained, but she's fine. She just is like trying to get her territory. It's really sad when it happens, but she's okay. Okay, so we can't attack. Shoulder cannon, whenever you're stunned, you have to pay all the costs for the attack. But if we eat our stun on shoulder cannon, we can't ready it. And we definitely want to fire shoulder cannon a whole bunch of times. Repulsor beam, we technically want to end the turn with because there are unfortunately some what's called preparations that say do the damage back towards you. Technically, it's an attack acrobatics. This is like such a bad preparation because it just says like attack back at you in expert mode, and there's 2 of them. So if we see where both of these are, we can just do the repulsor beams and not care. But there's technically 1 attack acrobatics that could do 4 damage to her face and prevent 4 damage, which is awful. So we're going to try and start with the shoulder cannon first. We're committing to block with Ironheart here, so she can just thwart. Actually, no, she might as well attack, right? Yeah, she might as well attack. So we'll start with Ironheart, and she'll attack. So she's going to attack for 1, which means the villain's text fires, so she thwarts at the same time. She discards. It's not a preparation, it's an assault again, so she does the damage to the villain. And like Black Widow's just getting chipped down because like we want to attack her to do thwart, so it all lines up really well together. Next, we'll just exhaust ourselves to an attack to get rid of the stun. And then we're going to start with a small damage, and then we'll end up on the big damage. So, shoulder cannon. Yeah, okay. So we have to do this dance. It's super complicated. We'll exhaust this. It does 1 damage. When we do 1 damage, first we have to take 1 threat off if we can. We reveal no preparation, so she takes 1 damage. Then we're going to choose to spend an ammo counter to ready it. And then you do this again. Again, the order is very, very, very prescribed. Again, 1 threat, no preparation. She takes 1 damage. We will choose to ready it. Okay, this puts her on, like, she can get shot by repulsor beam. The thing is, like, the repulsor beam might actually not be played here, which is kind of awkward. Because when we advance Black Widow to Black Widow 3, she adds, like, a bunch of threat to the main scheme. So we want to make sure that if we're going to advance her, that we're in a good spot. Because when she advances to Black Widow 3, she adds 3 threat. And then also the main scheme starts to add 3 threat per player, which is a lot more than we're ready for. We do have it ready for a fight, so we should be a bit aggressive here. My cat does that. She also says hello whenever she can't find me and gets scared. Yeah, I'm hoping she's not worried. I think she's just doing that to like scare everyone else, to be like, hey, I'm in charge now. But it always hurts to hear it. It's like the saddest sound. Okay, so we're still playing around the 1 copy of attack acrobatics, which is a bit silly. So I think we're just going to keep doing shoulder cannon 1 more time. So shoulder cannon moves 1 threat. Still nothing on another nab. She takes 1 damage. We'll ready the shoulder cannon. And now we're going to kind of like hope for the best. We're going to play Gauntlet Gun to Repulsor Beam. So it plays it for free. And now we're really hoping the top card of the deck does not say the word attack acrobatics on it. This goes to 3. We're attacking for 4 damage. Nothing. She takes 4 damage. I don't think we did the 1 damage on the last one. I'm not sure if we did. Okay, that's fine. Cool. We're going to continue the shoulder cannon. So we'll do 1 more damage. We'll try to. She will, again, remove 1 threat here. Discard the top. This is Dance of Death. Oh, no. That's really bad. Deal 1 damage to each character you control. We lost our blocker. That sucks. But we do 1 damage to her. So we do advance her, which might be a mistake. Because when we advance her, she flips over and she puts 5 threat here, and we're adding 3 a turn. So we probably have to just keep shooting her as much as we can because that will be an issue. We're going to spend a counter to ready the shoulder cannon. Okay, we're going to play another repulsor beam. This one's going to cost a real bullet. So we're low on bullets, which means we want to consider jumping down in a moment, which with RFAF, we can do it next turn. So this does 1 to her. We're hoping for no attack acrobatics. This says after this attack attaches to the attacking character. So we might have not... Actually, this was the better order to do this. So we can no longer attack, and we can no longer get rid of this. But should we do 4 damage to her? But we can't attack anymore. So that sucks. Because, oh no, we can. No, we can't. Sorry. The shoulder cannon we can still use with no bullets on us, but unfortunately we can't attack, and shoulder cannon is an attack. We have to exhaust the character you control. The last character we're going to play is Grant Ward. The thing is, like, we don't want to exhaust Grant Ward because it's really important Grant Ward leaves the table as soon as possible. So Grant Ward, just for safety, could either attack for 2. If Grant Ward attacks for 2, how much more damage do we have on the bottom of their deck? Because we have a bunch of cards that attack for 8 damage. The thing is we have no bullets, so they're not useful. So I think Grant Ward will just safety thwart for 2. We'll pass. Yeah, that's probably fine. And we'll draw 5. Strength. Evaluate threat. That can be a Nick if Grant Ward can clear it. Leo. Man, these cards have not been good enough. Unupgraded chassis is our best card. So that's really good because we can jump down and play it. And then we have a full auto. So this is the card that I was talking about. The problem is, like, we used our damage really quickly. Excuse me, this is War Machines. And that means our bullets really quickly. We can't actually fire this. All right, this goes to 5. Again, it gets per player per villain stage. And now Black Widow's attacking us for 2 and a card. We can't block with Grant. We have to watch out with Grant. If we reveal something bad, we either have to discard him or spend a mental. We have mentals in our hand. Leo's probably not going to matter. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Big enough damage. 1 encounter card. Oh no, that's the worst. Because it's under fire, which means we're likely to discard or reveal multiple treacheries. And every time you reveal a treachery, Grant Ward has to do his text. So after you reveal a treachery, technically this win reveal fires another reveal. So the timing here is actually a bit strange because technically we're still revealing under fire. So I think we're going to have 2 Grant Ward stacked because this is, I think, on the table when you're revealing the next treachery. I'm pretty sure. I don't know what when revealed is. This is after you reveal. So I'm not sure because I think this is still technically on the table while the next card is resolving. Haven't run into that, but that is a weird thing because either we have to spend the mental now, but I think we have to spend the mental after this. And if Grant Ward betrays us under fire, we'll just get rid of it. Mind you, if we draw Dance of Death, we can just get rid of Grant Ward the old fashioned way, which is knives. That might actually be better for us. Caught off guard. Okay, so we have to discard an upgrade we control. Probably the stun gun here or the gauntlet gun. The stun gun gives us a free stun, which is good if we jump down, but with the chassis, it might be less important. The gauntlet gun gives us 1 resource for one of our cards. We have 2 copies of our thwarting card left in our deck, which would be nice to play that for free. So I don't know what we're meant to discard here. This, mind you, is not an upgrade, it's an attachment. So we can't discard that. Well, man, if we get attacked, we probably die if this attacks us. Because I don't think we can pay for Grant Ward here. Because otherwise we have to pay for him twice. Yeah. I mean, we've already seen Spider Bite. We have 2 techs. I think we get rid of the gauntlet gun. How many repurposes are left in the bottom of our deck? 1? 2. Oh, repurpose is pretty good. But no matter what, the stun gun's the same for repurpose. I mean, I could see us firing the stun gun here to try and get some breathing room. And then we keep the chassis for 2 attacks. With no allies, we probably have to do this. All right, so now we revealed the caught off guard. We finished revealing it. And the response happens after you finish the thing it cares about. So after we reveal caught off guard, this is still revealing, I think. So then we have to spend a mental, or we're just going to take 2 damage and remove him from the game. Which that feels bad because he was the guy who was going to figure out how to deal with evaluate threat for us. But he's out of the game and he has betrayed us. So this resolves. The under fire resolves, but Grant is gone. And then if we get attacked here, so how do we want to lose? The question is, how do we want to lose here? Because she's going to scheme for 3 in a card, and this has 5 out of 10. So if she draws a 1 boost or a 0 boost, we're fine. But if she draws a 2 boost or a 3 boost, we're in a bad spot. Notably, her set, Black Widow, has a very high boost count, I think. The average boost is 1.8. So like on top of Expert and the other sets, there's a chance we're cooked here. Now, the thing is, we can fire ready for a fight and she can attack us. She attacks us for 2 in a card and we can defend for 2. But if we defend for 2, again, she needs to reveal a 2 boost and we die anyways. So no matter what, if it's a 2 boost, we lose. So either do we want to lose to being attacked or do we want to lose to being confused? Man, under fire every time you think you're going to stabilize. This hand, we can do 1 thwarting with shoulder cannon. Oh no, we can't because we have to be ready for that. So like if the only thwarting we can do on this turn is we can exhaust ourselves to get rid of stun net, and then we can use shoulder cannon to shoot for 1 threat. And that'll be it. I mean, that's just about good enough. But if this goes all the way to 9, we remove 8, we add 3 a turn. I think we actually have to be attacked here. I think we have to be attacked because otherwise we lose. So the villain's going to attack us instead. We're going to get rid of ready for fight. Oh, we get rid of ready for fight though. We can't jump down. Oh, I think we're cooked again. Like, this is the problem with this War Machine deck and a lot of these cards like Leo Fitz and all these sort of things is that they don't do anything the turn you draw them. Which means I think ultimately our deck just needs more cheap allies because this hand has no ability to progress the game state forward on the turn you draw them. So if you're in a bad spot when you draw them like we are now, that's it, right? Like literally 0 of these cards can progress the game state. And that's why this deck has so many allies and probably should have more allies. Because again, this card does nothing, this card does nothing, this card does nothing. Obviously, this card only does anything with allies, and this card does nothing. If our hand drew one of the 2 copies of Targeted Strike or a Repurpose, we'd actually be pretty good here. And so like maybe we just drew bad because all of these cards actually do something besides the Scorched Earth. Like our deck had 6 cards that do something. Unfortunately, we drew 5 that didn't, which is a really, really bad combination. Grant Ward, mind you, into Evaluate Threat could have done something, but we had to basically play 3 resources to keep Grant Ward around, which probably wasn't worth it. Yeah, so I think we're not winning this one. This is painful. So that means Black Widow is going to scheme for 3 in a card. This is going to go up to best case scenario 8. Worst case scenario, we lose. Say that's at 8. We get thwarted once to 7, but we can't thwart it anymore. So that's not good. Which means we probably can't jump down. We probably just have to do stun gun. But no, we need thwarting. And the only thwarting we have is either R1 thwart or exhaust to get rid of stun gun and thwart 1 with shoulder cannon. But no matter what, that's really bad. So I think we have to block after firing ready for a fight. And then we have to use the stun gun and hope that we can survive another turn. Because we know we have a lot of thwarting coming up. But this is the only way that we like don't lose next turn guaranteed. So she's attacking for 2 in a card. We're blocking for 2. So if this is a 2 or 3 boost, we lose. It's a 1 boost. All right. So she attacks for 3. We take 2. We take 1. Now the issue, there's a whole bunch of preparations off the top of the deck that do defeat us. And yeah, we can't. Oh, thank God. This thing's not an attack. I was checking, the stun gun is legally not an attack. So that is okay. We actually can do something with that. So we're just going to set up with this hand as we can. Again, with the stun gun, the stun net, we just have to fire it. So we're going to spend 2 counters to stun Black Widow. Hopefully that keeps us in the game. We can't use shoulder cannon because we're stunned. We just traded 2 stuns, so we cannot attack. We have no character's exhaust. So the best we can do here is we can just play our chassis for 3. We do know that the bottom of our deck has a couple repurposes, so it's nice to have some upgrades, but this is only when you flip up, and then we're going to play Evaluate Threat, which we might be able to clear that next turn, and a bit more. The issue is we spent all of our counters, and actually, this is not good either, because we had 2 targeted strikes in the bottom, but we spent all our bullets, and we spent our upgrade that, yeah, we're so cooked. Like, the bottom of our deck actually has no thwarting unless we draw a repurpose, because we can't clear the Evaluate Threat. Because the targeted strikes are useless, we have no counters. We thought we were going to jump down, so this is collapsing on us so bad. Okay. All right, that's the best we got. This goes to 8. We draw 5 cards. 1. Repurpose is something. Targeted strike is unplayable. Power in all of us is not good. Second repurpose is actually playable. We can get our threat up to absurd amount, as much as we're going to end our first deck cycle with no cards on the table. Second targeted strike also doesn't do anything. The bottom 3 cards of our deck we will draw if we go get Nick. Unfortunately, they also are unplayable and unplayable. Literally all unplayable cards. Because our ammo, we just kind of fired and we couldn't jump down. Okay, Black Widow doesn't attack because she's stunned. We draw 1 encounter card. Widow's Bite. Oh, we just died to this. Whoa, we just died to this. Deal your stun, take 1 damage. Okay, that's cool. Oh my God, I played this before and it wasn't that bad. Living the 1 HP righteous purpose life already. I mean, tell me about it. This has been awful. I really enjoy War Machine, but we're not setting up. And I think it's just like we have so many cards that don't do anything. Like the Leo Fitz into Gemma Simmons thing probably makes way more sense when you play not solo, in which like you have the time to set these up and you're not in charge of doing literally everything. But I mean, Black Widow is hard. I think the worst thing we did was advance. Like I think advancing was probably not the right thing. I think we should have kept it at 1 threat, but we cannot set up. We're so struggling. Like, say that we didn't die there. Say that we drew another encounter card. Like, say we drew this, which I think gives a retaliate 1, which is an issue. But say that we drew that. Like, we had nothing to do on our hit turn. Like, we would, like, thwart for this, play Nick, draw 3 unplayable cards. Yeah, I don't know. It's bad. I don't know what to do about this. I think I will try it one more time because it is beatable for sure. But this has been terrible showing. I was playing this in MP and we looked at Nova with 1 HP and said it'd be funny if one of you 2 encounter cards were attack acrobatics. Guess what he flipped? I mean, there's so many ways you die when attacking her, right? Like, she can get retaliate out of nowhere. She can do 1 damage to all characters out of nowhere. I like Leo to speedrun Shoulder Cannon, but ready Gemma on War Machine. But I rarely run Gemma on War Machine. The thing is, like, the way I see it is Leo's the harder one to use, and Gemma is just a resource generator. The thing is, the Gemma resource generator is not perfect because it's only good for tech cards. And the thing is, like, his kit, his tech cards are permanent. Ideally, that's why you play Repurpose. But it's a lot better with, like, you know, energy barrier and cards that come in and come out, like the stun gun. But I mean, one more time. Jesus. And if this is bad, we'll just play an easy character. Like, it's an easy villain. This goes to 4. She's on this side. Okay, so we're going to change our strategy here with what minion we open with, because when you start, you have to put a minion to play. I am instead going to go for the minion that I thought was not a classically a great idea, but we're going to start with the Aim Scientist on the table because we're guaranteed to take the Aim Scientist out. The Quick Strike one is still bad when we draw it, but I mean, this is probably the best thing for us. We'll set our health to 10. The Aim Scientist, we can just knock out because we have 2 attack, so we're guaranteed to do that on this turn. The 3 health puts it slightly more difficult. We had such a good opening too. What's going on here? All right, one more time. How's everyone's Sunday? It must be going better than mine so far. Getting warm in here. More like warm machine. I'm sorry. Okay, so this thing, you could hit it for 2. You could also hit it with the stun gun. Now this card will show up again, but again, 2 attack just means we have something good to do this turn. Mind you, you can always attack Black Widow for like 3 because you do 2 damage and 1 thwart. So you're always incentivized to hit Black Widow if you can. For her first scenario, especially on Expert, she's quite difficult, but man, I think she's so fun. There's so many interaction points. I think we're at the point that if this fails, we either will change the deck or retire the deck and then just start playing against Ronin and just finish that because we needed to do that on stream. Okay, I think I shoveled this enough. All our side schemes are in here. We start with 4 threat. That's 2 a turn. She schemes for 2 and 2, and she has, there's like, I think 8 cards in the deck that gives her an extra activation, so you have to watch out. As much as half of them are based off what side she's on. Okay, here we go. Scorched Earth. No, not even once. We'll never keep that. Full auto will never keep that. Ironheart, we could keep that. Ironheart is fine. She technically gets double duty here because she thwarts and attacks for 1 at the same time. I mean, that's cute. The fact that she died to the 1, oh, that's perfect. The fact that she died and we lost the blocker was awful. Like, that was really, really bad for us. It might have been the difference between us recovering and not. But when we had her on 1 health as our blocker and then she took the preparation, like, oops. Target strike is good. We could use that. That means we'll be able to clear all the threat. Again, I want to be able to draw this slightly later so we can jump down and shuffle it in, but what can you do? And then our last card is ready, which we have no physicals. We could hold on to the full auto just to be able to guarantee to play the ready for a fight, which is obviously an important part. Like, we saw the part there where War Machine runs out of bullets and does nothing. But already this is this into this, which draws a card that plays this. I mean, yeah, we don't have enough physicals that I think holding on to full auto is like only slightly silly. But our mulligans haven't been amazing. We draw Spider Bite, who is unfortunately going to be full cost this turn. It's not very common, but she'll be full cost, so we're not going to play her. At least she doesn't have a physical. Okay, we'll start with Ironheart. So we'll pay 2 for her. She draws a card, which is good, because if we pitch that card, we can shuffle it back in. Ooh, it's a Gauntlet Gun. Okay. So that actually does challenge things. Because if we play a Gauntlet Gun, a bunch of cards in our deck now become free and playable even if we bottom out. So we might just do... She becomes 2 cost, which is still too much. So I think, oh, actually, no, this saves a couple resources. So say that we spend 2 on this plays that, and we're left with 1 awkward resource, which has been pretty common. We can hold on to Ready for Fight because it is like that good of a card. It allows us to jump down and shuffle the targeted strike back. So we can try that and play a bit more like that. We should be able to deal all this right on the table. So yeah, this is the run. Yeah, this is the run for sure. Akuro, how's it going? I think I can hold on to this. In theory, we have a lot of like setup upgrades, so holding on to cards is pretty expensive. But Ready for Fight technically is like a key card for this deck because it allows us to jump down, refill our bullets, put our thwarting card back in our deck. So let's try and prioritize holding up one of these and see if that works out for us. All right, we'll flip up. We get 5 bullets. We're going to go ahead and spend 2 on Gauntlet Gun. We're not going to shuffle the full auto back in with our Altigo before. Mind you, we always could have done that, but the Gauntlet Gun is on the table. We will just attack for 2 into the Aim Scientist to deal with it while we can. Technically, it cannot be attacked if there's other minions. Ironheart will attack Black Widow, so she first removes the threat. Discards a preparation. Attached to F. We got gauntlets. She got gauntlets. Yeah, okay, great. So gains retaliate 1. Ironheart's knocked out. The villain does take 1 though, which is good. And then we'll use this to remove 3 threat. Now, there's no way to not have that happen. There is unfortunately a couple encounter cards that just say like retaliate 1 or 1 damage. So we're going to take the next attack to the face. Not a good start. We just lost like 4 health easily because she's going to attack us now for 3 in a card. We probably lost 5 health on that attack. Great. 1, 2, Helicarrier, never happy to see it. Should not be in the deck. Second Gauntlet Gun, we don't need this. Evaluate threat, we cannot clear. And Grant Ward can clear Evaluate threat. Okay, so this can get a Nick Fury hand. This hand might be okay. Let's hope for the best. This goes to 2. Black Widow's attacking us for 3 in a card. Only 3, no boost. Okay, that's good. Aim Grant's gone. So we go down to 7. We draw 1 encounter card. There's again, I think 4 cards here that say she attacks again. Instead, we're getting a side scheme. So discard until you find a side scheme. Dance of Death is gone. Covert Ops is gone. That's one of the she double schemes. 2 double schemes out, so it's only the advance. That's really good because she won't thwart anymore if we're in hero mode. All right, this one's still quite scary. So it's automated defenses. We've seen this one before. Comes in with 4 threat and gives an amplify, which we haven't seen an attack acrobatics yet, which means she attacks with 2 boosts. So again, if you have allies, generally amplify doesn't matter, but like, you know, gestures towards board state. All right, so I think we're just going to do evaluate threat because his hand is butt. So second Gauntlet Gun for evaluate threat. Grant Ward will clear it. So Grant Ward will thwart for 2, which is not like pushing us forward in terms of our game plan. But when we clear evaluate threat, we can search our deck for a shield card. The issue is we're going to have to throw out a Ready for a Fight here, but we're going to have a Nick Fury in a second. Okay, so we can grab a shield or an Avenger card, and it's going to be 2 costs cheaper. So like Grant Ward is probably the front runner because we have 2 cards in hand. Those, sorry, not play Grant Ward, Nick Fury. That's like kind of perfect. The other options, we can just get like a value piece like Quinn Carrier. But if we get Quinn Carrier for 1, we can play Quinn Carrier into Ready for a Fight. We can jump down. That's another option. But I think Nick is probably just a bit better because she's hitting pretty hard with the amplifying the +1. And so I think we just need a bit of tempo here to set up. So it's not always Nick, but like it's going to be Nick here. But I'd be really happy to be in a board state where we don't have to take Nick. We can take a Helicarrier or a Quinn Carrier or something like that. In fact, we could have thrown out the Helicarrier to play the Evaluate threat to get it. But it's just a Helicarrier, and a Helicarrier can't play Ready for a Fight. You need the Quinn Carrier. So that's fine. So Nick costs 2. We'll play a 2-cost Nicholas Fury. And when Nick comes in, we'll draw 3 cards. 1. Nope. 2. Nope. 3. I don't know about this one. I thought we had it. I don't think we have it. We can't play this hand at all. What is this? This is the card that we said we don't think should be a power in all of us. And we want to be like, what would be the best card in this hand? So what is the best card that this card could have been in this hand? Because we can play like mental Marvel Champions and guess what this is. I don't know how I realized we're still on Black Widow. Joel, stop. This is definitely a hand of cards. This is so bad. Like this could have been an energy barrier that's playable. This is 3 cost and this does nothing. It's a wild. So like the only thing we can do is like play energy shield pass. We could technically play the energy shield on Nick Fury, so it doesn't take consequential. That's a cool thing we got going for us. But like obviously all of that's kind of salad. This is only a 2-3, which is not too bad. We still have everybody else in our deck. We need to attack and take retaliate damage and then have no preparation to discard Black Widow's gauntlets, which is a bit expensive. Unfortunately, the 2 of us cannot clear this, but I'd rather have Nick starting on that. This is so awful. We're not going to keep any of these cards. We're going to play energy shield on us. So we can always panic and spend a resource to prevent 1 damage, which is not a good use of resources. Okay, so Nick will thwart for 2. We will attack her and hopefully not discard a preparation. Because if we don't discard a preparation, it's so much better for us. It could be a catastrophe if we reveal a preparation. So we're going to exhaust attack for 2. We do 1 here first. It's not a preparation. That's perfect. So we take retaliate 1. The villain takes 2. And we discard this because we didn't reveal a preparation. This is starting to think, yeah, maybe this is not it. Yeah, are we back? We're so not back. We'll pass. Draw 5. We didn't jump down, so we didn't shuffle back in our thwarting card. Gemma, nah. Stun gun, nah. Notice how these cards don't do anything. Repurpose, at least for energy shield, is a good enough floor. Upgrade chassis. Okay, so we need to jump down to alter ego for a moment, and we have a ready for a fight, which unfortunately, and this is the issue, is like there's not a lot of physicals in the deck. So like chassis ready for a fight is a really good start, but this is probably just like clear all the threat we can. Jump down, play Gemma, play chassis, and hope. Yeah. It's not good enough. This goes to 3. Black Widow's attacking for 3 in a card with the Amplify functionally. We'll put Nick in the way. We're also going to lose some resources to Grant. So 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6. That's an attack acrobatics. Good to see that go. Nick gets absolutely obliterated. So we have to hope that we don't draw treachery. I mean, whoa, that's so good. Wait, this is really good for us because we wanted a cheap jump down and it's not a treachery. So either exhaust James Rhodes, I mean, that is acceptable, or we can, and mind you, we can flip to alter ego, or we can remove all ammo counters. The thing is, if we jump down to alter ego, we have no ammo counters, so this will get surge. So I think we're just going to jump down and exhaust ourselves, which means we remove this from the game. I think that's best for us. Let's double check, but notably not a treachery, so Grant Ward doesn't get upset. That means with this hand, we can like play Gemma. Gemma can play chassis, and like we're gaming. No, we're good. That actually was the best encounter card I think we could have drawn there. Yeah, this is good. All right, we're going to play RFAF for Gemma. She only costs 1, and she generates a resource for the tech thing that we want to do. It's nice to have a resource generator at some point in time. Then we're going to exhaust Gemma and spend 2 more for a chassis. I think this is the most important card we have because now when we jump up, we can give ourselves a toughness. Now, before we're going to do that, we're going to shuffle a card back in our deck. We definitely want our cheap 1-cost cards. They have to be one of our War Machine cards, but Targeted Strike is just good enough. I think we're back meter just went way up off of that 1 card draw. Okay, we don't have an attack this turn, but we're gonna have a toughness. Grant Ward probably deals with the automated defenses. Actually, no, Grant Ward probably has to deal with that because if she I guess if she gets a 3 boost, we lose. But we've seen 1 covert op so far, so there's not that many cards I would say she schemes. There's only 1 in the deck if we're in hero mode. Oh, we messed up. We messed up. When we attacked into this says each encounter card without printer preparation gates preparation deal 1 damage to the attacking character, and this says after a character you control attacks Black Widow of no preparation ability. So we actually don't discard this, which means we take 1 more damage to the actual retaliate, so we're down to 5. Yeah, I forgot this actually gives the preparations text, so that will happen before this happens. So yeah, that was bad. We probably could have just thwarted for 1 and would have been better because we knew we were going to take 2 damage no matter what. And this text means this text is impossible. So that was actually a pretty bad misplay. We'll see if 2 damage matters or 1 extra damage matters, but discarding this was more important. Mind you, that means Nick was attacked for like 9 or whatever, but that doesn't matter. All right, we're going to jump up with hero into hero mode, which means the chassis fires. The upgraded chassis gives us a tough, and we get 5 bullets, which I was meant to clear them when we jumped down, but I didn't. Okay, so that's good. Grant will just thwart for 2 to clear this. So now you can get rid of the gauntlets, and then that's all we have. We pass. Mind you, this was exhausted, but we'll ready it right now. Okay, Grant Ward still can't block, so we could get double activated. We'll see if we have a mental in our hand. Shoulder Cannon, great card. We have 5 bullets. Bunker is a bit greedy. Power and all of us could help us with Grant. Genius could really help us with Grant. And then we have a Scorched Earth, which will help us with Grant. So this hand can play 1.5 of these cards, but with Gemma, the Shoulder Cannon costs 1. We can actually play the Munition Bunker and then feed Grant Ward with the Scorched Earth. So actually pretty good hand here. But notice like this hand again, one more time, it doesn't do anything. Which means like, because we're playing protection, a lot of the protection cards don't do anything. That is a huge issue. It's like if you don't set up well, you don't do anything, and then you draw next hand, and if you're behind on board state, you continue to not do anything, which is something we're learning pretty firsthand here. That goes to 5. She attacks for 3 in a card. We'll just take it. None of her boosts have piercing. Advance, that's nice. We take 3 off tough. 1 encounter card. If it's a treachery, it's not. So we get to keep it cheap. Grant Ward. We either have to exhaust ourselves or Grant Ward, but we want to use Grant Ward to his full ability, so we'll probably not do that. We cannot attack until we exhaust a character. This card, mind you, was eroded at some point because there's an FAQ in the rule book that says that this has different text. I think this used to say you are stunned, and it doesn't anymore. I think it's a lot better the way it's written, a lot more intuitive. Okay, we can do this. We can definitely do this. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to use Gemma. And mind you, she can be used in the hero mode as much as alter ego. And then we're going to play we're not going to play the Scorched Earth. We're going to play the Shoulder Cannon. And this card is so good because it does thwarting. The issue with this is we need to get rid of the Black Widow's gauntlets because every time we attack for one, we take back one because this does not have ranged. It makes sense for this card to have ranged because of, the fact that it's a gun, but it would be totally busted if this thing had ranged on it. Okay, so we have to make a decision here. As our hero, we have to get rid of the stun net, so we're always going to exhaust ourselves to get rid of this, which means we can start attacking. We have 6 shots with the Shoulder Cannon. We're just going to go ahead and play the munitions bunker because we can. So why not get it on the table? Unfortunately, it doesn't do anything, but eventually it will because you can exhaust this to add counters or move counters, but adding counters is an alter ego thing. So we're left with this one power in all of us, which we probably won't hold on to. I do think our deck still has a couple doubles that are neutral, like Agent 13, Quinn Carrier, Prof, Leo, kind of, but it's definitely not worth holding on to because we have a lot of really good events here. Okay, so Grant Ward can thwart for 2, or Grant Ward can attack for 2 and thwart for 1. If he does that, there's a chance we get rid of the gauntlets before we ping ourselves to death with the Shoulder Cannon. The cool thing is the energy shield can actually protect one of the retaliates because we kept an energy icon. So we can deal with 1 damage here. So the question is, does Grant Ward thwart? There's only 1 covert ops in the deck left. So it's not likely that Black Widow will thwart against us. The issue is we're going to have 5 health and she's going to attack us. Like, we kind of have to jump down here. We didn't draw an ally. That's actually kind of scary. We have to defend, I think. It's bad. We could let this go down to 0 and jump down. There's only 1 advance and 1 covert ops left in the list. And if she double activates or double thwarts, we probably lose. But we're kind of incentivized here to jump down. I could see us wanting to jump down here. Our deck has a lot of thwarting still because it has Prof X and 2 copies of the thwart attack thing. Nice to catch your stream. Greece for Germany. Hey, Nitro, welcome. How's it going? How's your Sunday afternoon been now? Thanks for saying hi. Okay. I think Grant Ward. I think we're going to start with the Shoulder Cannon and see what happens because this could be bad. Well, actually, no, we should start with Grant Ward because we know one of the preparations says deal 1 damage to all your characters. And then if Grant Ward gets knocked out, that's going to feel pretty bad. I think we have to be a bit conservative here. And Grant Ward is actually going to go ahead and thwart for 2. But that might be a coward thwart. Okay, then we're going to do a Shoulder Cannon. And this dance has a lot of moving parts. So we're going to exhaust this, which deals 1 damage to her. When she takes damage, she takes 1 here. And then we have to discard this. It has preparation. Oh, God, that's bad. The aim commando enters play. Then it attacks us for 2. We're not going to defend, so we take 2 damage. Okay. Then we didn't discard the Black Widow's gauntlets, so we have to take retaliate 1. So we're going to take 3 damage from this. Mind you, it's the other one. That was a disaster. I mean, I felt like we were back and then we weren't. We're just going to use the energy shield, mind you, on one of these. We're going to spend a wild, so we'll recover 1 functionally. And then we can choose to use a counter to ready the Shoulder Cannon, which we will. Oh, why is nothing easy in this game? Okay. We have to now Shoulder Cannon the aim commando, I guess, unless we jump down. Maybe we can negotiate with Black Widow and settle things peacefully. We tried. It was too hard. I'm going to have to shoot this once. I think I'm going to have to continue to shoot Black Widow. I think we need to remove 2 threat. I'm going to continue to shoot Black Widow. We're called War Machine. We're going to do 1 damage to Black Widow. If this has no preparation, I think we do still take the retaliate. Okay, so there's a preparation. So this says discard an event from your hand. Sorry, that we'll have hop-ons. We have to discard a card from our hand. We have no events. So she does take a damage, but we also take a damage because Black Widow's gauntlet is still there. So if we attack her 1 more time, we attack her 1 more time, we die to that 1 card that says take 1 damage, you were stunned. So we cannot afford to attack her 1 more time. So we're going to have to say 1 threat on that is good enough. Mind you, we'll use 1 counter to ready the Shoulder Cannon. Okay, Shoulder Cannon for 1, use a counter, ready. Shoulder Cannon for 1, use a counter, ready. Shoulder Cannon for 1. We can't afford to use the last bullet. We're going to jump down. Oh. Munitions bunker. We'll exhaust this to put 2 ammo on it in alter ego and we'll pass. We're just hoping for the best. Before we pass, we can shuffle in one of our cards into our deck. It has to be one of our cards. So not a lot of great options here. In fact, I don't think we do it. None of these cards actually matter. So we just have to hope that she doesn't scheme out. There is 2 cards that say she schemes. If she draws either of them, we probably lose. We draw 5. Does the preparation resolve if nothing happens? Oh, good idea. Good question, actually. So The idea is that we fired grappling hook. It did resolve, right? I need to rename these so this doesn't happen. So this one came up and it says discard one event card from your hand. So it did resolve. It just didn't have any text, I'm pretty sure. So that's a good question, right? Because this thing says discard it if no preparation ability was resolved. Yeah, did we resolve it? Maybe we didn't resolve it. Shouldn't you discard your ammo counters when you flip down? Yeah, sorry. I always forget to do that. They don't matter when you're an alter ego, so that's fine, but good catch, Riot. Yeah, we should. Yeah, technically this resolved. It just didn't have an effect, right? Because I think her text says if you find one, resolve it. Discard the top card, resolve each preparation. Yeah, I think we did resolve it. It just didn't have any effect. It'd be cool if we could have discarded it for free, but I think it technically resolved. It just was not impactful. We're drawing 6. Repulsor beam. Okay, we want the thwart one. Repurpose is good. We can get rid of the energy shield for an extra damage. Ready for fight. Unfortunately, we wanted a turn ago. Second repurpose, like we can get rid of a gauntlet gun maybe. Targeted strike is fantastic. And then we did not grab an ally. So we're just kind of really hoping that tough kind of gets us through. This goes to 3. She schemes for 2 and a card. 1, 2, 3, 4. Widow's Bite. That's the one that does 1 damage to us. So this goes to 7. So if she draws anything that makes her scheme, we're very likely to lose. I mean, that's fine. This is an ugly combination. Actually, we're in a really bad spot here. Classic Andre. Because this says every card without a preparation ability gains preparation prevent all damage, which means that we're guaranteed to have to attack her twice more, which means every time we attack her, sorry, that's going to happen, we have to take retaliate twice more. The problem is we want to attack her to remove the threat, but we can't attack her because then we'll lose the toughness. I think a treachery that discards an ally is still resolved even if you don't have an ally. Yeah, the card resolved. It definitely did its revealed text, which means it resolves. It just didn't actually do anything, but I'm pretty sure it resolves. So this is really bad. Now, the upside is energy shield, but the problem is this interrupt on energy shield has to happen after a toughness because interrupts will happen after. So it goes like static abilities happen first, then like status cards like toughness, and then it's forced interrupts, and then it's interrupts. So if we jump up and get the toughness with chassis, and then we use energy shield, we cannot prevent the toughness from getting discarded because this is when a character would be take damage, not when they're dealt damage. Regardless, yeah, if it prevented dealt damage, we could use it, but it can't, so this will go first. So the issue is like we generally want to like go up and like mag dump to like get the threat down, but every time we attack her, we're guaranteed to take 1 damage. And in fact, we can get a single preparation here that does 2 damage and we just die on the spot. Well, no, it just takes our toughness off, which is hard. Like we need an ally in this hand. Is there not a Professor X in here? There's an Iron Man, a Prof X, an Agent 13. You don't discard after you play the obligation, which means the whole term you would have a no ammo counters. You didn't discard after you played the obligation, which means the whole term you wouldn't have ammo counters. No, so when we got the obligation, we jumped down and we exhausted, right? So we jumped down, we had no counters, and then we jumped up and we got 5 counters. So maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but when we drew this, we chose to jump down. When you jump down, you lose your counters. And then when we jumped up on that turn, we got 5 counters back. Oh, you're saying if you draw the obligation, you can get rid of your ammo counters? I mean, technically, yeah. But if we had our ammo counters in alter ego, we would have realized we messed up. But yeah, you obviously need to clear the counters when they come down. There's just no way to use them besides technically your obligation. But we would have been like, oh, wait a second, something's wrong here. But yeah, that's better to have a clean board state. You never keep your ammo counters when you jump down. Does the obligation allow you to discard ammo counters from munitions bunker? Remove all ammo counters from your identity. No, okay, cool. So we're between a rock and a hard place. We kind of want to keep the toughness, which means we probably don't attack Black Widow. And so we need to figure out how to get rid of these. So we probably don't attack because the toughness is worth so much more damage. That means we probably just kind of like go buck wild and do like repurpose and clear all the threat. Because like multiple repurposes stack up relatively well. Unfortunately, once again, and I warned you about this, we have no physicals for ready for a fight, which, ow, my soul. But that's probably what we end up doing. And unfortunately, also Gemma Simmons is totally useless in this hand. I'm starting to think this might not be it. Okay. I think we have to recover for 3. And then we'll just ready ourselves enough time. So I'm going to recover for 3. We can use our alter ego text to shuffle a card back in. Unfortunately, I don't want any of these cards. I don't want any of these cards back in. Like a gauntlet gun is not something we want to draw next turn. Full auto, we don't want to draw next turn. Scorched Earth, we don't want to draw next turn. So that's probably not it. So I mean, that's it. We can use our munitions bunker here. And it's nice to have counters on this because we can always just dump them into the shoulder cannon to clear all the threat eventually, but that'll be another problem for later. And then we're going to flip up. We have 2 techs that fire here. The upgraded chassis we can exhaust to give us a toughness. And of course we get our 5 bullets, which we always do. Okay, so we're going to start by using our gauntlet gun, which I think is what we're going to get rid of. So we're going to use our gauntlet gun. It's less necessary now because we have all the munitions bunker. And so we're going to exhaust this to generate a wild, and so we can play our targeted strike. So this is just 3 threat for free. So this goes down to 4. Good start. Okay, so then this hand. Jesus, this hand. We can't play. Oh my god, this hand is so bad. If we could use the energy shield and spend resources, we'd be in a good spot. But unfortunately, the toughness is lost. That's okay. That's all right. We're going to go ahead and play Repurpose. This discards a tech card. We're going to discard the Gauntlet Gun, which I think is right. All the other cards are way more important. So that's going to ready us, and we're going to give ourselves +2 thwart for the rest of the phase. We're going to thwart for 3 into this. Now, we could play another Repurpose here, just to thwart the last thwart. I think our toughness is way better. There is some weird line. Oh, man, there's some weird line in which, like, we spend our energy resources to prevent damage. So, like, maybe we just trade her toughness, but 5 attack. Like, she's attacking for 3 in a card. We probably do get defeated if we don't have our toughness here. But, like, there's a line in which we just start blasting to remove threat. But there's only 1 threat. I think we honestly just discard this whole hand. This is so bad. We're discarding 4 cards. Where's Lockjaw? I wonder if that card that's floating in our deck should just be Lockjaw. Because, like, we always want access to an ally. And Lockjaw is always an ally. Like, maybe this card, which I don't think we actually ended up spending for anything, could just be a Lockjaw. Does Lockjaw have a physical? There's no shot. He's probably a mental. Oh, no, he's a physical. Like, that's good, too. But, yeah, this hand would be like a peak Lockjaw, because Lockjaw could attack. Or thwart. And then we'd have a blocker. And then we wouldn't care about our toughness. And obviously, like, wasting 4 resources is not good. But say we throw these 4 out. The bottom of our deck is this. I guess instead of throwing it out at a minimum, we could get rid of our energy shield to thwart 1 more, which, like, obviously not a big reason to do that. We could also discard one of these to get our defense up. And if we actually defend, and our defend is bigger than our the damage, we prevent the toughness, because defense lowers damage dealt, which means if you don't get dealt any damage, you don't take any damage. So you keep the toughness. The bottom of the deck is, like, really expensive. Starhawk would also be good. He's physically can bounce the hand. Yeah, Starhawk is just like a very good protection ally. And I think we need more allies in this deck because we're not doing that much else. This is going to draw a bad hand. This is so expensive. So I think because our deck is so expensive here at the bottom, I'm going to hold on to at least the double. It's also not bad in a pinch with energy shield. But I think we'll hold on to the double, discard 3 cards, and then draw back up. So we're hoping for the best. Yeah, Starhawk is really, really good. He's just, like, generically very good. I always get so surprised that Starhawk has 3 health for 2. Like, that's already nonsense. And then he has, like, just really good techs. Okay, energy. We draw 4 more. Missile launcher, not what we want. Quinn Carry, not what we want. We want to draw an ally. I think we have Professor X in here. Iron Man, I mean, at minimum, it's an ally. And then a full auto. So, like, still surprisingly bad hand. The bottom of the deck is Prop X and Agent 13. I mean, what is going on? I wonder if we should kept a ready for a fight with this hand too. I could see that being correct because we have enough physicals on the bottom of the deck. We had a Quinn Carrier, and having this is actually, like, really, really, really good for us because it means that we can jump down, fire Leo. Yeah, holding on to ready for a fight in hindsight probably was correct, as well as the energy. Anyways, this goes to 3. Black Widow attacks for 3 in a card. We take it. 3, 4. Okay, we lose the toughness. 1 encounter card. I've never seen that happen. Hey, Albert, how's it going? I've never seen 2 of these stack up. I honestly didn't know she had 2 in the deck. So she has Retaliate too. We do luckily have a missile launcher, which is, like, free to play this turn. And with the missile launcher, we could shoot. And if we have to basically get rid of, we have to shoot twice. Because the first one will always have a preparation text, and then the second one might not have a preparation text. But the missile launcher at least is, like, pretty clutch here. The other problem is we have the energy shield. Oh yeah, wait, we should do this. Okay, sorry that I'm retconning stuff, but, like, I know that we had Iron Man on the bottom of the deck. At the bottom of the deck, Iron Man is not going to get anything because Iron Man says search for an upgrade. So that always the upgrade we should be searching for is this energy shield. Sorry, not you. And so that means we probably should repurpose this energy shield to thwart for 1 more. because we know Iron Man's coming up and Iron Man getting a 0 coster is always correct. So we did discard a repurpose for no reason. So just let me get rid of this, and we thwarted for 1. So we technically had 3 thwart and we were ready. So if you allow me to do that, I probably need that, I'll be honest. But yeah, I think it was always right to do that because we had a 50% chance to draw Iron Man. It's not like the energy shield was doing anything. I mean, we did hold on to the double. Yeah, okay. We held on to the double. We can't do that. We said holding on to that for the energy shield might matter. Okay, so she has retaliate 2. Let's start blasting. So we're going to use Gemma for tech card. We'll play the missile launcher, which is the one card that has ranged. So it doesn't matter if we do this first or second, but ultimately we're going to dodge 2 damage here. Okay, the other thing that we can do here is play Iron Man, and it'll leave us with 1 card. The problem is we have no 1-cost tech card in this hand, right? Because Iron Man allows us to grab a tech card, but again, there's nothing. The energy shield actually will be pretty good into the retaliate, so I don't think it's the end of the world. I think we just need to go get a tech card that has an energy icon in it so we can dodge 1 damage, which I'm hoping we have a tech card with an energy icon on it. Yeah, we have stun gun at a minimum. Okay, so we can always use that and use energy shield. So we're going to start with the missile launcher. So we're going to exhaust it. We're going to spend an ammo, and this does 2 damage range to her. So firstly, we remove 1 counter, and then we discard. And we're hoping it doesn't have a preparation as much as it will have a preparation. So we discard. So usually we start with this ally, so there's less of them in the deck because this is terrible. So we're going to take 4 damage from the... No, we're going to take 2 damage from this attack. So put this into play after this attack. So we did biff the timing last time we did this. So she does take 2 damage. We did discard a preparation, so retaliate 2 would fire, but we didn't. And now the aim commando is going to attack us for 2. We could dodge some of this damage, but we can't really afford to. Yeah, that was bad. That was quite bad. Because we need every single resource in our hand to play Iron Man. Because the only energy we have is the double. This is awful. We'll take 2 damage. Nothing is going our way. I mean, if we got rid of these, we could mag dump, and that would be fine. And we could jump down, and that'd be fine. The problem is jumping down this turn is sketchy because we're going to be decking out no matter what we do. All right, so we'll send 1, 2, 3 for our ally. Our ally lets us to search our deck and discard pile. For a tech card, we're just going to go for the tech card that has an energy because it's the only thing we can do. We have no 1-cost tech cards in the deck besides the missile launcher. So we'll grab stun gun. Okay, that's that. So Iron Man will... So a thing that you actually can do to get rid of the night vision goggles and the Black Widow's gauntlets, I think you can just attack her when there's no threat on the table, right? So if you attack her when there's no threat on the table, it says after character control, if Black Widow has no preparation. So we could use Iron Man to thwart for 2. Then we get attack for 1. We'll take retaliate 2, but we'll discard 2 of those cards. I think the night vision goggles stay. Because the night vision goggles say, then discard this. It's attached to the preparation text. So we can get rid of the retaliate 2 if we just thwart 2 first, which I think is our play here. So we're going to use Iron Man to thwart 2. We might have had access to that line earlier, and that might have been better. This was at 3 threat. Yeah. Yeah, that was better. No, it's about fine. Yeah, we could have thwarted 1, thwarted 2 with Iron Man. I mean, this was the bad case, but we could have got this down to 0 thwart, so we have no shot of drawing this. Okay, now we can use our shoulder cannon. Our shoulder cannon is going to attack for 1. She cannot remove anything from here. We're going to take 2 damage. We're going to use our energy barrier to reduce the damage by 1 by discarding 1 energy icon. So we'll take 1 damage. Sorry, discard our stun gun using our energy shield. So we're going to only take 1 damage. We're down to 2. Great. Great. So we did do 1 damage to her. So she takes 1. She gets rid of retaliate 2. Okay, we're good. We will choose to spend a counter to ready the shoulder cannon. Okay, we're going to be okay. Yeah, with no on threat on main, you could get rid of the gauntlets. I think we should have focused on that. That was probably not a good play. We'll attack for 2 into the aim commando. We'll use a shoulder cannon to do 1 damage to it. We won't ready a shoulder cannon. So we've cleared the table. We have a blocker. The issue is we're drawing 3 encounter cards, or sorry, 2 encounter cards. We could use munitions bunker just to full send it, but we're going to use this to send it later. So Loving the content. Hey, fans, I'm really enjoyed your Hulk mini campaign. Me too. That was actually a ton of fun, even with Batroc in it. I'm glad you liked it. I think that stream turned out really, really quite nice. Okay, we'll pass. We know we're drawing into Prof X, so we can jump down. We're drawing into a targeted strike, so that does cost us something here. Unfortunately, this hand can only play one card. We have no tech cards, so this hand plays exactly one card. We could consider jumping down, but we're going to be decking out. She only has 2 cards that make her scheme, but she's scheming for 3 in a card, so we're probably going to lose anyways if we jump down. We could only take 1 attack here. If we take 2 attacks, we also probably lose. Shouldn't the goggles be discarded already and no damage taken from a missile launcher attack? No, because the goggles only ready if you discard a preparation. Sorry, the goggles only discard if you reveal a card using Black Widow's Force Interrupt and the card has no preparation text on it, right? Because this says then. So we basically have to attack her, reveal a preparation card. The preparation card has to have no text on it, so it has no preparation text. Then you discard this. So you actually have to hit a card off the top of the deck. So we discarded a card from the top of the deck, but that card was the aim commando, so it had preparation text. Right? So basically you need to fire a card that has this text on the card, which means you have to discard it, and it has no text, which gains this text. You know what I mean? It's a bit convoluted, but it makes sense. The idea is like basically every card that has no preparation text has this text instead, and that text is the only way you can discard this. So yeah, no dice. Yeah, okay, cool. Hey there, it's just about to sleep. I'll catch the VOD later. Have a great game. B-Bix, we've been struggling today. Get some sleep. I definitely could use some already. Thanks for dropping in. This goes to 2 threat. She's attacking for 2 in a card. Now, this probably defeats us, so we have to block with Iron Man, but it sucks that we have to use our allies like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So we have to survive 2 encounter cards. If we get attacked, we're probably dead. At least the Dance of Knives only does 1 damage. All right, that's bad. There's only 1 more card that says Sheath Thwarts. Unfortunately, it's Covert Ops, which fires on both sides. So she schemes for 3 in a card. No boost. That's nice. That goes to 5. Could be worse. 1 counter card. Dance of Death. Hey, we talked about this. So this is why we wanted to be at slightly more health. So we're going to have to take 1 damage for this. Such a cool card. Deal 1 damage to character control. Deal damage to 2nd character. 3 damage to 3rd character. We don't have any more characters, so we're on our final health. We could actually prevent that damage with Energy Shield, which I think we do because we can't use another resource. So we're just going to go ahead and discard Repulsor Beam and actually not take that damage. So Energy Shield just says spend energy to prevent damage. So this hand is doable. The thing with this hand is we're going to play Professor X and we're going to hope for the best. Professor X, I will thwart. She'll jump down. When she jumps down, we can shuffle Iron Man back into our deck. We can be okay here, but this whole hand is just basically pay 3 per Professor X. If we had a double, we could play Professor X and our thwarting card, but this is good enough. So Prof comes into play, gets a confuse, thwarts her 3. Okay, there's only 1 card in the deck that says Black Widow will thwart. We need to recover, but I think we can just do our damage off the missile launcher and all that sort of stuff. I'm going to start with the shoulder cannon, I think. We know that she can't gain retaliate. We won't die if we take 1 damage here, so it should be fine. If we draw a quick strike minion, we would be in a bad spot, but we always defend, and I think we've seen both aim commandos, which, again, I usually don't have 2 aim commandos in the deck. All right, so we're going to start with the shoulder cannon. We're going to ping her for 1 damage. Ideally, this card has no text on it, so we can get rid of the goggles. It has no text on it. That's perfect. So a couple things happen. Firstly, she doesn't take damage, but she does discard this, so that's great. All right, then we're going to go ahead and we might as well just dump the shoulder cannon here. We don't want to defeat her. That was the shoulder cannon. We exhausted it, so we're going to spend a charge to get it ready. We'll shoulder cannon 1 more time, so that does 1 threat. Preparation text, I mean, it never gets easy. Aim grunt comes in with 5 health, and the attack is dealt to the aim grunt, so the aim grunt is down to 4 health. This only schemes for 1, so that's fine. We will spend a charge to ready shoulder cannon. Okay, so if we want to damage max, we're going to have to exhaust this to spend 1 damage, to do 2 to the aim grunt, and then we're going to use the shoulder cannon to do 1 to the aim grunt. All right, so good enough. That is totally fine. This schemes for 1. We're going to jump down to Alter Ego. We get rid of all the bullets. We have none. We're going to go shuffle a card into our deck. It's going to be Iron Man because we like allies. We're going to use our munition bunker to gain 2 more counters, which is what it does. And then with all these counters, again, we can just dump them into Black Widow. We could have grabbed 4 counters that turn and just keep shooting her, but ideally the counters are going to be used to also remove threat. We're then going to recover for 3. We're so back. We're so back here. We could lose to the Covert Ops, but there's only 1 card in the like relatively small encounter deck that says she schemes. I'm looking forward to catching up on this tomorrow. You have a great day. Thank you, Joey. It's been rough. Enjoy the VOD. We've been learning a lot. And I'm a huge War Machine fan, but like we're not doing a good job showing this off. This deck is way too greedy. We have to have way more on-tempo cards. All right, this goes to 2. Goes to 3. She doesn't scheme. The Aim Grunt does for 1. I like the Aim Grunt. It's a little guy. 1 encounter card. But we decked out. There should have been 2 encounter cards. No, we didn't deck out. We decked out last turn. Yeah, we didn't deck out. Okay, never mind. We're drawing 2 encounter cards anyways. So we probably don't lose this. First. Hey, love. Bye, Manny. Nabbed. Okay, it's not in play. So discard cards on the top of the deck. So, okay. If Abduct Superhumans is not in play, find an opponent in play. So we're going to have some threat to deal with, and it means that we're going to have an ally pinned underneath this. So hopefully we're thwarting pretty well. That was from the discard pile. Okay, find an opponent to play. When you put into play, you don't do any of its text that doesn't have Surge. Now, discard cards from the top of your deck until an ally is discarded. Grand Ward is the best case scenario. That's so funny. You put the ally underneath there, you add threat equal to the ally's printed cost, which is 0. And now the idea is that when we clear Abduct Superhumans, we can get Grant Ward back. So funny interaction. But that's kind of it here. So this gets discarded. We put 1 icon on this. So we should be able to clear that no problem. Next card. Exhaustion. That kind of hurts. Our ready is not super important, but we're exhausted, which means we can't recover, which is probably what we would have done. Surge. Excuse me. Gang up. This also has Surge. Glad to dodge that. We're in alter ego. Please stop drawing encounter cards. We drew so many encounter cards. Destroy evidence. Each other encounter card gets inside 1. At least we drew that in the right order, but this comes in with 4 threat and has a crisis. I mean, you think you're out of the woods, and then you draw 2 expert surge cards. We didn't even draw a hand. Wait, what's going on here? We're going to need 6 cards going into this turn. You can tell I'm fried. Power and all of us ready for a fight. Nick Fury, Power and all of us is sick. That can clear Abduct Superhumans. Great. Double Power and all of us into Nick Fury? What are the odds? Quinn Carrier is a bit too little, too late. We want a tech card. Ironheart. I mean, that's a hand. This draws a lot of cards. So much Surge. I thought I started playing Nebula. Okay, so we have to watch out, because as soon as an ally leaves play, it gets abducted. The cool thing about Abduct Superhumans, you can actually choose to discard. Okay, so you can do something really weird here. Oh no, actually this is bad. Prof X goes under. Okay, so there's something good you can do here, but I forget Professor X gets abducted immediately, which is kind of fun flavor. So you could, in theory, play Nick Fury, thwart with Nick Fury, then play another ally, so you're over your ally slot, get Nick Fury abducted, and then save Nick Fury and play the same Nick Fury twice in a turn, which is kind of difficult. Now, the thing is, when we clear this, we get Professor X and Grant Ward on the table immediately, and Professor X's text fires immediately too. So, like, genuinely pretty good that Professor X got abducted. 10 out of 10. It's kind of like the prisons camp thing again. Like, kind of excited about it. 5 threat is a bit much. Our hand only has 3 threat, but this hand will draw more hand. And ideally, we draw one of our thwart cards, which we did not discard any. Oh, we discarded it. So we're going to start with our alter ego and just shuffle this into our deck. And ideally, we draw that thing. This could be sick. Could be quite sick. We just need to do 5 thwart. It's really going to be ugly here if we don't draw another ally. Nick has a threat removal option. Sure. Yeah, we're going to do that text. I mean, we actually might. We might. It might be good enough. Because if we draw a card and it doesn't scheme, we're in a bad spot. So Nick can remove, what is it? 2 threat? No. 2 threat. You want me to remove 2 threat? So 2 threat does guarantee to clear Abduct Superhumans, which removes 3 more threat. I mean, we talked about this. It's like when we're playing from behind, if Nick Fury draws 3 cards, we're in a good spot, right? Yeah, we're in a good spot if Nick Fury draws 3 cards and we find threat. The thing is, we have no threat in our hand besides these 2. And they don't do enough, right? Like, we need to hit 5 threat. So we play Nick Fury and go for the 2 threat. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, which is perfect. So it is kind of incentivizing us to do the thing. I think if we draw 3 cards on average, we do not find 2 more threat. Right? Because the only 2 more threat we have in our deck is like allies and 2 of our events. Yeah, this actually might be a rare 2 threat, Nick. It might be a rare 2 threat, Nick. If we draw a repurpose, we're good. So that's another reason not to do it. What about 4 cards? Wait, what? Yeah, I think here, no matter what, we start with the Ironheart. So we're going to spend 2 for the Ironheart and see what Ironheart draws. If she draws guaranteed thwarting, we don't have to go any further here. So we're just going to play Ironheart in Alter Ego. She just draws a card. I was going to throw a humorous emoji out of the back. Space became return and set this message with a typo. I do think Nick is still good removing threat, but it's the weakest of his options. I mean, we might do it here because we're not guaranteed to do threat remover because we just drew a Helicarrier. Man, I don't like this card. Ironheart draws 1. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like, now this hand does 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, this does, it floats a card for Nick after Nick, which is a bit ugly. It floats a card. But I think if we want to be safe and this not to be a disaster, we should draw cards. The thing is, this is going to fill us with 2 allies as well, which is going to go us over ally limit. So we should just use Ironheart here while we can, which means we always do this. But this puts these into play with Abduct Superhumans. So I think we might go for the thwart on Nick. I think I'm going to commit to the thwart on Nick, and then I'm going to look at the next 3 cards and shuffle my deck to see if it was the right choice. And you have to remember, results-oriented thinking is super healthy. If you could always see the outcome, even sometimes the wrong play is correct if you could see the outcome. But I do think we played Nick for the thwarting, which, like, I don't think I've ever done that. I've done Nick for damage, but I've never done Nick for thwarting. But it might be correct, actually. All right, so I'm going to commit to playing Nick for thwarting. Yeah, I think we do thwart Nick for safety. We're going to look at the top 3 cards of the deck just to see if we would have been punished. And then we're going to feel so good. No thwarting. Thwarting. I mean, that sucks to draw that hand, I'll be honest. But yeah, we would have been okay, but that's fine. That would have been a bad Nick draw. I guess we would have, like, played a Quinn carrier or something. All right, so we're going to go for Nick. So I'm going to hold on to the Ready for a Fight because it is one of our most important cards. That being said, we have 2 more in the deck and we have 3 allies. Yeah, I'm not going to hold on to it. So we're going to do Nick for 1, 2, 3. I'll hold on to the Wild because we could use it during this turn if we end up taking damage. So Nick Fury comes in for 3. And after Nick comes in, we'll remove 2 threat. Weird how that be. Nick will thwart for 2, clearing Abduct Superhumans. When we do, put each ally under play. So I think these both go into play, and then we're over slots, so we'll discard Ironheart. When Profex enters play, we get a Confuse, which is pretty slick. Grant Ward is just a menace. Holding onto the Wild is also okay for Grant Ward because we didn't play the Quinn carrier. But yeah, okay. It's nice to get all these allies. Like, Grant Ward off of Abduct Superhumans is kind of incredible. So Profex enters play and will confuse Black Widow. Okay. We will flip up. When we flip up, our chassis gives us toughness and we get 5 bullets. All right, let's start ripping and tearing and all that good stuff. Okay, so, munitions bunker, mind you. We'll do that in Alter Ego. I don't think we're going to need more bullets, but we're going to go ahead and use this before we flip up. This goes to 8. Okay, so great. Here we are. So breakpoints. We have an ugly breakpoint here at 4. So I think we're just going to waste 1. So we'll do 3, 4, 5. Get rid of this. We will now shoot the aim grunt. So we'll start with the shoulder cannon. So we're going to do 1 damage. We're going to spend a counter. I got a red die. So this goes down to 4 because we will ready this. We're now going to do the missile launcher. So the missile launcher is going to do 2 damage with ranged. So let's see if it hits. After this attack, stun the attacking character. That's awkward. I don't think we spent a counter on it. So it does 2 damage to Black Widow, so she's hurt. But we are currently stunned, and because we're stunned, it's going to end our barrage. So all we can do here is shoulder cannon to get rid of the stun. But unfortunately, we can't use the shoulder cannon because the text already it is part of the effect, not the cost. So we don't get access to any of the effect. The power in all of us, I don't think we hold on to it. Ideally, we just like draw good. That's been working for us consistently this whole campaign. We'll draw 1 Scorched Earth, Repulsor Beam, Targeted Strike. Repurpose is pretty good, and a Scorched Earth. So no physicals, but no ready for fights. This goes to 4. She will attack. 4, 2 and a card. We'll put Nick Fury in the way. 3 damage. I've caught off guard. We're about to deck out, which, mind you, getting an acceleration icon against Black Widow is not a good idea. And then she draws once more. I want her to attack again. She does. That's so good. So if you're in Alter Ego form change, give her an additional boost card. There's only 1 more card in the deck. So we're going to put Profex in the way so we get full value. She's attacking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shadow the Past we don't draw. We are so happy to draw that because we get full value from all these allies. Okay, back to us. Not even close. So we could rip and tear. Now, Grant Ward trigger. Oh, shucks. Yeah, you're right. I got too excited. It was attack acrobatics. That's fine. So Grant Ward trigger will give us Scorched Earth. Thank you. Good catch. So we have a lot of damage this turn, it turns out, right? Because we have 8 more counters. We have 11 counters. We can check what this card is because it's perfect information. The bottom card has no preparation. So you have to watch out because Black Widow does have this bad text, which I could see you losing the game to, which feels bad. But if you just advance her when this is on 7th threat, you lose the game on the spot. I kind of wish that wasn't the case, but she is one of the few villains that if you advance her at the wrong time, you can just lose. Yeah. You think Grant would be more grateful since he saved him? Yeah, I mean, I don't trust him a lot. I have a pretty low bar for Grant. We kept our toughness, which is good because we can't really afford to jump down. The question is, how much damage do we have? The answer is some. So I think we can push a fair bit, but I don't think we want to push everything. So there's no way we're playing Scorched Earth, so we'll do a targeted strike. So we'll spend an ammo counter to remove 3. Cool. Great. We're always going to do the missile. No, we always are going to do the shoulder cannon because it's free. Because we might not actually do anything more. So we'll do 1 damage. It discards this card, which gives us 1 of these. And she takes her damage. This doesn't hit the deck cycle. We have to shuffle this. Convincing him not to turn Hydra? Is that what he does? Is he Hydra? Because he's punching a Hydra guy. You can't punch your friends. You stab your friends. Okay, we can ready the shoulder cannon. Technically doing extra damage here is not super valuable. Late to the chat, but I've been a watcher in the water for the last 30 minutes. Like you've been playing the watcher in the water? Or you've been the watcher in the water? I think that's the last Lord of the Rings scenario I played. Maybe not. In the show, he turns Hydra. But he was a good cost proposition, right? Like he was affordable. He's a Hydra spy, which is why he turns on you. I mean, he doesn't have the trait yet. He has shield. I trust the guy. I should. It's so funny to attach attachments to him. Oh, a lurker. Okay, just a lurker. That's good. Welcome. Okay, so we have to decide what we want to do here. Our hand can do some damage. I think obviously we want to push damage. We don't have to be super careful about our ammo because we have the munitions bunker and the munitions bunker is good. The other thing though is we can play repulsor beam just to ready ourselves to thwart, but there's no reason to do that. So I think we're just going to do a bit of damage. We can add 3 threat and then do Grant Ward, but the problem is with this, the Widow's Web, is that the main scheme will be adding like 4 threat a turn now because of acceleration. I have not played a game against Black Widow that has given us through the whole encounter deck. It's maybe a bit more likely with shoulder cannon because you do a lot of pings, but I could see us here doing 6 damage and then Grant Ward thwarting for 2 and then just saying, bring it. And then hoping that she doesn't thwart 3 times because all the covert ops are back in the deck and she schemes for like, this is the issue, right? So say that we clear this down to 1 threat after we advance it. We have to put 4 there, so it goes to 5. And then if she draws the card that says she just schemes for 3 in a card. So like we just lose. So unless we have a confuse or ready for a fight, like we cannot safely do anything. But that means we should just do the unsafe thing because there's no safety. If we lose the scenario, I will just hard cut the stream and that will be the end and we'll see you next Friday. I'll be honest, if the stream just shuts down, it wasn't a power issue. It was Black Widow cutting the lights. Okay. So here we are. We'll start by playing the repulsor beam. Cost us 1 of our ammo. I paid it. Does 4 damage. Straightforward. Villain's down on 2. Okay, I think we'll technically the order doesn't matter. The order doesn't matter. We'll attack for 2 into her. She's defeated. Problem is when she's defeated, it gets worse. Oh wait, she's stunned. She's confused. Oh, why did that happen? That's not good. Her health has gone to edge. So sorry, she is defeated. So she goes to Black Widow 3. I don't know why this broke. I need to look into that after. But she has 20 health. And when revealed, she puts 3 threat here. All right. Now, we could just blast her with the munitions bunker for safety. The problem with the munitions bunker is you move all the counters, so you can't just like, I only need 1, thank you. It's like, here, take everything, which I think tells you a lot about military spending. But we could do on this turn, we have access to 2. Oh, but we didn't ready the shoulder cannon. That's on us. So if we ready the shoulder cannon, we could have like nearly lethal because we have an extra like 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. No, we don't have lethal. I think target acquired helps against her. I was considering playing target acquired if it's the spy card. No, not this one. I was considering playing the spy card that says when there's surge, draw 2, because we have a lot of spy characters. All right, we're just gonna go ahead and thwart 2 here. And then we're gonna do a risky little missile launcher play. So we'll exhaust this, spend a counter, and then we're gonna do 2 damage to her, but first it removes the last threat, and we're hoping it's not bad. It's honestly kind of fun. Black Widow's Gauntlets. So it's a good time to draw this because she gets Retaliate, but this is the one attack that has range. So we won't take Retaliate, but she will take 2. So she's down to 18 and we cleared all threat, we'll pass. Mind you, that attack had range, so we're fine. So we could have lethal this turn. It's bad to get Retaliate on this, but we might actually be fine here. Ready for fight? Iron Man, stun gun, strength, genius. How is every hand like surprisingly the worst hand? This goes to 4 threat because it has the stage number +1. She's attacking us for 3 in a card. We do not care. We have a toughness 3, 4, 5 off master plan, and we trade away a toughness. She activates against us. We have to take it to the face. We could die to that. All right, aim abductor. I mean, this is fine. It's not a problem for Grant. Tuck the ally, you control the most remaining hit points. Otherwise, you just put abduct superhuman into play, which functionally for us doesn't matter if we can win this turn. So we have to go find that thing again. Miles and Iron Man. I mean, it's not very useful. I do not care for Iron Man that much. All right, so we've seen this one before. All we have to watch out is when an ally leaves play, it gets tucked, which means you can double play them. But otherwise, that doesn't matter. It only comes in with 2 threat, no other text. Because you put into play, you don't reveal it, so it doesn't get surge, and it does not do anything. Theory, the abductors make the superhumans worse, but really, really cool card. Espionage is the preparation that draws 2 in search. Thank you. Yeah, the one with Black Widow in the vents. Okay, the question is, do we have lethal? And the answer might be yes. It's like a question mark, yes. So we're down to our last bullet. That's okay. We can deal with that. We can play Iron Man for ready for a fight to jump down the coward's way. We have a confused, so like we just don't want to not die. But we have a ready for fight so we can jump down. So if we can't win this turn, we can win next turn. The issue is if we use Grant Ward ends up here, but then we can get a free Grant Ward back if we get thwart 2. That is so funny. Grant Ward can thwart 2, get captured. We can thwart 2 with Iron Man, get a new Grant Ward can thwart 2. This is the best Grant Ward card. It's so good. It is just free real estate. So I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do 1, 2, 3. Mind you, we have a stun gun, and stunning Black Widow is also kind of fine, especially because we have Gemma Simmons. But yeah, I think we probably do that. I don't think we jump down. I think we're in an okay spot. We'll have an ally to block. We'll do 1, 2, 3 for Iron Man. Iron Man, our ally, will just go search for a tech card. I don't think it's important what the tech card is here. So we'll just get whatever we can. So search your deck and discard over a tech card. Theory, our deck usually makes sense because it thins our deck, and I don't want to draw tech cards here. So like this is not a good draw. So we'll just take it out of the deck. It also has a physical. Okay. This hand is awkward. We're wasting a resource. It's fine. Okay, so the play here is, I mean, ready for fight might be better. Ready for fight probably is better. I mean, the stun gun is kind of the same, but if we jump down, we can put damage in our deck. Maybe we play the ready for fight instead. That's probably better. Yeah, it's almost definitely better. I just think we're going to waste this double. But it means we can set up lethal because we'll have the confuse and a ready for fight, so we should be fine. So let's do some goofy stuff here. So our goofy stuff is, we're going to thwart 2 with Grant Ward. Grant Ward ends up being abducted. Oh no, my friend. Abduct superhumans, eats him, which adds 0 threat and 1 of these. Then Iron Man will thwart abduct superhumans, and when it's cleaned, we basically have just refreshed Grant Ward. So funny. It's the best healing card we have. Okay, that's Grant Ward, yay. So issues, we have no bullets, but that should be totally fine. Grant Ward will thwart for 2 is better than attacking. War Machine will attack for 2. I want 1 bullet with the missile launcher, but I don't think we can get to that 1 bullet with the missile launcher. We could ping 1 damage into Black Widow, but it has retaliate. But okay, it has retaliate. So we haven't gained any information. When we pitched for, we're going to overpitch for Iron Man so we can keep the energy, because I think here we want to attack with the missile launcher. Sorry, with the missile. No, with the shoulder cannon. We used the shoulder cannon. What's going on? What's going on? Okay, so Ow, my head. This is acceptable. I think we're just going to waste this. Yeah, this is going to scheme for 1. I mean, that's fine. We'll hop down into Alter Ego. Yikes. In Alter Ego, we're going to give ourselves 2 more counters with this. We're going to go ahead and play Ready for a Fight with the Gauntlet Gun. So she cannot scheme on us twice because she's confused. We can't use the missile launcher because it needs bullets and we don't want to waste our bullets. I think this is fine. You just exhausted shoulder cannon. Did I not use it? I thought I used it. Did I just exhaust it and not use it? Because that's perfect. Because that's what we want to do. Because say that I just exhausted it. If I exhausted it, I want to attack Black Widow. So let's say that we can do that. When I attack Black Widow, she has no threat to remove. So, oh, sorry. Black Widow is a bit broken here. So when we attack her, she takes 1 damage. It has Retaliate 1, but then we can use the energy shield. Okay, so I just exhausted it for fun. Okay. So I attack her for 1. She takes 1 damage. Black Widow's Gauntlet will get discarded. But notably, Black Widow's Gauntlet will do Retaliate 1. And that's why we're keeping this stun gun so that we don't take the damage and we can refire this with energy shield. Okay, so it was actually a really good turn. We were smart. The only other thing we can do is now shuffle a card into the deck. We are within lethal range, so Repulsor Beam is probably it. I mean, maybe it's responsible to shovel a targeted strike in, but ultimately, like, Shoulder Cannon does our thwarting, and we'll pass. Okay, we should have lethal. I mean, it only took us, like, 3 deck cycles. But, like, it wasn't even close. It's a stun gun, not an energy shield, brother. Are you discarded? No, I know. I discarded it to the energy shield, right? When we were in hero mode. So we would take Retaliate 1 and we said no. And we threw out the energy, right? All right, we ready all our cards. 1, 2, nice. 3, 4, nice. 5, nice. 6, nice. Good hand. Actually, good hand. This goes to 4. Goes to 5. She doesn't scheme. She's confused. We draw 1 encounter card. I mean, that doesn't matter. That ultimately doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I got to pull this up again. We made all of these for all the nemesises, so we can look at that. So this is just going to be 3 copies of the Laser Strike. Living Laser has Quick Strike, which misses us. And then the side scheme just has a Crisis on it, which would matter if we had to continue to play the game, but we don't. So this is our nemesis. It's Living Laser. Quick Strike is missed. We're in Alter Ego. Good. Comes in, attacks for 2. That's fine. Deadly Light Shows here has a Crisis. And when you defeat it, you have to take a damage, I'm pretty sure. And then we shuffle 3 of the same card into the deck. Cool. No Quick Strike. Yeah, not too bad. And now we just win. All we have to do here is to win. Ideally, we take the 5 threat off of Widow's Web first, so we don't end up taking damage with Black Widow's shtick. Oh, I don't know why I put that there. This is on 4. Oh, but we can't because of the Deadly Light Show. That's really funny. Okay, so let's rule this text. Grant Ward Trigger? Oh, so true. Grant Ward Trigger, yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that guy. We'll just throw out a Spider Bite, I think. It's equivalent for Grant Ward. We could take 2 and discard Grant Ward, but it's fine. Yeah, he should trigger. Heading to D&D. Good rest of the stream, folks. GG's, Andre. Thank you, Metaphor. We're almost getting there. Okay, so the one thing that matters is that this thing has Crisis. And Crisis says, well, at least 1 Crisis icon is in play. Threat cannot be removed from the main scheme by player cards. Now, the thing is, Black Widow's text is not a player card. So we actually can get around Crisis and use her to thwart the main scheme. So that's doable. You got this. Poses. Lol. So that's cool. So we can work it. We can work with that. That's not bad. So we can ignore these guys because they don't have active text. The thing is, like, every time that we hit her with our shoulder cannon, we could end up getting stunned at some point. So like getting stunned in the middle of the shoulder cannon will end the turn on the spot unless we keep the missile launcher or ourselves ready. So that's the one issue, is that there's 1 card that when you draw the preparation says you are stunned. And if you're stunned, I mean, the shoulder cannon will still continue to resolve, so you can still ready it, but you have to play around that when that happens. So that's a bit awkward. But I don't think we have to be too careful here. This will ping our toughness, but I think we just hit her enough times that we overwhelm the Widow's Web and we just clear it the hard way. So I think that's fine. I think that's ultimately fine. I think we ignore this entirely. At Alter Ego, there's not much we have to do. We want to keep our munitions bunker ready to give ourselves 10 more ammo. That seems good. We could play a tech card down here, but we could do it when we're up. So the only thing we can do here is shuffle a card into our deck, which if we don't win, I mean, maybe we'd want just like a little cheap damage card. So we can put that in our deck, but we're not drawing during this turn. So if there's another turn, I mean, I guess we've done that for ourselves. Okay, we also have access to this full auto. So the thing with full auto, it's weird. So not you. This full auto. So this full auto removes 4 ammo counters to do 8 damage with overkill. I mean, that's a good card. That's 3 for 8. That's better than swinging web kick, let alone has overkill. But the thing is, like, yeah, this is better. Well, kind of. Because if we spend 4 ammo counters, we'll do 4 damage to her. If we do this, it does 4 damage to her guaranteed, but doesn't remove a counter with Black Widow, so it doesn't do threat. So full autoing the aim abductor means that we end up spending 4 counters for 6 damage. That's better. That's definitely better. We might as well play that. Yeah, okay. So we'll just flip up. When we flip up, Chassis gives us a tough. And we get 5 bullets, and we'll just use the munitions bunker to triple that number. So we have 15 bullets to spend. Full auto's 3 ER for 5 damage, 1 setup. Yeah. It's a lot better with the shoulder cannon, or the gauntlet guns, excuse me. But we have 15 bullets to spend here on our stuff. So we're going to start by just playing a double into full auto. And we're going to target the smaller minion. I mean, that's fine. Sorry, that happened twice. So this is going to remove 4 counters, and it's going to do 8 damage with overkill. So the aim abductor takes 2. She takes 6. And notably, we did not attack her, so we don't have to do her text, I'm pretty sure. Because I think it says after you attack her. When a character control attacks Black Widow. We did not attack Black Widow. All right, that's that. Now we want to start pinging Black Widow to get the threat down, to make sure we don't have to play any preparations, because it could spawn a guard minion. That actually is a reason maybe not to do full auto, because full auto on the guard minion is more useful. So that might have been a mistake to open with that in hindsight, because there's 2 guard minions in the deck that could just stop us on the spot. But there's also a card that says we take the damage back, so that's also scary. So, I mean, I guess we're going to start here. This has no guard, so Living Laser will just watch. We're going to start by attacking with Grant Ward into her. So Grant Ward's going to attack her. She is going to first do her text. And we reveal preparation with no text, so she takes 2. Great. Then Iron Man will attack her. Same thing, we remove text here. No preparation, she takes 2. Okay, we should figure out how to do 7 damage and not biff this. Hoping not to biff this. Okay, next thing we're going to do is the shoulder cannon. We're just going to start. We have a bunch of work to do here. So the whole thing is really complicated. Exhaust this, do 1, discard a preparation, no preparation text. She takes 1. We ready the shoulder cannon. One more time. Exhaust this, do 1, discard a preparation, no preparation text. She takes 1, spend a counter, ready this. Okay, once this is on no counters, we're clear to just send all our damage. So once again, exhaust this, do a threat, reveal a counter, has preparation text. That's the bad one that we want to play around, but luckily it's not bad here. So it says prevent all damage, deal the damage back in experts. So we get pinged for 1. That's good. Then we'll spend a charge to ready shoulder cannon. One more time. We're going to exhaust this. Oh, wait. She has no more threat. Let's start blasting. Repulsor beam. So we will spend a counter and a resource to do 4 to her. Nothing to it. We'll attack for 2. We'll attack for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not even close. Don't do this. I played some test games yesterday, and honestly, it was like really competitive, and it wasn't even that bad. And then this is just drawn like absolute butt. I had made some changes to this recently, and I don't remember what the changes were, but from my test games, I think I changed 2 or 3 cards, and it turns out they were all load bearing. So whatever I was thinking yesterday, do that. Oh my God. Yeah, this is easily the run. Like, we had a good start. I just want to like say this matchup is like so fun. Black Widow is really quite difficult for expert, just because like her real big scare is off her encounter cards and the preparations. So even the best laid plans can just be foiled, and then they like crumple backwards like with double the force. It's really, really quite ugly. But it's so fun that you have this interaction with the shoulder cannon into her, that every shot risks a preparation, but eventually it's like the best thwarting card you have on the table. Yeah, first try. Huge. I don't want to say this was stressful, but this has definitely been an emotional experience. No, that's good. That's good television, right? Like, if every video we just won all the time, why bother watching, you know? Do you want to play a harder scenario? I mean, like, it's just not super functional. We can't set up fast enough. Like, what have we learned from this? I love War Machine because the interaction points are so fun. Everything he does is something I like. Flipping matters. Upgrades matter. You have cool events. You have recursion when you can jump down. The text on the cards matter, but ultimately, like, what here has been good and what has been bad. We're going to do a harsh evaluation of this list. What you can do in chat is you can say cut or you can say keep, and we're gonna go through every single card. Just let me sort this first, especially because we can't cut or keep the player cards, and then we're gonna crowdsource the best War Machine deck possible. Because we're gonna have to play one more game here, because I'm not playing 3 games against Black Widow and losing 2 of them and calling it a stream, because I have to sleep at night. Here we go. Good old cut and keep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1 green. That'll be a keeper. Are we ready? Has everyone got their cuts and keeps ready? Okay. Did any protection cards besides ready for fight matter? I mean, we kind of are putting the card in front of the horse for cut or keep down. But yeah, the repurpose was good. Spider Bite was fine. Stun gun was okay. Energy shield was surprisingly okay. But there's not that many. Okay, ready. So we can't cut any of these cards because of the rules. So these are going to be in the deck, right? These are in the deck. Good work. Okay, so let's look at some of the protection cards. So 3 copies of Ready for a Fight. Honestly, it's probably one of our best cards for a bunch of reasons. The problem with this is that we don't have enough physicals. We could always cut some amount of them, but please cut or keep on Ready for a Fight. I'm leaning keep. I think more than just cut keep, there's a decision to make between commit to physicals and Ready for a Fight or each and repurpose, or tech and repurpose. I would like to be able to do both, but there's a chance that we can only do one. I do think Ready for Fight makes sense if we cut and keep Leo and Gemma, which like we might not. But if you keep Ready for Fight, Leo and Gemma gets so much better because you get the whole loop. The problem is like doing all of it at once is really difficult. Keep, okay, great, fantastic. Keep us in the chat. Next up, the 1 copy of Energy Shield. The upside to this is a free card so that Iron Man always has text. The other upside is it has an energy icon on it. That doesn't matter. It was surprisingly fine. It was okay. I can't tell where the keeps are now for this card or this card because of chat delay. So maybe we have to make the voting system a bit more better. Delete. that was not an option, but that sounds harsher than cut. Eliminate. Keep Energy Shield 1. Okay. I'm gonna put this in the maybe pile for now. This is in the keep. This is in the maybe. Next up, 3 copies of Repurpose. Now this card technically does something when drawn as long as you have upgrades. I do think we talked about Energy Barrier in this deck, and I'm glad that we're not playing it because again, it's another card that you draw that doesn't do anything. At least Energy Barrier does damage back, so it kind of does something. But 3 repurpose feels a bit greedy. My first couple versions of the deck had 2 repurposes, but then I was trying to swing into like the jump up and jump down. But there's a chance if we're doing tech, 2 repurposes is better because it's not always a playable card. Yeah, repurpose X2. I like 2 repurposes. I think the original version of the deck was on 2 repurposes, and then it got really pulled into the Gemma thing. What a game. I really like the reminder that you did about the crisis icon. Super useful. Yeah, you know what? I did this for you, but I also did this for me because I cannot remember the difference between crisis and patrol. So I'm trying to make these rules reminder cards. They're technically branded in Crash Space colors, but honestly, I don't like the coloring, so I might do something better. But I've made a couple of these just so we can have on screen. Glad you like it. Yeah, repurpose times 2 is good. Okay, so we're here. Spider Bite. There's no shot we don't like Spider Bite. Best card. It does something when you draw it. If Spider Bite costs 2, she's fair. Like you just need 1 tech card for her to be on curve. Because like if she has 3 resources to thwart 2 and a block, that is worth 3 resources. Like 2 and a card. At 0, she's busted. At 1, she's really good too. Yeah, she's really good. Okay, finally, Stun Gun and Med Team. I know which way we're going to go on this. Stun Gun, I probably would only keep if we're playing against another Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. thing, which we're probably not going to. Med Team is way too greedy and is quintessentially a card that does not do anything when drawn. It's a win more card where you also have played Agent 13. So probably not the card. I think we probably cut both of these. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we are down 3 cards. That's fine. This is a protection. I'm going to keep the doubles. I don't think we're going to talk about that. We should. Like, I don't think there's no card that shouldn't be talked about, but the doubles are good because our cost curve is like not 0. Yeah. Exterminate. Okay, let's sort this out. So our resource package, and I want to be very clear, we played none of these besides Gemma once. So we have the Helicarrier, which was here because of Agent 13 support. Oops. We have the Quinn Carrier, which is good because Ready for a Fight is a problem. And I could see us rushing Quinn Carrier down with Evaluate Threat as opposed to Nick. And if our deck is better on tempo, grabbing Quinn Carrier with Evaluate Threat instead of Nick might make more sense. And then we have Leo and Gemma, which is like such a shame. It's such a shame to not want to play these. War Machine has expensive cards. His curve is not too high, but he definitely has expensive cards. My read is probably this, but that feels really bad. Like the idea with a Ready for a Fight deck is that we can jump down constantly with Leo and Gemma and fire both of them. Helicarrier seems expensive. It does seem expensive. And the resource generator off of this doesn't interact with Ready for a Fight. The only thing is that Agent 13 synergy, but like, who cares? We're not playing Agent 13. So like, we could try both of these and be like, we believe in ourselves. I want to believe in ourselves slightly, so I want to keep these. So I would say we can slightly believe in ourselves. So let's keep these three. Keep Hela and Leo. I'm going to try Gemma, but I can see where you're coming from. Like, Leo does something interesting. Gemma doesn't. The thing is, like, Leo's even better when, like, the problem why I don't always love Leo is that Leo's text is blank once you're in the mid to late game. Because firstly, alter ego might be a problem, but more accurately, it only searches your deck. Now that's good as long as you have repurposes, or you just make sure you don't play every single upgrade. So I don't know. Meditation is a card I like for War Machine. Oh, interesting. I mean, our basic activation is honestly not that good. So if we were doing Ready for a Fight meditation, I could see it. The issue with meditation, it falls into the same camp of it's a card that we draw that doesn't do anything. And we are struggling with hands that don't do anything, right? Here's another way to get shoulder cannon early, which is what I really value. I only value it that heavily against Black Widow. Against most of their decks, shoulder cannon is still very good because it means that you don't waste any of your ammo counters before you jump down. So I could see it. Late game Leo's for eating caught off guard. I mean, it's the Aesop's pawn shop argument. It's like, oh, I play this card so I can discard it late. It's like any card could do that though. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll keep both. I'm going to try and keep Gemma, but that is a personal veto. All right. Allies. Ironheart, Nick, Prof, Agent 13. Grant. So these cards. Nick is really good. We have Evaluate Threat. Profx is good enough, but with Ready for Fights, sometimes you don't need it. It's cool with Profx, you can get the confused jump down, and then Ready for Fight could fire if they scheme twice, but not very good. Grant Ward is my best friend. I trust him with my life. Ironheart obviously is really cheap and good, especially if we play the Thing. And then Agent 13 is like super greedy and is really good only with shield supports, of which this deck has one, which is our munitions bunker, which I don't honestly know if we have to speed up the munitions bunker. So I'm pretty sure no one's going to be voting for this. But all of these cards are like sound. Also, we're going to keep Evaluate Threat, right? Of course we are. I'm going to just put this over here. I only think we have to change that many cards, which is good. I'm not too surprised about these card changes so far. Yeah, Agent 13 is not it. Isn't Leo and Gemma shield supports? They are, but the problem with Leah and Gemma is that they don't fire that constantly, right? Like, you can ready Gemma twice, but the problem is like Gemma readying twice means you're playing 2 tech cards a turn, which is not super likely. Leo firing twice could matter a bit more because you can draw 2 tech cards, but in the mid game, having Agent 13 and 2 different tech cards, not in your discard pile, but in your deck, is also not very common. Yeah. The power broker can't be trusted. Is that Grant Ward or is that me? I could see us cutting this. This is greedy and it's way too expensive. Now, the issue is when it comes to neutrals, basic cards, with the 2 power and all of us's, which one of them we didn't like, we don't have that many targets, right? So this is how many targets we have, which means we could keep 1 power in all of us. That could put us into a junkyard dog, into a dumpster dog line, because then we have this many cards. Generally for power in all of us, you want like 5 to 6 for a single power in all of us. It's also nice that it has a wild because it will help us play our Ready for a Fight, which is pretty good. But I could see us like putting a lockjaw in here. It's unfortunately very expensive, but it means any hand that doesn't do anything can do something. There's a world where you cut Ironheart for a high impact problem solving ally or something. Yeah, like a Gambit. I think Ironheart could get cut because she's not essential, but we probably cut her once we see what other cards we're adding to our deck. But we can definitely cut this. Wait, I'm not cutting Grant Ward. How did you end up in there, bud? Because we're talking about the cards that cost more than 2. Or 2. Okay, and that leaves us with everything. So we thinned the deck of a lot of the chaff. We have tech support, but not a lot of tech support. We have Spider Bite, who's going to be a bit worse because we ended up cutting only 1 tech card, so not really significant. And then we have some neutral basics with Ironheart being a question mark. So in terms of slots we have to add back to the deck, the answer is like 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to have 6 slots. Damn. Okay. So my read on the deck is we want to put cards on the table that matter as soon as they hit the table. Yeah, I think we're going to add Starhawk anyways, Albert, because it's good for all those reasons. But I don't think we have to cut Ironheart for it. Like, Starhawk can just replace any of these cards. I think Ironheart will probably be the 6th card we want to replace because we definitely want to replace these. She will be the 6th card. So we find a 6th better card. I think Starhawk just replaces any of these, right? Okay. So I am missing some protection cards because they're in a deck somewhere, but excuse me. We'll go through the binder really quickly and see what we have, and then we'll play one more game. My partner is off to a spa, so she's having a nice Sunday too, so we can take some extra time today. All right, cards that we can play. You can shout out your favorites that you can find them. I think I can zoom in and we can still fit this here. So, can I hide the villain hit points? I don't think I made a thing for that. Oh, maybe I have a thing for that. Cool. Okay. So in terms of cards that we could consider playing, Brother Voodoo, not terrible, just like pretty reasonably good card. Our deck has 11 events, technically 10 now, and most of our events are playable on most board states. Functionally, he's a 2-cost ally that would like thwarts for a bit. So Brother Voodoo is not bad. People are shouting a Black Widow, and like, I don't know, she's just as expensive, but she gets you a similar value if you're just thwarting 2 and then thwarting 2 again. She allows you to cancel a card, but we don't have any real shield spy synergy. But I've not really played her. Brother Voodoo is really, really consistent. Iron Fist is also very expensive. Does get you some stuns and does a bit more damage, like attacks for 3, which is good. We don't really need the stun that much, but it's also not terrible. Clea, yeah, she's meant to be here. She's in a deck. I don't really play that much Clea. I think I like Clea a lot more in a deck that's playing Power of Protection because then Clea lines up a bit better. She blocks, but I think we just play better allies. It's good. Looked up, and last time I played RFAF War Machine, I did a fake Gemma and no Helicarrier. I had Daredevil in it. No. Protection Daredevil, the blocking one? After Daredevil defends against an attack, move 1 damage from him to the attacking enemy. Whoa, he's 2-cost thwarts for 4? Holy crap, I don't think I've realized that. I've only used Daredevil to like defend against minions, but he's 2 for 4 thwart? I mean, that's basically what we're hoping with Brother Voodoo, but is more consistent. Yeah, I don't think I've ever appreciated that he has 2 thwart stat and I could fire it twice for 2. I mean, that's good. Starhawk is good. We might want to check if we're at the point where we can play a Power and Protection if we're playing all these 2-costers. Jocasta, mind you, is a pretty stable card, but we have no defense events, so we don't want to do that. I'm not sure which ally is meant to be here. It's probably an android or a web warrior. I have some other decks built at the same time. Yeah, green for justice, and these are both physical. It's good. Don't use Black Widow to thwart or attack. Just get rid of the bad encounter cards. But you can thwart with her for free, right? Like you thwart with her once and then you just let her chill. The thing is, like, I don't want to let her chill. Data protection is staple. Yeah. I don't think I've realized that his thwart stat is actually that good. Polaris is a good card if we just want like a good card. But like ideally we're tough enough. She just gives herself a toughness. So she's not bad. Armor is a bit more like you have to be X-Men. Rogue is not awful, but she's very expensive. White Widow you could consider if you're doing the thing that you're doing, which is playing all your preparations over and over again, but we're not that good at playing our preparations. But if we get White Widow on the table, she might just stay on the table, which is like kind of cool. It's just she's very expensive. Patriot is also like generally a very good card for survivability. Not you, but you. Because he stays there the whole time. But so far this is only 2 cards. We probably need, what is it? We replaced 5 or 6? We replaced 6. You can thwart twice with Daredevil if he only has 3 HP? Yep. Yeah, you can thwart twice, right? Because you thwart twice, he takes 2. You can thwart twice, he dies. Right? Like, you don't have to be able to take the consequential. The consequential will just defeat him. So, like, you can thwart for 4 for sure. Yeah. He dies to the consequential, but, like, and nobody survives consequential eventually. So you're totally allowed to do that. Like, in theory, you can also attack twice and then thwart twice. Thwart once for 2, excuse me, which is good. Okay, events. You know, the defense events are usually, like, slow. They're usually defense traded, and they're not really great on rate. The only couple cards that are defense traded that would be like super on rate. You kind of know what they are, but we don't want to play any of the defense stuff. We have no reason to play Perseverance when we have our chassis. Bait and switch, no thanks. Hard Knocks is not bad. It gives us a way to deal with minions, but generally we deal with minions with our upgrades, let alone it's a very expensive card. Yeah, I don't like any of these. What doesn't kill me is an option. It does require the resource that we're not very good at generating. Readying ourselves is not incredibly important, only with 2 repurposes, so that doesn't feel good either. Which Widow can't you play against a Black Widow villain? I'm assuming you can't White Widow. You can play White Widow versus Black Widow. You can't play Black Widow versus Black Widow because they have the same title. But you can play White Widow, no problem. A taunt is interesting. I think we had more allies. You could like jump up and chassis into taunt, but unfortunately it's a card that doesn't do anything on a couple board states. Yeah. I thought you had to have as much life as consequential. No, you might be thinking of indirect damage. You can't assign indirect damage to a character that doesn't have that much health, but you can totally assign consequential to a character that can't support it. Yeah, War Machine has 2 weak stats, exactly. Like, he has no way to increase his stats, so I don't really value the ready too much. And it's a bit better with Repurpose, but it kind of has to line up. Come get me, bub, if we want to hunt for minions, which we could knock out with our stuff, but, like, we already have toughness consistently. White Widow is Yelena, which is the Black Widow villain. Oh, yeah, it matters for title. It doesn't matter for subtitle. None of this really matters. This is the thing, is like you could play defense events and then like defend, but with the toughness, defending is not really worth it. We have a 2 defense stat, but in theory, like if you want to play unflappable and all that, you have to figure out how to defend cheaply. And with toughnesses, you're not incentivized to defend cheaply. All right, the Night Nurse is a good card, but obviously like it's not a card that does something when we draw it, which is not great. And I don't think we want to play any of these. Hidden Base, Ops Room. Ops Room is not bad for shield support, but like it requires you to defend. Okay, upgrades. We like upgrades. Energy Barrier, unfortunately, just does not progress the game forward. So I worry that we're going to end up in like basic ally slop, because none of these really progress the game that well. We don't want to block. Electrostatic Armor is not awful because it's a 1-cost defense card, or sorry, tech card, but you have to defend for it to do anything, and we like never defend. I kind of wanted to like keep toughnesses forever and play Dauntless, but that's just kind of a pipe dream. Force Field Generator. It's another card you'd want to play in this sort of deck, but again, it's a card that you draw that doesn't do anything, and I can't afford to do that. And none of these can you afford to do. These are, yeah, pretty situational cards. I think that's kind of it. I don't want to increase our defense stat. Finally, we have side schemes. The protection side schemes are okay. They're not terrible. We have give a toughness, whatever, heal 5, whatever, astonishing X-Men. I don't even know what it does. Confuse each enemy, whatever. So that's not great. The defense events are not awful. Heal 1 damage off preservation is like also not super good. So I think it have to be basic cards. Okay, some basic cards will be missing because I do have at least 2 decks still built, but if you can think of it. The thing is like the good cards are out of the deck, so are the binder. Okay, so Mockingbird. She is not good enough on tempo. I mean, like she doesn't solve an issue that we have, which is like getting attacked too much. Ideally if we're set up, but she's a really good card. I still want to consider Lockjaw because Lockjaw is like not bad. It means we could play more power in all of us's, which could be okay. And then we have this like, oh, if everything is really, really bad, just grab Lockjaw. Which with more resource generators like Helicarrier and Quinn Carrier, that could be a bit better, but it's fine. Yeah, Miles is at the bottom. I barely play Miles, and it's mostly because he doesn't have the Web Warrior tag on it, but he has just good techs. Like his numbers are good. Like 3 thwart the turn hit he comes in, and then like attack for 2 block is really good for 4 resources. So like Miles is one of those generalist cards, but at the end of the day, like you have to figure out what generalist basic 3-cost ally makes sense for your deck, and it's a very tough competition. I think if we add more allies like this, we're going to probably play both copies of power in all of us, which makes me want to consider playing Lockjaw. So I think we'll just earmark a couple of these. Okay. Otherwise, why are the Cosmos like this? Wait, why did Cosmos spread? The Cosmos are spreading. I forget who goes here. Cosmo, we have Drax, Star-Lord. A lot of these we don't want to play. Blade is cheap, but requires a physical for you to use Blade, which we have limited versions of those. I don't think we want to play Dum Dum or any of the big shield stuff. Machine Man's not bad, right? It's another like cheap card that's a resource sink that actually might line up better than Lockjaw because Machine Man is very easy to play. And then if we have extra resources at the end of our turn, which we commonly have, you can just dump them into Machine Man. The floor, like Machine Man is 3 resources, even if you don't use his text, like he's 3 resources to thwart for 2 and block, which is worth 3 resources. Like he's not bad. And there's a chance that like having a cheap energy sink is better than having a big Lockjaw energy sink. I could see that. Snowguard is the character I'm trying to think of. I believe she's a Canadian character. I don't want to play her though, but she's good. We would love to be able to play Spider-Man Auto, the superior Spider-Man, because after you play Spider-Man from your hand, ready an upgrade, and if it's a tech, draw a card. However, you have to have a Web Warrior card. This actually might be worth building around because it's a cheap basic ally. The thing is we have to give ourselves a Web Warrior card consistently, and I don't know if a basic Web Warrior card we want to play in this deck. Because Miles is not, unfortunately, a Web Warrior. But he's not bad. This was Prof X. Deathlock you actually can do stuff with. I don't think Deathlock is what we want, but Deathlock can grab like your energy shield. It's just not particularly great for 5 resources. Ariel, we're not doing. Triage, not doing. We could do Shadowcat, she's fine. Just become a Warrior of the Grey Web. I mean, it costs us so much money. Silk Protection is a Web Warrior for cheap. Oh, yeah, it's right. Yeah, it's true. We could play Silk. Or, sorry, Protection Silk. I don't know if there's much that we want to grab with her. Like, we can use her to get rid of an attack acrobatics. Not that we're going to play against Black Widow again, but she's not terrible. The thing is, like, she has to survive on the table. But yeah, she's the cheapest Web Warrior we have access to in protection for sure. Shadowcat, another one of the 3-cost allies that's like you're just hoping is good enough. She has good techs, I guess. She can get around icons for a turn. Oh, only if your X-Men trait, never mind. Beak is honestly not the worst either. This is something that I've learned recently. But yeah, Beak is totally fine. Even if he's your only X-Men ally, he's technically his numbers are good enough. It's just like not high impact. I'm pretty sure we want to play Gambit because we want to jump down. And Gambit does help us jump down in a kind of not super obvious way all the time. And then I don't want to play any of these. I think we might want to be a more practical problem solvers than Web Warrior shenanigans. What are you talking about, Film Theory? We already want to set up a repurpose, and War Machine has considerable setup with little money. No, we should add a third trait synergy package. Yes, and is good improv. Not no, but. Okay, so that is technically 6 cards, but I think we could just do like Spider-Man, Machine Man, Gambit, and another, what's it called? Power in All of Us. Oh, excuse me. I should have played the Silk Hero. I have so many heroes I haven't played once. Oh, she's really cool. She's really, really cool. Okay, so I'm going to say we're not going to play the events. Usually the basic events are not great unless you have a trait synergy attached to one of them. So they're not really phenomenal. I don't know if we need any more resources. 2 power and all this might make sense. Stress intensifying. Avenger Mansion is too expensive. Team building exercise, we don't hit anything. Crew quarters does not progress the game. Sky Destroyer does not progress the game in a way they want. And Government Liaison, we've made our deck worse for that. None of these are that good. Cool. None of these do anything. Upgrades should be simple. I think Espionage or the one that cancels are nice, but again, they're cards that you draw that don't actually do anything. Like Espionage and Target Acquired. We could play these. We have a lot of spies in our deck. We can give ourselves 3 more health, but if we're like tough maxing, it's not incredibly important, but endurance is not bad. If it had a physical icon on it, I'd be pretty excited. Nope. This is one of the neutral tech cards. It's a shame that Pulse Grenade's not a tech card. If this card cost 1, we would consider it. Just because having a good 1-cost tech card. I can't believe this card costs 2. Right? Like it's functionally 3 resources for 3 damage, which divided over 3 turns is still not amazing. If this card cost 1, it'd be like kind of a full fun card because it's 2 for 3 damage, which is like still not great. It's for a slot that matters. It probably would be like a very playable card, but this card is like exactly a card that's 1 too expensive, but if it was 1 cheaper, it would be 2 cheap. Yeah, neat design though. I would love a basic tech card that's actually worth considering. I don't want to upgrade people. We're not a genius. Plasma Pistol remove tough when you need. Yeah, I mean, like you can just give piercing in most aspects. It's not awful, but like, yeah, it's not amazing. It's not an attack. That is cool. That is cool. So you don't deal with a bunch of stuff. I don't want to play Sharpshooter. We could technically fire it, but we shouldn't. And that's kind of the end of the line. We could play a practice plan, but it ultimately, again, is a card that doesn't help us progress our game state, which is the issue. At the end here, we had the team ups. I don't want to play 2 against the world. And that's it. Okay, so where does this leave us? It leaves us playing a lot more basic cards, I think. So I think if we remove these 5 cards, add these 5 cards, but then we add one of these. I think this is too many cards, but I don't mind this. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We can play this. So we have 2 power in all of us's. So the question is, how many basic cards do we have that we can pay? Machine Man, does Machine Man's text work with power in all of us? I think it does. So it says, spend up to 3 resources. This is spending resources on a basic card. So I think power in all of us works on Machine Man. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sort of 8, sort of 9. Evaluate Threat also makes it more consistent, so that does help. I think we can play 2 power in all of us in this deck, and it's more physicals. Yeah, it works with Machine Man. Cool. Thank you. The only other question is like, is Lockjaw better than any of these individual cards? And I could see Lockjaw being better than I could see Lockjaw being better than Miles. Just so that we have 2 resource sinks. But I'm assuming we're not going to use resource sinks. I think our deck is really good now. I like Plasma Pistol for most repurpose decks, but Shoulder Cannon makes it really redundant. You really do play it in repurpose decks, like basic repurpose. I've never played it for 2. Neat. It's cool that you can get some value from it, guaranteed, and then repurpose it. Lockjaw is good in a mill deck, not in War Machine. It's better in a mill deck. It has a physical, though. But it's the sort of card that you just pitch for a resource and then get it back later. Like, we have no synergy with it. We'll try Miles. We'll remember when we draw Miles if we wanted it to be our best friend. Okay, how many of these cards do you have to resleeve? 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably not many. 5, 6. I think it's only Daredevil. 7, 8. Again, as of this year, I've been resleeving into nicer sleeves. So when you find a card with an old sleeve, you can tell I haven't played it in over 7 months. All right, who are we playing against? I thought this was like, genuinely, I was so confident with this deck because of my testing that I have set up a harder villain to play against, arguably. Let's do that. Give me 1 second. We'll clean this up. Okay, so we have we've made a better deck, let's say. All right. Got it. Cool. Plasma pistol itself isn't worth it, but it has 2 damage and then +2 stat repurpose. It's good. Would you say it's good, or it's the best option you have available? Okay, so we'll change gears. Yeah. When you want an easier game, you go to the Civil War box and you pull out the leaders. This is how he gets egg on his face for the 4th time today. Admittedly, last time we played against Iron Man, we played on Heroic and we lost, which is I think the first time I've ever lost against Iron Man. But I think we wanted to play tech versus tech. I know that we can't play the Iron Man ally against Iron Man. We're going to go ahead and ignore that text because we're going to have fun today. So we're going to be able to play Iron Man versus Iron Man. Now, with these leaders, you're meant to go get, 3 encounter sets, but you can always just use regular encounter sets from the game. So we are. And the encounter sets we're going to get are slightly goofy. Firstly, we're going to be playing Zero Tolerance. So there's a bunch more mechs here. Technically, Operation Zero Tolerance itself. Hold on, I can do this. Technically, we are a bit disincentivized from blocking with allies, but Zero Tolerance adds a bunch of small minions, and it adds a bunch of tech stuff. Not that it'll attach to Iron Man, but that's good. We want tech stuff. We're then going to add Sentinels. Same idea, just a bunch of small minions. We like minions, Sentinels. This is, again, will be attached to the villain. None of these will be attached to the villain, but just, some things to deal with. And then we're going to really break the rules, where I'm going to use the Project Wide Awake encounter sets, but I'm going to use the Project Wide Awake encounter sets that do not interact with Zero Tolerance. A bunch of them basically interact with Zero Tolerance directly. Operation Zero Tolerance, because this is permanent. So the reason why we're doing this is that this adds a whole bunch of tech upgrades that will always attach to Iron Man. So we have Learning AI, we have Gauntlet Beam, we have Adaptive Armor, we have another Gauntlet Beam. So this just adds 7 cards. 2 of them are minions, so there's a lot of minions in this deck. So we'll see if we're dealt with that. But it adds 4 attachments for Iron Man. If you're not familiar with Iron Man just wants attachments. There's not that many encounter sets that have a higher concentration of attachments that you can attach to things, but this is only about 2/3, maybe a bit less, of the actual Project Wide Awake set, because unfortunately all the other stuff interacts with something that doesn't interact with us. So that's what we're going to be adding to the deck. Is this more than 15 cards? Yes. But ultimately, I think these cards will be pretty bad for us. So there's a whole lot of minions, and Iron Man's going to have a whole lot of tech attachments. So that is what we're doing today. This is a custom scenario of sorts, just to get more Iron Man text. I guess the last thing we have to do, because I didn't prepare this, is we have to decide which of these sets we have to play with. Interesting counter set. Yeah, we just want to tech max, because the problem is Iron Man's text is so not relevant. Generally, you attach 3 attachments, 2 attachments guaranteed, and you might not see a 3rd one. So just adding more in is going to be good for us. Yeah, we'll see if that works out. Reminds me, I should actually design main schemes for a custom Captain America Empire encounter I wanted to do. Yes, I think these leaders would do really well within a custom main scheme. Just add 2 main schemes and 2 encounter cards that interact with them, and you'd be in a good spot. So I don't want to go full random here. We technically could do registration or whatever the other one is for registration. Oh, I was looking for this. This is the all versus all set. I couldn't find this. Good to know where that is. We could go for either side. These colors match with Iron Man a bit better. I just want to find one that will make a bit of sense. So this one is after the resolving step 1, discard the top 3 cards of our deck. I mean, lockjaw tech. The enemy team searches a counter deck for a minion. We don't need that. And each minion gets guard. That's probably interesting. Gains steady. Who cares? When a player reveals a treachery, places 1 threat here. I mean, they're all good. What about Fixer? Funny you ask. I have Fixer here, but Fixer's attachments might attach to Iron Man. I think adding all of these will make the deck a bit too crowded, but Fixer was also consideration. The thing is, these attachments will attach either to an enemy or to Fixer. There's only 2 of them. So it's you think it'd be a higher concentration, but that's it. I mean, I don't love playing against the Thunderbolt minions, because if you don't draw them, that's it. If you do draw them, it's something, but we figure out how to add more attachments without going to Fixer. But I did pull out Fixer. I was considering Fixer. I think it's an interesting decision. All right. Yeah, we haven't played against whatever this side is for a while, so I guess we'll start there. So let's just say each minion gains guard. So we have to deal with the minions. Maybe that's not a real text. Just add the attachments. I mean, the deck is so big already. We could. I mean, I'm not even confident about this deck. So we could just add the 2 attachments. Attached enemy gets +1 attack for each of their tech attachment. Exhausting number of characters with the thwart combined. Yeah, okay, we'll add the tech attachments. I mean, who knows how this is going to go at this point. So there's 2 Fixer attachments in the deck. We've attachment maxed. Okay, great. So we're going to pull a 2A. I guess we should get ready. So after a status card is placed, whatever. The enemy searches for a side scheme, sure. Allies enter play exhausted, that's really bad for us. After resolving step 1 of the villain phase, each player discards the top card on the counter deck. Who discards a minion, puts it in play, engaged with them. I mean, that's going to be the worst one for us for sure. But there's not that. I mean, there's a lot of minions in the deck. Okay. All right. Welcome to this. This is not going to go well. Villain name Iron Man. Stage 3, technically. So, if you don't know, Iron Man's deck has a couple cards. They're all very similar to what Iron Man, he normally has as a hero. So it has only 5 attachments. Now that's not a lot in compared to the deck, but the deck now has a ton of attachments. The main scheme says if you're playing non-competitive, you just start with a side scheme in play. So we're going to start with Stark Tower on the table. This has to be cleared, and when it's cleared, we have to go search, or chat has to search for the worst attachment, and we attach it to the villain. So we have to deal with that on turn 1 because a hazard is worth a lot of problems for us. Rallying Call. So not an incredibly impactful scheme, but guard on the minions means we have to deal with them. The second main scheme is a lot worse, so we're going to try and balance it a bit there. I'm just going to put a guard on Iron Man so I remember, but if there's a minion, we can't attack Iron Man for fun. The villain is Iron Man, only has, we have to pull that back in, only has a handful of health, 16 health, and gets +1 scheme for each text attachment on him. And the enemy team searches the counter deck for an Iron Man attachment. It has to be Iron Man and attaches it to him. So chat, which attachment do we want to add? We have 4 of them. We have 5 of them. 2 of them just give him +1 attack in either ranged or aerial, which aerial doesn't matter. One of them gives him 5 more health. It's hard to remove. You have to do 5 damage. One of them gives him retaliate and requires a physical and a mental. And the other one gives him stalwart and requires a physical and mental after you attack him. And there's only 4 other Iron Man cards in the deck. Does anyone want to make a choice? Let me just clean this up. And we'll go from there. I mean, shuffling this is a bit silly because we're going to have to shuffle these in. But technically the enemy team is meant to decide this. We should be on 40 cards. And a lot more allies than normal. Retaliate first and then Stalwart with the sidearm. Stalwart is not on the sidearm. Stalwart is on the head. Retaliate would mean we give him this one, which like, yeah, it's okay. I don't mind Retaliate early. Like Retaliate gets a lot worse later when we get the, what's it called? The toughness, but I'll take it, Albert. Okay, so we're going to start with, you said Retaliate first. Okay. With the side scheme? Stalwart with the side scheme. Oh, later when it shows up. Yeah, okay. Oh, with this thing. Yeah, with this. Okay, cool. Got it. So, Arc Reactor, it's on the table. We have Retaliate. That has been a bit of an annoyance for us, for sure. So, oops, not you. This one says that it gets Retaliate 1. And after we take a basic attack, we have to spend 2 kinds of resources. If we have an ally that thwarts for 2, we might not do a basic attack this turn. And the big thing about Iron Man is that his thwart goes up for every attachment. Now, none of his attachments actually give him +1 thwart. So it's not like you're going to get +2 thwart for the same attachment, I'm pretty sure. So it might not be too scary too fast. But there's only 7 threat on the main scheme. The second main scheme is a lot worse for us. This is a relatively big encounter deck. So the Iron Man cards are far between each other. But we added a lot of different upgrades. That's it. We start in Alter Ego. We've already shuffled our deck a bit. We're off. Again, we want to remove the Arc Reactor. We need a physical and a mental. Because almost all the attachments in this scenario require resources, we're actually like really incentivized to open with our Quinn Carrier because we need a wild resource generator. Missile Launcher. I mean, that gets around to Retaliate. It's an okay keep for sure. We have Gambi, who's maybe a bit expensive, but not awful. Shoulder Cannon is one of our best cannons. It's not great to Retaliate, but we have 2 key cards for our deck already. Repulsor Beam. I don't really want to throw damage this turn. I want to find an ally so we can clear the thing. Repulsor Beam. Evaluate Threat. I mean, that's good. We might keep Evaluate Threat. If this has 2 threat, if we clear, we can go get the Quinn Carrier for 1 or Nick Fury for 2. And then our 6th card is Ready for a Fight. So, weird up mulligan. This feels somewhat equally clumsy. Now the missile launcher is okay because it's ranged and it does 2 damage, but the shoulder cannon is always the keep here because it does 1 damage a turn for free, let alone you can't just empty your bullets. So it's one of our best keeps. Evaluate Threat's another nice keep. The thing is with Gambit, we could keep Gambit and then play Gambit and then guarantee to clear the Stark Tower. And by guarantee, I mean hope. It also allows us to make sure that we're not drawing more attachments with Iron Man. But the problem is like once we clear Stark Tower, we shuffle the deck. So Gambit's value is a bit muted this turn because the information we get is immediately discarded. So I think that's the case. I'm just going to hard mulligan a bit deeper because we want to double with the shoulder cannon. But yeah, I definitely don't think we play this before we have our chassis. Missile launcher is maybe the other keep, but I could see that shuffling it back into our deck. We have 6 cards. We can play like missile launcher, shoulder cannon, pass, but I also want to have resources to maybe get rid of an attachment or two. So we do need to clear the Stark Tower. So I think we're going to mulligan this. It'd be really bad if we don't draw an ally or any thwarting. Gauntlet gun. Okay. Expensive. Target strike is good with the gauntlet gun, so we can clear the side scheme for sure. Not what we want. Please give us a double. Leo fits is 2 cards for 1 card, so we have 1 extra card. And we have an energy shield. I mean, this is not good. Every time we think we're back, we're suddenly not back. This sucks. Okay. So what can we do with this? If we spend 2 for the gauntlet gun can fire the targeted strike. Then we can just play, we can't play full auto. Sorry, shoulder cannon. We can't play it. So that's not good. Which means this might be a Leo line. So if we play Leo, we can use Leo to grab a card. Let's imagine it's this card. This is still ours. We can use these 2 to play shoulder cannon. Shoulder cannon can fire targeted strike, and we can hold on to this. That's probably better. That is probably better. Just remember, if this goes badly, you can blame chat. Exactly. And the cool thing is that everyone with their good ideas is next to their name. So we can go back and individually roast everyone. I think that's really good. It's called, what is the word for this? Oh, there's a good word for this. We're all going to be held responsible for actions. It's important. It builds character. Yeah, I think that's what we have to do to use our hand. So we're going to spend Leo on turn 1. Let's see how this is. So exhaust Leo to search our deck for a tech card. We want to look for the worst tech card, technically. The card that we're not going to need. Actually, if we just open with chassis, can we just open with chassis and that's better? Accountability, that's the word I wanted. Thank you. We don't have that many tech cards in our deck. We can always shuffle first and just add some garbage back in. Oh my god, we have no tech cards in our deck besides the chassis. Oh, we have a gauntlet gun. We'll take an extra gauntlet gun. We don't want it. Actions are like allies. They have consequential damage. I like that a lot. All right, so this is back in. We'll grab a gauntlet gun, which we're just going to discard in a second. All right, go Leo. Alter ego action only, so we're kind of priced into getting down as much as we can. We'll spend 2 for a gauntlet gun. So this does the good thing. We'll flip up. So when we flip up again, we get 5 counters. We don't have a toughness yet. We'll exhaust the gauntlet gun to generate a resource to play targeted strike. And then chat, which card are we getting? Because we'll clear the Stark Tower, which when we clear the Stark Tower, we get to go search for an attachment and attach it. We said the retaliate one. No. We didn't say the retaliate one. We said the stalwart one. I mean, fine. Mark 5 helmet. I don't know if this one's that bad for us, but you make a basic attack to do mental and physical. At least with stalwart, it's harder to jump down. But now technically Iron Man schemes for 3. Stalwart to shut down Prof X. Yeah, we only have 1 Prof X, so like maybe. But we would play Prof X next turn probably, so I could see it. So we have only 1 resource in our hand. If we attack, we do 2 damage and take 1 damage ourselves, which doesn't feel like a great trade. But there's nothing else we can do. Ideally, you attack to deal with the arc reactor. I don't know if we take 2 damage to do 1 damage. Do we take 2 damage? Do 2 damage to take 1 damage? Like, do we choose to attack and to retaliate? The wilds, mind you, and the power in all of us are going to be good into the resources as well. We definitely hold onto the shoulder cannon because our deck is all doubles. And this is technically a gray card. So do we do 2 for 1? I honestly don't know. I don't think we do. I'm going to chill. I don't feel good about taking 1 damage to do 2 damage. Like, that's not how we win this game. I'm going to pass. Full auto? No. Power in all of us could be useful. Starhawk? Okay. Ironheart. I mean, that's also a combo. So we'll see what resources are left in our hand to be able to clear these things. So this just goes to 1. The rallying call, mind you, doesn't have any active text from this point forward. It just says that every minion has guards, so we have to deal with them before Iron Man. The villain's attacking us. So just for 2, he has retaliate and stalwart. I guess I'll get the stalwart button. You don't know, we stream at this at 1440p, so if you're watching, you can see better quality. So we just take this to the face. 2, 3, 4 on master plan. That's a lot of damage. 1 encounter card. It's an attachment. Learning AI. Nice. So it's all coming together to plan. Oh my god, we're 3 attachments in. Gains retaliate 1. Jesus, what do we do? It took 3 mentals to get rid of this. I don't think we're getting rid of this. I think we're stuck in hero mode for the rest of the game. We have to get rid of so many attachments. We need 5 mentals and 2 physicals. Why did we play against a harder scenario? You do stream at 1440. I do stream at 1440, which is doable because we don't restream, right? Okay. So our hand can get rid of a couple attachments. Yeah. The range thing we got rid of, but all these things to get rid of them, we have to do a basic attack. So we attack for 2, we take 2, and we can jump down. If we get rid of both of these, Iron Man will only scheme for 3. Oh, this one does have scheme on it. He schemes for 3 in a card. So this will go to 2, 3, 4, 5. If he draws a 2 boost, we're cooked, and we go to the next scheme, which is a pretty bad scheme. We need 2 physicals and 2 mentals. So if we commit to Ironheart, we draw a random card, and then we probably can't clear any of them. But if we just attack and throw all of these at him, we can deal with it. We can use Leo to go grab the shoulder cannon instead of this. Not a shoulder cannon, the missile launcher, which we could play, and then shuffle the shoulder cannon in so we don't waste our resources. I think we have to get rid of these attachments. I think it's the most important thing we do. So we're going to attack for 2 into the villain. We take 2. So retaliate 2. And then we're going to deal with both of these. So the arc reactor requires us to spend mental and physical. Great. The Mark V helmet is going to require us to get rid of mental and physical. And so we do clear 2 attachments. Black Widow could have gotten rid of that encounter card. No, she can't. It's only treacheries. What you're saying is wrong. When encounter card exhausts Black Widow resource. Wait, when a card is... No, you're right. I'm sorry. I came at you way too hard for that. But I wouldn't have done that. I would not have done that. We revealed another card. It would have been this. Is that better? It's up to you. But we had to play Black Widow on turn 1 and then spend another resource, which like, I'm not doing that. I'm not spending 5 resources on turn 1. I see where you're getting at though. I thought she was only a treachery, which is usually what the cancels are. So that's at least a bit better. Who would make the mistake of multi-streaming at 1440p and ignoring the Twitch warnings? How bad has that been? Okay, so that's most of our hand. We're going to just jump down and hope. So we're going to jump down. Alter Ego. We're going to use our ability text here to shuffle this into our deck. And then we're just going to immediately use Leo to grab the card, and so that we can just play it so we don't waste a resource. So at least we have our ranged weapon with a missile launcher, and then next turn we'll shuffle the shoulder cannon in probably. Unless we have to shuffle in one of our thwarting cards, but we don't have any thwarting cards in our deck yet. Oh no, we have 1 targeted strike, so that probably goes back in. We'll pass. We're hoping not to threat out, but if we do, it's not the end of the world. We draw a couple cards. Scorched Earth, useless. Grant Ward, great. Mind you, we don't have Retaliate 2, we have Retaliate 1. I'll clear one of those off. Repurpose, maybe. Daredevil, good. Gemma, good, not bad. Upgrade chassis, fantastic. Okay, the sand is doable. We just have to make sure that he doesn't thwart for that much. So this goes to 2. And the villain is now scheming for 3 in a card because this does have triple mental on it. We could not get rid of the triple mental off the learning AI, but it's scheming for 3. Low boost. The biggest boost we could ask for. 6 boost, we advance. All right, at least there's no more threat to clear. Welcome to the final stage, Superhero Jailbreak. This is one of the cool schemes, as much as it's a pretty bad scheme to be on. So it says, after the resolving step 1 of the villain phase, each player discards a top card. Each minion goes into play engage with us. That means they'll activate against you, which is just a nightmare. So yeah, not good. Okay, never mind, there's threat. Scheming for 3 in a card. Boost, you are stunned. All right, we had a good stream today. I think we streamed for a good 4 hours. We might just call it here. We might just call it here. I mean, there's still a Sunday to enjoy. We don't have to... It doesn't have to be like this. Do we have 3 mentals? We do have 3 mentals. Unfortunately, they're our best cards. Is there a tech card we can get to with Leo Fitz in our deck that has a mental? Because we probably need to get rid of this. You just have to spend 3 mentals, which is expensive, but as long as we set up, we'll recover. Grant Ward can deal with this 2 threat, which is fine. I mean, we'll be fine ultimately. I just don't know if there's any like tech cards that have a mental in our deck. I think actually there's no tech cards in our deck. So whatever we have to shuffle in here, we have to draw. So I think we're always going to use Leo Fitz after we use James Road to shuffle this in. Because I think we're going to play our chassis here for sure. Okay. That's fine. We're probably going to recover. We might be able to play Gemma, which means we'll leave the learning AI for 1 more turn because we saw the 1 advance. So as long as we stay in hero mode, Iron Man probably won't thwart against us for a moment. Okay, first turn is usually a hard turn, so we can recover from this. So that's it. We'll recover for 3, I think, because attacking for 2 doesn't make sense. Thwarting for 1 doesn't make sense. So we'll be on 7. We'll probably play Gemma. So I'm assuming we play Scorched Earth for Gemma. She costs us 1 because we're shield traded here. And she generates a resource for the card that we drew, or the chassis. Probably is the chassis. As much as the shoulder cannon is like pretty hype. So then we could do Gemma plus shoulder cannon. Oh, are we short a resource again? Are we out an extra resource? We play Chassis and then we just play Grant Ward. I mean, that's acceptable. We'll do Gemma for Repurpose and Shoulder Cannon for the upgraded Chassis. This comes in and gives us a tough when we flip up in a second, which we do. Okay, so actually when we spend cards, in theory we should spend this because we could play Repurpose this turn if we really wanted to. So that's just gives us a bit more flexibility. We use the upgraded Chassis. When we jump up, we get a toughness. Okay, so we definitely play Grant Ward. Grant Ward can't block, but Grant Ward will thwart for 2. We can use the Gauntlet Gun for fun. Not the Gauntlet Gun, the Missile Launcher for fun. We have enough counters here to not be too scared. So we'll just do 2 damage to Iron Man, which dodges Retaliate because it has range, which is good. We want to use Repurpose. It's not particularly impactful here. We could repurpose away one of these upgrades, but all these upgrades are really quite good still. In terms of what's left in our deck. Okay, so actually I'm going to change what we did in the deck here because we shuffled a card in and drew it with Leo Gemma. Oh, we had to shuffle that card in, otherwise we'd have no resources. Yeah, we're floating a card here, but we had to shuffle something in so we could draw something. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this card in our hand. Yeah, so, oh no, that's fine. Because the idea is if we didn't use our alter ego to shuffle in the upgrade, it would still be in our discard pile, and we would just have one fewer card. So if we don't do that, we can just shuffle in a different card instead. This would require me to play slower and plan the whole turn out before doing a single action, which is a bit painful. So instead of shuffling the Shoulder Cannon in, I think we're allowed just to shuffle any card in here. And ideally, we do something with the Gauntlet Gun. So Targeted Strike, this will be on 2 threat. Otherwise, we can do Repulsor Beam, and we know there's a lot of minions. So I think we're going to shuffle this in instead. And then we just don't have to draw with Leo because we had an extra card. So if you're okay with that, let me know, because we didn't draw anything more, and we could have planned out the full turn from there. I just want our deck to have cards that we can play off the top. Okay, hoping for the best. Oh, we're stunned. That's fine. So it doesn't take 2 damage. Villain recovers 2. We got rid of the stun. I forgot we're stunned. We can't shoot. Yeah, the retcon, like, that's the thing that I ran into that I found really annoying with, like, Bruno Corelli. It's like when you're starting your turn in Alter Ego, you have to plan out your whole turn, like every single card, every single resource, plan out your whole turn, and then realize you have a card left over, which is just, like, really annoying with Bruno. So as long as we're not drawing cards and getting extra information or gained information, I feel fine just being like, play your turn. If you have a card left over, put it on Bruno. Because it's, like, really tedious to plan out your whole turn before you do anything, which you should be doing anyways. Let's be clear. Like, you should be planning out your turn before you play it. But, like, yeah, I mean, you should be anyways. Let's be honest. Quinn Carry, we definitely want to play that. A Wild Generator goes really hard against resources. Ideally, we draw the last power in all of us. It's Miles. We want Mentals. Perfect. So we can get rid of that Learning AI at a minimum. That's good. We can play Quinn Carry and get rid of Learning AI. And we have a Ready for a Fight, which, like, we can almost play all these cards. With Leo Fitz, Jump Up, Jump Down, we actually might be able to do what the deck wants to do, which is incredible. Like, imagine we can clear this, Jump Up, Jump Down, play Quinn Carrier, play Ready for a Fight. We might be able to do all of it. Because we have Genius and Quinn Carrier with Leo Resource. That can play plus... Oh, no, because we have to jump down. This is a hero action. Okay, so it's a bit trickier, but it does look pretty good. All right, Superhero Jailbreak. So we add 1 threat here, and then we discard a card. We're hoping for no minion. It's a minion. So you do put into play, which is kind of cool, because we get around its text. That's actually kind of neat. So each player who discards a minion puts it into play, engage with them. So we don't do when revealed text. So this is just like a little guy. Just kind of like a little guy looking at us. I mean, I've never seen that interaction. All right, so the villain's going to activate against us. The villain's attacking for 2 and a card. We have a toughness 1/2. This card has... Uh-oh. This card has an old sleeve. This is going to be a card 100% from the tech guy. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is an old sleeve. It won't really matter. I can't really tell until I pick him up, but we do take just 3 damage. That is the one set that I did not resleeve. The Sentinel is now going to bop us for 2. We'll take 2. We're not going to block with Grant, let alone we can't. So we're down to 5. We have to make sure this is not an encounter card. It is. So we have to pay for Grant here, which might actually hurt. So Supersonic Punch. In my head, these Sentinels are just empty Iron Man suits. That's how I'm seeing it too. Supersonic Punch. So we're getting attacked again. Okay. Oh, sorry. So Iron Man attacks you with his attack attachment. This gains piercing. So he's attacking for 2 and a card. We're going to have to deal with Grant Ward. So if this does 3 damage to me, we're priced into playing Grant Ward. We have to now do all the math of what our hand is, and our hand is almost perfect. Not perfect, but almost perfect. We can always shoot the Sentinel, no problem. We want to get rid of Learning AI if we jump down. We might not lose. There's only 1 more advance in the deck, I think, so we could jump down safely here and play Ready for a Fight. We don't need to confuse. So getting rid of Learning AI is not the most important. But the most important thing is playing the Quinn carrier. But then keeping Grant to ward around is like a bit too expensive because we need the mental resource. So we might not get rid of learning AI, which means we'll probably play double plus Leo, I guess, for Quinn carrier. Sorry, we can't because we can't jump down. So it'd be like double plus Spider-Man for Quinn carrier. Quinn carrier plays ready for fights. So this plays for Grant Ward. I mean, paying a double for Grant Ward is kind of stinky. We can get a 1-cost upgrade, but we don't have any 1-cost upgrades in the deck because we can draw a card for sure. I mean, if we survive this attack, maybe Grant Ward just like leaves, but like we do want the Tooth Ward this turn. The Tooth Ward makes it safe. So let's see. I think we have to defend here. So we're defending for 2 against 1-2. No boost. Okay, wow, we take no damage. So now we have to decide whether Grant Ward's going to leave us or not. And we have all the information to work with. So Grant Ward, we play 1 resource here, and eventually we'll have the Quinn carrier for 2 threat. Otherwise, if we play for Grant Ward, we have to pay this double, which is really expensive. That means we can play Quinn carrier. Quinn carrier plays ready for a fight. Leo does nothing because there's... Oh, no, we have an energy shield still in our deck, don't we? Or did we throw it out? Oh, our energy shield's in our bin. I mean, I think we still pay for him. We're going to pay a double for him, but it's not like the double's that much better used. Actually, the double is a lot better used because the double can get a shoulder cannon from the bin. I think Grant Ward's going to betray us. We'll take 2 damage. Remove from the game. I think we have to take this risk here because we can use all the resources in this hand really quite well. Yep. Yeah, the shoulder cannon seems good. Okay, so it's back to us. We'll just start with the missile launcher. So the missile launcher, we're going to shoot this thing for 2. The problem is like with superhero jailbreak, jumping down to alter ego is even harder because if you jump down to alter ego and it spawns a minion, the minion will scheme against us. I don't know if any of the Sentinels scheme for that much. I think the one from the Sentinel set does scheme for a lot from Project Wide Awake. Okay, so we definitely do 1, 2, 3 into the Quinn carrier. We definitely need this wild resource generator. If we have a physical tech card in our deck, we could clear learning AI with Genius and still jump down and play ready for a fight. The problem is I don't think there's a physical, there's not a lot of tech cards that have physicals on them. In fact, there might be none because Leo can search only our deck for a tech card. And I think we have none in here. So the only thing we can do is shuffle in, specifically shuffle in our cannon, our Gatling gun thing, our minigun. So we're just going to hope that we get lucky here, but you know, Iron Man won't necessarily scheme, so we can always jump up. So that's fine. We won't clear this. We'll jump down. We lose our bullets. We'll use Rhodes text to shuffle in a tech card, and then we'll immediately draw it with Leo. We'll use the Quinn carrier to generate a ready for a fight. So now we won't get schemed on if we don't want to. And then we'll spend this double, so much for Gemma, to play shoulder cannon. So at least we have a really good setup. Like this has been our best setup. Like imagine having all 4 of these upgrades and 3.5 resource generators on our first cycle. Like that has just been better. And I can't tell if that's because we've been playing better or the deck is better, but we just, it was better. I think Iron Man's playing on way less threat than Black Widow is. All right, we'll draw 6. We want to stay down here to recover. Machine Man. Iron Man. We are going to legally play Iron Man. Another ready for a fight is good. Power in all of us is good enough for Machine Man. Yeah, we are good to good. Repurpose is really good too. The problem with repurpose is the hero action. And so there's nothing Leo can get besides, I guess we can force the last gauntlet gun and a munitions bunker. Okay. So this goes to 3. We discard if it's a minion. All right, it schemes for 1. That's acceptable, but we have to make a decision here. Again, this puts into play so its text doesn't fire, which is a really fun scenario. So Iron Man here, we know exactly how much threat he's going to do. He's going to scheme for 1, 2, 3, 4, and a card. So we could lose here if we don't flip up with ready for a fight. I think Black Widow is one of the higher threat scenarios going, which is definitely a challenge for War Machine protection. It definitely is. And like the only thing we have going for us is the shoulder cannon. So with another ready for a fight, we can just jump up here and it shouldn't be that bad because we can always jump down at the end of the turn. So we're going to do our thing. So we're going to fire ready for a fight. Okay. That's why we have it. So we flip up. When we flip up, we get a toughness and 5 bullets. It means the Sentinel is going to hit us, which is going to put us on 1 health, which that is not particularly pretty. But otherwise, Iron Man schemes for 3 in a card, so this could go up to 6, and then Sentinel schemes for 1, 7. Wait, are we good? Actually, do we have to jump up? Iron Man schemes for 3 in a card, so this goes to 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, he could just scheme for 6 and we lose. Yeah, we can't. We have to go up. All right, Iron Man is now attacking us for 1, 2, 3. That advance is so good. So we lose the toughness. The Sentinel attacks us. Now, the question here with the Sentinel is how many cards in the deck just do automatic damage to you? Because we could exhaust here to not take any damage, or we could jump down and recover, which is slightly more. So if there's a quick strike minion like the Sentinel Mark 6, we have to defend against it. But otherwise, I think we just take this to the face. We'll take 2. All right, 1 encounter card. If it does 1 damage, we're cooked. Targeted. Okay, this is not a real card. This card probably makes more sense in the Operation Zero Tolerance, but regardless, we'll take it. So attach your identity. When you're engaged with a Sentinel, you cannot change the alter ego. Exhaust your identity to discard this card. And a lot of the cards get worse if you have it targeted. I think we saw 2 of them so far. Oh no, this is the Zero Tolerance one, so no. But there are a couple of minions that get worse if you have this on you. I mean, like, we're chilling. This feels so much cooler. Sentinel, no problem to knock out. We can't hit Iron Man first. Our hand has a bit of thwarting. We are incentivized to go get War Machine instead of Iron Man because Iron Man doesn't actually draw anything. Iron Man actually can draw a tech card, and then we can repurpose a tech card. The bottom of our deck has a bunch of cheap events for the Gauntlet Gun, which sucks. Yeah, we have 2 repulsor beams and a target strike. I wanted to draw one of those, and we know we have a Prof X coming up. All right, this might be the learning AI turn. So if we want to get rid of learning AI, looks at hand, can't. We have only access to 2 mental generators. This needs 3 mentals to get rid of it. Okay, so no matter what, we will missile launcher. We're definitely jumping down. So we'll missile launcher to do 2 to the Sentinel. And then we'll just dump our shoulder cannon, which will do 5 into Iron Man. I think we're always jumping down. If not, we'll figure this out, but it does 5. Wait, he has retaliate. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Villain recovers 5. We need to get rid of this. Otherwise, the shoulder cannon's useless. So we did that wrong. What we should do is we should use the shoulder cannon twice into the little guy. So we do 1/1, and then we'll do the 2 damage with the missile launcher into Iron Man. Okay, that would have been lethal. Don't do that. So we're on 1 health against retaliate. But yeah, don't do that. Okay, so if we want to play ready for fight, that's fine. We can use Quinn Carry for anything. We can draw a card with Leo Fitz, and I think just getting tech cards is good, but the only card we can draw with Leo Fitz has to be our last shoulder cannon, which is Gauntlet Gun, which is not particularly good. But I mean, it's a free draw. So if that's the case, we're going to play Machine Man for power in all of us. So Machine Man will do our extra thwarting. The Machine Man can thwart for 3, no problem, because these extra cards are not worth it. Munitions Bunker is probably worth setting up, but we're going to not deck out this turn. We'll use Queen Carrier for the ready, so we can jump down. We're going to recover. We're going to have a toughness. We've drawn 2 minions so far with Superhero Jailbreak, but it's a way cooler encounter set, so I'm into that. And then these cards we can use on Machine Man, and or we can use them on Leo. Unfortunately, we're going to waste some bullets here. This should be on 3, but we're going to waste some bullets. Otherwise, we will die, so we're just going to jump down. This is exhaust your identity. We won't. So in alter ego, we're going to exhaust ourselves to recover 3 just to stay safe. We're going to use our alter ego ability to shuffle this into our deck. And then with Leo, we'll draw it. We're doing the thing that we want to. I wonder if we should have repurposed there and thwarted for 3, but I don't think there's a good reason to do that. We could have repurposed to clear target for elimination, but I'm hoping that we're going to be okay with that. Now this hand can thwart for 2 with Machine Man and then play... Like Gauntlet Guns we can play for 1. It's not super important. Munition Bunker is probably a bit better to play because it does set us up to lethal range. Notably, when you advance Iron Man, he puts him down to 1 health. Sorry, the next Iron Man can't take damage. But like, so setting up the Munition Bunker is good. We have it ready for a fight, and we've seen 2 advances, so I think we're not actually that worried unless we draw a minion. So I will do a slightly greedy play, which maybe it's a bit embarrassing, but we'll do Munitions for 2. And then we'll exhaust the Munitions, because this basically puts the villain on a clock, because we now have extra counters. And then we're going to use Machine Man to thwart for 2, discarding this one resource. So it's going to do that. And then we'll pass. Ideally, we don't fire ready for a fight here. I'd like to do all our value stuff because we still have 1 tech card we can draw. But this is why you play Leo and Gemma. And notably, like, Gemma has felt worse than Leo because our deck doesn't have that many tech cards. So Gemma's like struggling to do her text. So we're going to have to start repurposing aggressively. But I think they're both in our discard pile. All right, Spider Bite, she's free. That's 6. Scorched Earth, I mean, if we draw. Nick, I mean, good. Repulsor Beam is free. Strength is a double. We want mentals. We have 3 mentals and we have a targeted strike. So that's a really balanced hand. Actually, wow, this feels so much better. This goes to 2. We discard cards. Is it a minion? It's not. We discard an assault. That would have been a 0 boost. Iron Man is still thwarting on us for 3 in a card. We're not going to interrupt it. So 1, 2, 3. Boost. Give the villain a tough status card. That is one of the cards. So this goes to 5 from Project Wide Awake. Encounter card. Exhaustion. Bummer. We wanted to recover if we can, but not too bad for us right now. Surges into, I could feel that was the other card because that's a bad sleeve, but it's a tech pack. So another thing we have to get rid of. Let's see what this thing is. So we chose to add these 2 cards to the encounter. So attach the fixer, otherwise attach to the villain. Attached enemy gets +1 attack for each other tech attachment. Jesus, that's bad. Exhaust any number of characters you control with a combined thwart greater than attached enemy scheme. Discard this card. That is so bad because currently Iron Man has 5 scheme. Right? Because it has 1, 2, 3, and he gets +1 scheme for each text attachment. So he has 5 threat. Man, that's a rude card here. Why was I goaded into doing this? So we have to exhaust multiple characters that have a combined thwart of 6. I mean, I think that's staying there until we draw Professor X, huh? Because Machine Man has thwart 1, we're exhausted. We could do Nick Fury. We have Spider. Like, maybe we could do it. Maybe we could do it. All right, it's our turn. Notably, we're going to be decking out. So we can guarantee one of the cards that we can draw with Leo and our alter ego. We can also use our alter ego to make sure that one of the cards we're drawing is a card we want. And I could see us like trying to put a mental back into the deck to clear learning AI. So like I could see us putting a Scorched Earth in the deck and then using Leo once we deck out. Once we play Nick Fury. That seems pretty good. Yeah, Fixer mod set seems pretty rough, but we're only adding those 2 tech attachments because they seem fun. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think we put a mental back in to the bottom of our deck because getting rid of learning AI actually removes 2 threats, so it's easier to do with a tech pack. So that's cool. That's actually really cool. So we're going to use our alter ego to shuffle this into 3. I'm not going to shuffle too well because in a second, we're just going to go play Nick. So we're going to do 1, 2. We want to keep some mentals. So I think we just do 1, 2. Quinn Carrier can be anything. This is free. I don't think we need the damage, so we'll do 3. I mean, these cards are all really good, so I guess we do use the Quinn Carrier. I mean, I want to play the targeted strike. What are we drawing at the bottom? Mental energy. I mean, fine. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll play Nick. So these cards go into the pile as soon as you play them. So when you play Nick's cost, so they will be shuffled in. So we're going to choose to draw 3 with Nick. So Nick draws the bottom of her deck, which is Scorched Earth, Professor X, Repulsor Beam. We give ourselves an encounter card and shuffle. And then after that, we can use Leo's ability immediately to go grab one of our tech cards. So ideally we find something with a mental, but I'll just do that so we don't have to shuffle twice, right? So we can grab a tech card. There's not that many options because we haven't repurposed. So there's a Gauntlet Gun. There's an Energy Shield. That's it. Now the Energy Shields may be playable. Gauntlet Gun. Do we care about our tech cards versus anyone's tech cards? No. I think we'll take the Energy Shield because it's maybe playable here. But I'd have to do the math of what we're doing with our whole hand to make a better decision. Okay. So currently still has 5 scheme. We have 3 scheme worth of people to exhaust. We'll use the munitions bunker to add 2 ammo counters. And then I think with this hand, we just play, like, we want to play Spider Bite because she exhausts really well. Yeah, I think we do. And then that still leaves us with 3. Oh, man. I mean, I don't know if we play Professor X. I think Professor X might be better to get rid of learning AI there. Yeah, weird. Yeah, I don't think we need it with targeted strike. So Prof X is not as good as we thought. That's fine. We'll play Spider Bite for free. She's a mental, but she comes in for free, which is great. We now have 3 allies that combined have 5 schemes, so we should be able to knock out the tech pack. So she comes in with 2. We'd love her to hit the deck cycle. Obviously, we just cycled our own deck, so that's not great. We could play a cheap tech card here, but actually, I think we do play a cheap tech card here. Because if I'm not mistaken, we spent 3 for that. We do targeted strike for free. We could do repulsor beam for 1, and it won't have retaliate, but has a toughness. So we could just do some tempo damage. I think that's probably better than playing the second gauntlet gun. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's it. This is so much more interesting. We'll flip up. We're in hero mode. We give ourselves 5 bullets and a tough with the upgraded chassis. All right, we will spend mental to get rid of learning AI. So he loses retaliate, which is pretty good for us, but also he loses 2 thwart. So now he only has 3 thwart. So it should be easier for us to exhaust things. So I think we're just going to start there. We're going to exhaust 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't get to use Nick for anything else besides a block. I mean, that's acceptable. So we've exhausted with 4 thwart, so we can get rid of the tech pack. And for the first time since never actually, exhaust any number of characters with a combined higher thwart than attached enemy scheme to discard this card. So we have finally dealt with Iron Man. Iron Man is just a guy in a suit now. Okay, good stuff. So we'll start pinging some damage. The shoulder cannon will do for free. We're not really incentivized to do that much damage. I'll take the toughness off. We'll do missile launcher to do 2 damage, spending a counter. Takes 2. I think we'll use shoulder cannon next turn aggressively. Like, we want to keep some bullets, but like we want to basically get Iron Man down to 0 health in the same turn, and I don't think we can get there, so we'll hold on a bit. We'll then just use the gauntlet gun to play targeted strike. So this removes 3 threat for free. We'll use Machine Man to thwart for 1, 2. We could play this for 4 damage, actually. I mean, I think we're pretty good, and then we'll just play an energy shield for safety. We could attach it to an ally, but we'll just put it on ourselves. So we're doing pretty good here. We'll pass. I think we got this. I think things were looking pretty bad, and then we kind of figured it out. But we have so much value from jumping up and down. Like, this is exactly what we wanted to be doing against Black Widow, and all the pieces work well. All right, draw 5. Starhawk, Iron Heart. Power and all of us for Iron Heart's perfect. Repurpose is perfect. We can definitely knock out Iron Man this turn. And the 5th card's Evaluate Threat, which at this point doesn't have great targets besides Nick. Because I think we have all our other greed cards on the table, like the Queen Carrier. Okay, this goes to 1. We are drawing a bad tempo card here. Slightly different board state, the Black Widow game. Tell me about it. We flip it. It's not a minion, so we just discard it. And then Iron Man's attacking us. So Iron Man's just attacking for 2 in a card. We'll just put Nick in the way. He could technically survive this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's the next Supersonic Punch. So there's only, I think, maybe no assaults left. I think we discarded them. And then 2 encounter cards. Automative Troubles in his heat is certainly not the vibe. Better luck with Mr. War Machine. Are you doing all right? Are you having automotive troubles, Andy? I hope it's okay. War Machine is now turning around a bit. Okay, never mind. We're drawing a lot of encounter cards. It's never that easy. So we draw 2 more. So we're drawing, what is it, 4 encounter cards this turn? Gauntlet Beam. Okay, we did celebrate a bit too early. So piercing and ranged. Piercing is really bad. I wonder if we should have taken the block into the face first. There's 2 copies of this, but now he has 2 scheme attacks for 3 with piercing and ranged. So we still have allies, but we do rely on toughness. So that sucks. Sentinel Mark. Okay, this is fine. This is technically fine. This is the Mark 6. So this one has Quick Strike. I mean, we can't rely on the toughness. We could block. We could defend here. I mean, I think we'd rather recover. So at least with the Gauntlet Beam, like if we're getting attacked anyways, we have to block with an ally. So we're going to be jumping down this turn with the ready for a fight. So I think we just take this off the toughness. Sentinel Mark 3. Okay, they're all here. Yeah, my car is working again, but dang, it's hot outside. I hear you. Hopefully you have air conditioning and you're staying cool. I mean, heat on top of other troubles makes any other trouble worse. Toughness when reveal, search and counter deck for the energy barrier. We just discarded one. So the energy barrier, I think, oh, Nick is in the wrong deck. That's important. The energy barrier attaches. So we have issues to deal with, but we have bullets. So sorry, not you. Energy barrier is going to attach here. It says it gets, after it activates, it gets +2. It just attacks for 5. So after this minion activates, give it a tough status. Cool. Or attacks specifically. Okay, so at least we have things to deal with. That was like a bad turn because it was a 2 encounter card turn, and then it turned out to an under fire turn. So the tempo is swinging back a wee bit here. In terms of our hand, thwarting is not a problem. Damage we can do. We have 4 bullets, which is like, what is it? 6 damage. The bullets are really good at pinging off the toughness. So I think we're going to always start with Ironheart because Ironheart's also fine at pinging off the toughness. So we'll use Ironheart here to draw a card because we have the double. So she draws. It's Iron Man. Okay. The villain. So 2 health. She's in play. So Spider Bite generally wants to be thwarting or blocking, but she can't do either of those. I didn't realize, but we have 3 physicals. I'm just going to get rid of that while we can. So I don't think I planned this out, but Gauntlet Beam. So we're going to spend physical to get rid of this thing. So no attachments for Iron Man. Okay, so now I think we start pinking. We can do a repurpose if we need it. Otherwise, we'll do Evaluate Threat. And Evaluate Threat will just set up for a following turn. Or Spider Bite could clear it. If she clears it, it doesn't really get us anything because we have no other cards and we want to play Nick with it. So we'll probably set it up, I'm assuming. We can always grab a card with Leo Fitz. And luckily we can play Evaluate Threat and Alter Ego. So yeah, we probably do just repurpose for tempo. Yeah, I think we repurpose for tempo. We can sell the missile launcher and replay it. So let's find this out because this is what you want to be doing. You want to be repurposing a card. You jump down, you Alter Ego it back into your deck. You draw the card with Leo, and then you play with Gemma. So technically having a 1-cost tech card is the best for us. So that means we can attack for 2, attack for 3. That deals with the Sentinel pretty well. Then we'll play that card, and then we can still then we can't play Evaluate Threat. But that's fine. We don't need Evaluate Threat. It's just like a nick for later. We can then use that for Machine Man, and maybe that hits a breakpoint. But I think we definitely want to repurpose here, because otherwise, why? Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're just going to use Ironheart to ping for 1. You can't flip down with Sentinel Minion engaged. Yeah, we'll clear all of them first, but you're right. We could have exhausted ourselves, I think. When you're engaged with a Sentinel Minion, you cannot change form, so we could exhaust ourselves to jump down. But yeah, in theory. So here we're going to attack for 2, attack for 3. So the math is attack for 3 deals with this. Attack for 2 puts us to 4. Then we do 5, 6, 7, 8. I think we have it. So we're going to attack for 2 into the Sentinel. We will repurpose after, we'll fire the missile launcher first. So we'll do 2 damage to the Sentinel using an ammo. Then we'll repurpose. So we'll discard the missile launcher. That readies us, and it costs 2, so we have 3 attack for the rest of the phase. We'll use our 3 attack to knock at the Sentinel, which is clean. Okay. Machine Man will attack for 2, spending a resource, which we don't need the resource, knocking at the Sentinel, so now we can jump down. Clean. Very clean. Spider Bite could thwart for 1. I don't think it's a huge concern here. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's a huge concern. We might actually panic block with her because we're on 4 with a toughness, so we'll just do it. It wastes a little bit of value, but I think we're in a pretty good spot. We'll now choose to jump down to Alter Ego. Actually, no, we won't. We'll just dump our shoulder cannon because we can. Notably, our shoulder cannon can do 4 damage. If we do this, it can do 8 damage, but that won't put Iron Man to the lower level. So we're just going to do our shoulder cannon technically 4 times, which does 4 to the villain and uses our bullets, which is why it's really nice. You don't lose any value on your cycle. Then we'll jump down to Alter Ego. We'll use our Alter Ego text to shuffle in Missile Launcher. We'll grab it with Leo. We'll play it with Gemma. This should be exhausted. Cool. We'll use the munitions bunker to squirrel away 6 counters and we'll pass. I mean, this is so smooth. This is exactly what you want to do. It's like the well-oiled machine. Super thematically, pun intended. All right. We technically still have 3 attack for this phase, but it's not going to matter. That should be there. Draw 6. 1, 2. Another ready for a fight means we can use this one for tempo if we don't have thwarting in our hand. Full auto. Ready for fight. Okay, full auto. Not a great hand. 6th card. Daredevil. So I think we do fire the ready for a fight here. We'll see if we get a minion. Because when the villain phase, you discard. If it's a minion, it is. Notably, one more time, we get to beat the Sentinel Mark V when revealed because you do just put into play. So this thing will thwart for 1. Otherwise, it attacks for 3. I think because it attacks for 3, we probably do not jump up. This says if targeted for elimination is attached to your identity, Sentinel 5 attacks you, even if you're an alter ego. That would be bad. But again, with Superhero Jailbreak, you just put them into play. You don't do win revealed. So you get around that tax. And that's a good reason to get rid of this thing, which we probably will do. So that means Iron Man schemes for 1 in a card. I think that's totally acceptable. So 1, 2, 3 from Sentinel. So it goes to 4 of 9. We draw an advance here. We'll definitely jump up. Energy Barrier. Okay. Attached to a Sentinel minion without it. So I think this does give it toughness. So this is Energy Barrier. So it says attach a Sentinel minion without it and give it a tough status card. Cool. Yeah, it's Iron Man with Sentinels and 0 tolerance and the Sentinel attachments and 2 tech cards from our friend, what's his face? Tech Pack, whoever that guy is. The Tech Thunderbolt. Okay, it's us. So there's 1 more Sentinel 5 in the deck. That could be a problem. We have 3 thwarting. We can shuffle a tech card into our deck from a discard pile, but I don't think we have any. So Leo Fitz can search our deck for tech card. I just don't think there are any left. We have slightly, oh no, we have a Gauntlet Gun, which like that's an okay option. But I want to check what else we have here because we can shuffle back one of our cards. There's no tech cards. Okay, so we'll definitely go for the Gauntlet Gun and just add it with Leo to our hand. Notably, we should be defeating Iron Man this round, if I'm not mistaken, which means next round we either want to blitz Iron Man or go from there. When he advances, we draw a 2nd Treachery card. Fixer, thank you, yeah. So I think, yeah, we should have done that before we shuffled. We're going to use our Alter Ego to put a perfect card back into our deck. It has to be one of our hero cards, so could be Repulsor Beam or Targeted Strike. I'm going to go for Targeted Strike because we already have a lot of damage with the Munitions Bunker. We have to plan the rest of this turn too because we might use the Munitions Bunker just for the tempo. But we want to do exactly 6 damage to Iron Man because he can't take any extra damage. We have a full auto, which full auto into the Sentinel Mark V is not terrible. It's not awful because it does 5 and then 3, and then we can finish Iron Man with this. So I think we'll just use the Munitions Bunker for setup. So we'll continue squirreling. So this will go up to 8. Cool. I promised myself I was going to watch more Adventure of Andre Patel, but then caught the stream. Guess I'm going to bed it later. I'm so sorry. This is our last game for today, so do get some sleep. The VODs are still around, so you never have to watch it live. I appreciate the interest in doing that. I'm not a very good, I'm not good at selling myself. Okay, we're going to use our alter ego. I think we just recover here for safety. Let's say that this is not a problem, but we'll go to 7, which is nice. Nothing really want to do an alter ego, so we'll just flip up. When we flip up, of course, the upgraded chassis, we get a toughness and we get 5 bullets. So we need to make these 5 bullets count. We could do full auto. Yeah, I actually think we might just play the second gauntlet gun because it's funny. So we'll use Gemma to make a resource. I think we can just use the Quinn carry to make a resource. And we'll actually, like, we can be so greedy that we're playing 2 gauntlet guns, which is nonsense. But it looks like we have the setup to do it. First thing we'll do here is we will use a shoulder cannon to ping the toughness. And we will spend one of our counters to ready the shoulder cannon because we might need it. We'll have to double check the math on it. I think we need the shoulder cannon, but I might be wrong. Then we're going to do gauntlet gun to full auto. So if we don't need the shoulder cannon, we'll save a bullet. But we're going to do full auto, which now only costs us 2 bullets because we're going to get 2 off the gauntlet guns. So that costs us 2 of 4. We do 8 damage, so 5 to the sentinel, and it has guard. 3 leaks through to Iron Man because it has overkill. Sick. Okay, so we just need to do 3 damage to Iron Man. That can't be that hard. I do want to keep an ally on the table for panic blocking, but we have allies in our hand, and we can't really use these resources that well. In fact, we're going to float a resource, so we might have done something a bit not optimal. I think you're going to play Spider-Man? Spider-Man is the same amount of thwarting, and we have extra resources, because we can't play a second ready for a fight. So I'll spend 3 on Spider-Man. I'll hold on to full auto, because we should have the ability to play it next turn. Oh, maybe not, actually. Yeah, hold on to Daredevil. Actually, we probably hold on to nothing, but we'll play Miles. When Miles comes into play, we'll choose to give him 3 thwart. So if the turn he comes in, he gets +2 to something, we're going to do 3 thwart, and he's going to thwart for 3. Okay. From here, we just need to do 3 damage to Iron Man. We're not going to deck out. So we'll definitely do the missile launcher. No, I don't think we do the missile launcher. I think we just use our allies here. I mean, I want to keep bullets, but I don't think actually we need to keep bullets. So let's pretend we didn't ready the shoulder cannon, and then we'll missile launcher instead for 2. So that does 2 to the villain. And then, yeah, that was the counter we got back from not readying the shoulder cannon. We'll just attack with Ironheart for 1. So she turns on her idol. Iron Man is defeated. She's defeated. All right, we advance. And when these villains advance, they gain steady, which we've not really hit a status yet, I don't think. I think we threw out our 1 Professor X. Same text. I'm surprised it doesn't get another tech card. We just give ourselves an encounter card, and then we have to do 20 damage to win the game. Daredevil, do we hold on to it? I don't think we do. I think the bottom of our deck is way better, and we still have only 1 ally, actually. I mean, we have 2 allies on the table. I don't know if we need to keep Daredevil. I don't think we do. All of the advances are out, so we're relatively safe. Funny enough, with 2 damage, actually, we probably should have kept the full auto instead. So we'll keep this because we have exactly 2 counters, and it means with Gauntlet Gun, we can play this to do 8, and we have a good, not a bad chance of drawing an ally, or sorry, a minion, so we'll pass. Okay. Yeah, and I think we should keep this anyways, because I forget, we have 8 bullets we have access to next turn, so we might have just lethal here. So Spider-Man was better than Daredevil because it does more damage. I think you just push to win now. Yeah, exactly. I think we just push to win, and this is a better card to hold on to. I forgot we had these 8 bullets here. 1, 2, target strike, fine. Gumby, I mean damage, energy for Gumby. A genius for Gumby. Okay. Hand has a bit of damage, but again, we have all this extra damage here. So this goes to 2. Do we get a minion? We don't. We get rid of Repulsor Blast. So Iron Man is just going to attack us again. We have a toughness, so it's for 3, 4. Oh my god, this is really scary. I was like, there's a chance that this thing has a boost on it that matters because the Gauntlet Beam gives piercing and range, which we've been relying on toughness, but this just does exhaust your identity. Usually attachments with a boost attach the attachment. It's not very common to see an attachment with a boost icon that does not do that, so that was terrifying. So we get exhausted, we do 4 damage, which hits our toughness. That wouldn't have defeated us, but piercing off of a boost is like very Ronin coded. Okay, that's the last one, Repulsor. So this one says, discard the top 4 cards of your deck for each energy. So wild, energy, 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 and wild to deal 1 damage to your hero. Oh my god, that just did 4 damage to us. Holy crap, if we didn't recover, we were cooked there. Imagine losing to that. Just flipping repulsor beam, ripping wild and energy. That's absurd. Okay, we're alive. We're still alive. Still good, still good. Sentinel mark. Okay, so this one has double guard on it. Actually, no, technically there's no more guard anymore. That was attached to the main scheme. I forgot about that. So this one truly does have guard. So this is the one from this scenario, has patrol. And it's good that we kept the overkill damage. I don't think we have lethal, but that was pretty dicey there for a moment. Okay. All blasters turned on. We'll do gauntlet gun, 2 bullets for full auto. So this is going to do 8 damage. So 4 goes into the sentinel, 4 goes into the villain. So not too bad. Okay, so now we can do math of how much damage we have. We can all move the munitions counter to us. The munitions bunker, we can empty it, and we can have 8 bullets. 8 bullets is, why is the math not intuitive? That would be 10 damage. This is 10 damage. We have 11, 12, 13. Gambit could get 14, 15, 16. If Gambit gets a 3 boost, we have lethal. Quinn Carrier. Energy. Gambit. If we find a 3 boost, I think we have lethal if my math is correct. So we get a look at the top 3 of the deck. Whatever card we want to tuck here, we get that many. That's his X's. It's based on the boost icons. Top is a 2 boost. It's our obligation. We are going to deck out, so we actually will draw this encounter card. 1 boost. 2 boost. I think we're short in lethal. Okay, so the good thing, well, we can't actually tell what the villain's going to be doing. Funny enough, Gambit is not a forced response, but whatever card we tuck here, it's 2, 1, 2. We can't rearrange them. So this is top, middle, bottom. So I guess we'll do it like that. We know we're going to draw that card as an encounter card. I think drawing equipment malfunction as an encounter card is totally acceptable because we are going to be decking out. The 1 card left in our deck is a strength. All our resources were at the bottom. So this should be fine. I think this should be fine. We have a ready for a fight that's just been there. But if I'm not mistaken, Gambit attack for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think we have 15 damage. We're 1 damage short. Bummer. Okay. So if we're an alter ego, this card just gets Surge. But whatever this card is going to be the scheme that Iron Man's... Oh no, because we're going to discard a card with Superhero Jailbreak. So it doesn't matter. So if we grab this, this will be our boost card, which will Surge. This is the card discarded to Superhero Jailbreak. Otherwise, if we grab this card, this is the card that will be ours, which is fine. If we're an alter ego, we just exhaust ourselves. This will be the card discarded. So we're in random territory. So the question was, you rather draw equipment malfunction or a Surge? I mean, it doesn't matter. I think we'll just take this targeted. So these go back in this order. So Gambit has 2 in all of his stats. Cool. Cool. Okay. So we're not going to win this turn, which means we're not incentivized to empty the munitions bunker exactly. When we jump down, we can shuffle a full auto into our deck, and that should be like super mega lethal. So I think that's okay. I think we just want to, like, in theory, want to recover here, but we can't. Like, we could just die to another repulsor blast, but I think we saw both of them, so we're okay. But it is a bit of a sketchy turn to be on 3 health and not being able to recover. Okay. We can play a targeted strike, or we could just attack or thwart with one of these characters. Yeah, that's fine. Spider-Bite, she'll hit the deck. So she will just thwart for 2. And that's fine. That means we won't use targeted strike or this double. That means we can shuffle a tech card from our discard pile. We have no tech cards left. Yeah, Gemma's not doing anything here. She doesn't seem that great. But there's no tech cards we can shuffle back. So like Leo and Gemma have now done nothing because we haven't aggressively repurposed. I wonder if this deck can actually have 3 repurposes. These are not worth anything. All right, Gambit and Spider-Man will both attack for 2. Into the villain. Villain takes 4. I don't think we have to do the munitions bunker. We could do the tempo damage now, but it doesn't really change anything. Oh, villain takes 4 down to 12. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Because it's move all or nothing, but we want to jump down. Maybe we don't jump down, but on 3 health, I'm worried about jump. I think we have to jump down, so I don't think we can touch the munitions bunker. So the best thing we can do is just use the shoulder cannon for 1 damage. We will flip down. When we flip down, we lose our bullets. We had none. We'll just put 2 bullets on here. We can shuffle back a card. We'll put that the full auto, which we definitely want. We won't hold on to any of these. That's all she wrote. Nothing to do. Just gotta not lose to this. And we have a ready for fight. We should be good. So we're gonna draw a full auto. Strength.
We just have to survive this turn. That's it. Should be easy. We have so much damage. Again, this will be 10 bullets, which is, the math is never intuitive. That's 12 damage. As long as you have shoulder cannon and missile launcher, whatever amount of bullets you have that much damage plus 2. So we will have 12 damage guaranteed on the table. Plus, full auto does actually change the math because you spend a couple. So you get 6 more than that, I think. So we have guaranteed 18 damage that beats guard. Kind of. 1, 2, 3, whatever. 4, fine. 5, good. 6, good. We have a lot of damage here. So main scheme goes to 1. We decked out, so we know we're going to be drawing our obligation, so we're going to be exhausted. Then at the beginning, we discard this. It's not a minion, so that's it. Iron Man now schemes for 1 in a card. 1, boost, put it into play engage with you. I mean, that's bad. This is the one with guard. Luckily, we have overkill, but that means this thing will scheme too. So it's 1, 2, 3. This goes to 4. We should be fine. Full Auto is doing 5 damage for 3 AR. The beam is 4 damage for 1 AR. Yes, but overkill will matter because of the guard, so you don't waste damage. Equipment malfunction, no surprise. So with this one, we have to exhaust ourselves or it gets surged. So we'll exhaust ourselves or we'll remove it from the game. Last card. Adaptive armor. I mean, I think it's a bit little too late, but that's a good time to draw this. I mean, Iron Man has a saving throw. Gets plus 8 hit points. Villain is now up to 19. I think we still have lethal. Funny enough, our deck doesn't have enough energies. We're short 1 energy. So like maybe we can find an energy with Leo, but I don't think there's any tech cards left in the deck. There's literally no tech cards left. Usually tech cards have an energy, but that's so funny. We don't have access to be able to deal with that. I think we're just going to be able to do 19 damage this turn. That's really goofy. That's really, really goofy. Our hand doesn't have a repurpose, does it? It's a hero play, so it doesn't really matter. It's just like on the last turn, you can always repurpose upgraded chassis because it's done its thing. Repurpose in this hand would actually be pretty hype. I don't think we have one. No, we don't. Okay, well, whatever. We're just going to tank through the adaptive armor. So nothing to do here because Leo and Gemma and our alter ego text doesn't matter. We will flip up, which does the stuff that we do, which gives us a toughness. We can't use this because we need to move the counters, I'm pretty sure, because I think we have lethal. And then we get 5 bullets. We should do the math of whether we have lethal. I'm pretty sure we have lethal. Maybe we don't. I'm pretty sure we have lethal. We're still hanging out on 3 health. I know, I mean, like, scared trying to armor up. It's kind of perfect. It's like definitely the play. No, we probably have lethal, let's be honest. Okay, so we're going to do 2 gauntlet guns, which spend 2 counters, because we're going to play full auto. So we spent half of the ones. Sorry, that's going to happen. We're going to spend half of the token. So it does 4 to Sentinel Mark IV and then 4 more to Iron Man. It'd be really nice to spend 3 energy resources to do 8 damage. I mean, like, that's better swinging web kick. Unfortunately, we just don't have it in this hand. So down to 15. Okay. So next we're going to go ahead and just play Repulsor Beam. So that's going to use a resource to deal 4. Cool. 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 We will move this over. Munitions bunker, so we have 12 ammo. And then, yeah, we 100% have lethal. Miles will attack for 2. Gambit will attack for 2. How much extra lethal do we have is the question. We can do Machine Man, and the Machine Man will attack for 1, 2, 3. So the villain takes 3. And then we get to do the fun little mini game. We're going to use a missile launcher that does 2 to the villain. And then we're going to use laser cannon 12 times. The villain is knocked out. Not too bad. Again, once you have enough counters of munitions bunker, you're kind of guaranteed. It's kind of like Jessica Jones like in the near future, where like if you have enough counters, you will just eventually win. The thing with Jessica Jones is you have to clear a side scheme, so it does have an extra hurdle, but we did have the ready for fight, so we're in a pretty safe spot. We had a toughness. We could get like goofed by, again, exactly Repulsor Blast if we had to discard like 4 cards for energies and wilds, and I mean, that would have been 4 damage to us if we did draw it after losing the toughness, so pretty good. I think if we're going to play around Repulsor Blast, we should just always block with an ally. I didn't know that card was in the deck, because then we can use the toughness to take the 4 damage. GG, I love War Machine. I really do too. I really do love War Machine. This like felt so much smoother, and the biggest part is like Iron Man was not putting on the sort of pressure that she did. And as much as it's cool to use a shoulder cannon, we had so many really bad preparations when we were playing against what's her face, Black Widow. But Black Widow does put on a lot more pressure. I don't like Iron Man, and I'll be honest, I still don't like the Iron Man leader, and it's just because his text box is like not really a text box. He schemed once or twice with extra scheme, and maybe it was harder to get rid of that sort of like tech pack card or whatever it was. But like once the game is in the midpoint, you just don't draw enough tech cards. Like we added so many tech cards to the deck, and it still like barely matters. But I mean, this was way more fun with adding the minions that have a lot of pressure. And like Superhero Jailbreak is legitimately a really cool side scheme design. I think this thing is so much fun for a whole bunch of different reasons. Like it gets through the deck faster, which is scary. You don't know whether you're going to be activated on twice. You don't know whether they're going to scheme against you. Just like very, very cool. But the upside is it doesn't do win revealed text, which for the Sentinels is definitely a benefit for us. But imagine like you're in hero mode and you win revealed the Sentinel Mark 6 and it attacks you twice. Like there are some nightmare scenarios here that we got a bit lucky. But if you spawn this off of Superhero Jailbreak, it quick strikes you, and then the villain activates, then the minions activate, it attacks you again, which can be a real big issue. There's about 50% chance to hit a preparation. Shoulder cannoning into it feels pretty rough. It does. I don't know. Again, I did some practice games and I got really lucky, so I felt it was pretty good, but maybe the numbers are not there. Jailbreak is like a custom Zola. Kind of is. It kind of is. And I like the idea that Iron Man is spawning these other like Iron Man suits, which is cool. We did keep this, which might have been a mistake, but we had time to do it. Our basic activation wasn't that good. Like that's the only issue. Is like we were just recovering. That's mostly what War Machine did, is just take the recover action, which is so funny. Oh, not you. You. All right. That's mostly it. We've been streaming for just about 5 hours. Normally we do a campaign in about 5 hours. Instead, we played against Black Widow 3 times in Iron Man. We did some changes to the deck though, so thank you so much for your opinions on that. I'll try and publish this list as well underneath the list. If you do ever check the description, let me know if you do, because I do put the deck list in the description below. I want to say like one of the coolest things that people can do, and this happened on Friday, is when you put out a deck in the world and someone else plays it. If you basically put gameplay up on YouTube or whatever, let me know, because I always want to watch someone playing my decks to see if I play it differently than you do. That was a fun experiment on Friday. I think that's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. Hopefully you're having a good week. We do kind of do our things at the end of the week, so we won't be back until Friday, but we will be back then. Friday we start around noon, and then Sundays, of course, we start at about 10 in the morning. So glad you can join for that. If you do appreciate content like this, if you want to take a second to leave a like on the video, if you are new around here, if you want to subscribe, it'll let you know when we go live and if we do video stuff, which has not been super common, but you get to know whenever we go live, which is pretty convenient. And it also just supports the channel. If you want to like, leave a comment, all that sort of stuff. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. This was awesome. I love the weird modular editions. I'm kind of getting into the weird modular editions as much as the way that I store my cards. It is annoying. But yeah, check out Modular Champions if you want to find out some more modulars for sure. Have a good week, Steve. Thanks so much for hanging out. Glad to see you twice a week. Glad to be here for twice a week. He also has like 2 other channels if you want to see some other awesome games. Yeah, I guess I should plug that a bit more. I do stream the card game Netrunner. We generally don't play in paper that commonly. It's more online as much as it is a paper game, but I stream on the Metropole Grid Tuesdays and Thursdays, link in the description. And more likely, if you're overlapping with Arkham Horror, the card game, I have a channel called Velma's Diner in which I stream it exactly in this sort of format where we pull up all the cards and all this sort of good stuff. We stream Wednesday evenings Eastern. And it's a great time to jump in because we're just on our second scenario of a new campaign. So you're not missing out that much. We're going to have a really fun scenario playing the Feast of Hemlock Vale. So if you want to drop by for that, that's Wednesday night, link in the description. You can subscribe to that channel now when we go live. Thanks, Joel. That's mostly it. I got to do some publishing. I think the thumbnail doesn't need to be changed. Sometimes it does. But thanks so much for hanging out. We'll catch you in the next one. Cheers.